Hello everyone and welcome to today's video on Azure DevOps on Intellipaat. Today we are going to delve into the fascinating world of Azure DevOps. So what exactly is Azure? Azure is a Microsoft cloud computing platform offering a wide range of services and solutions for businesses and individuals alike. It provides a scalable and flexible infrastructure to build, deploy, and manage applications and services. Speaking of opportunities, Azure has a flourishing job market. With its increasing adoption by businesses worldwide, the demand for Azure professionals is on the rise. From cloud architects and developers to data scientists and AI specialists, there are various job roles available. Additionally, Microsoft provides extensive training and certification programs, empowering individuals to upskill and tap into this thriving job market. Now, before we move on and learn more about Azure DevOps, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So first, we are going to start our session with what is Azure. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about what is DevOps. Then, we are going to deep dive into Introduction to Azure DevOps Services. Moving ahead, we will also learn about creating Azure Repo, local repo, and cloning repository. Then, we are going to understand operations like reset, revert, and forking. Moving ahead, we will also learn about understanding and creating agent pool. Then we are going to look into understanding artifacts and feeds. Moving ahead, we are going to also study about creating container registry. Then we are going to learn about connecting Docker registry service with Azure DevOps. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about Azure pipelines and stages. Then we are going to use Azure Key Vault secrets in Azure pipelines. Moving ahead, we're going to also discuss the Azure DevOps template, and then we're going to move on into Azure Service Connection. After that, we're going to have a hands-on session on running a pipeline using Maven package, where we are going to be downloading artifacts and deploying a web app. Moving ahead, we're going to discuss about which Azure certification to choose to master Azure DevOps. Then we're going to have an Azure interview question, and at the end, we're going to close our session with DevOps interview questions.
So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider that provides various platform as a service and infrastructure as a service products. Azure has cloud solutions to all the infrastructural problems by providing services in various domains. Did you know that almost 95% of Fortune 500 companies are using Azure? Also, it is 5 times cheaper than AWS in terms of Windows and SQL Server because there are also Microsoft products. Forbes say that Microsoft Azure is set to boost the size of the IT market by $10 trillion in the next 10 years. As per predictions, 80% of the businesses will move their workload to cloud by 2025. Thus, making it a major career to consider transitioning to. For a better understanding of Azure, let us start at the very beginning. Microsoft Azure was announced in October 2008 and released on February 1, 2010 as Windows Azure first and later named as Microsoft Azure on 25th March 2015. In today's scenario, its reach is in 140 countries and is still expanding, which is pretty impeccable. In simpler terms, Microsoft Azure is a platform that enables users to engage in agile cloud computing and is designed for creating and managing apps through Microsoft's data center. Now there are 4 integral Microsoft Azure service domains. The first one is Azure Compute. Compute is the most integral domain in Azure as it brings everything together with Azure Virtual Machines. You can get on-demand scalable compute resources. Azure Virtual Machines, app services, and container instances are some popular compute services. Second, we have Azure Networking. Networks from the cloud networks. In Azure, VNet is the networking tool that connects all Azure resources together. These networking services allow enterprises to safely connect their on-premises services to the Azure cloud. It is also used to manage virtual private networks and further create multiple virtual networks on the cloud. The third one is Azure Storage. Azure Storage provides storage solutions that are more durable and large-scale applications, data-driven applications, can be built without any hassle. Azure automatically scales the storage requirements according to the usage, and it automatically balances throughput according to the connections made. And the last one is Azure Database. Azure provides relational databases, NoSQL databases, data lakes, and data warehouses. It provides a scalable, high available, and fault-tolerant database server and lets you scale according to the incoming data. There are various job roles in Azure. Let's take a look at one of the most popular job roles, Azure Developer. An Azure developer is a cloud professional who creates cloud-based applications, making use of the benefits of the cloud architecture. If you are proficient in testing, security, development, and deployment, then a career in Azure development is somewhere you will fit in well. The job includes responsibilities like testing of applications, maintaining, developing, and deploy them on Azure. It also includes participating in all phases of development and having the ability to work side by side with cloud administrators, clients, and cloud architects. In United States, on average basis, an Azure developer gets paid $132,148 per annum. However, for an entry-level developer, it's $97,000. Whereas in India, the salary offered ranges from 7 lakhs to 25 lakhs per annum. That's all about Azure.
The word DevOps is a combination of the terms development and operations, meant to represent a collaborative or shared approach to the tasks performed by a company's application development and IT operations teams. Let's assume that Gary is a DevOps engineer working for Instagram. His job is to collaborate with different teams and make sure the DevOps pipeline is running smoothly to release frequent updates. Before Gary, Instagram used to create and release updates after every 2 months. But when Gary joined as the DevOps engineer, the plan was to release updates every 3 days to keep the users happy. Now users are more happy as they can use new features on a daily basis and get what they ask for due to the faster release cycle. DevOps teams use various tools to automate and accelerate processes, which helps to increase reliability. A DevOps toolchain helps teams tackle important DevOps fundamentals and go through its phases including continuous integration, continuous delivery, automation, and collaboration. Teams use various DevOps tools to help them facilitate a DevOps culture in their organization. Most teams rely on specific tools for their pipelines, building custom toolchains that fit their needs for each phase in the application lifecycle. DevOps cloud teams use tools like Docker, Selenium, Jenkins, and Kubernetes. These are just a few tools amidst an array of DevOps tools. DevOps influences the application lifecycle throughout its plan, develop, deliver, and operate phases. Each phase relies on the other and the phases are not role-specific. Plan. In the plan phase, DevOps teams ideate, define, and describe features and capabilities of the applications and systems they are building. They track progress at low and high levels of granularity, from single product tasks to tasks that span portfolios of multiple products. Develop. The develop phase includes all aspects of coding, writing, testing, reviewing, and the integration of code by team members, as well as building that code into build artifacts that can be deployed into various environments. DevOps teams seek to innovate rapidly without sacrificing quality, stability, and productivity. Deliver. Delivery is the process of deploying applications into production environments in a consistent and reliable way. The delivery phase also includes deploying and configuring the fully governed foundational infrastructure that makes up those environments. Operate. The operating phase involves maintaining, monitoring, and troubleshooting applications in production environments. In adopting DevOps practices, teams work to ensure system reliability, high availability, and aim for zero downtime while reinforcing security and governance. Professionals can become a DevOps engineer coming from different backgrounds. A DevOps engineer should have various skills and they can't just be DevOps tools. Let's have a quick look at the other skills a DevOps engineer should have. A DevOps engineer should have one high-level programming language like Java, C++, or C#. Should also know Linux, SQL, cloud technologies like AWS, Azure, or GCP, scripting languages like Perl, Bash, or Python. On an average basis, DevOps engineer earns 5 lakhs per annum to 14 lakhs per annum in India, while in the USA, a DevOps engineer earns from $125,000 per year.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
What DevOps is all about, let's start with a very basic thing. What DevOps is first. Okay, so DevOps technology, DevOps is, it's not tech, or it's like DevOps is a culture, I must say, which industry nowadays are adopting in order to fast track things. That's a simple definition. Like if we are using DevOps tools in the industry, in your maybe company, like in this session we'll be using Azure DevOps, then we will be able to ship product in a much faster pace and in a much systemized manner. That's what a very basic or a layman definition of DevOps, like why industry is adopting a DevOps as a culture. If I have to define DevOps basically came from two different techs. One is developers and other one is operations. So when you club this, dev, that is developers, plus ops, that is operations, so DevOps. So I will tell you the need for this. So usually before 2007 or 8, like when this culture came into the picture, the problem is that if, let's say, I am a developer, I'm writing the code and it works well in the dev or test or local environment. Usually that's how it is. If we have developed something, right, in local everything works. But when we move the code to the production or the live environments, it gives a lot of problems to us. The reason is simple, because in the production there are many servers, there will be firewalls, there will be virtual networks, all those things will in place, right? So due to that, there will be a lot of problems while deploying. So now the duty of operations or infra guy, like IT ops guy, is to set up the infra part. That's how the team designed. That's how the organization used to be designed before DevOps came into the picture. So whenever issue occurs at the production level, then a dev used to be called upon. Hey, look to your code. What happened to the production? Dev will say, hey, in the test environment it works very well, but ops guy don't know about how to troubleshoot those things because it may be a code issue, right? So that ops guy don't know about anything about the code, how to troubleshoot those things. And as a dev guy don't know about what's the infra, what's proxy, what's the virtual network and all, what's the networks and all. he don't know that. He only write the code. So there was a gap between a developer and operations. So to bridge the gap, DevOps came into the picture. Okay, so now the duty of DevOps, DevOps engineer will be to use certain tools. Like in this, we are using Azure DevOps, and help the help help the team or help the organization to ship products faster without having much issues. Now, when DevOps engineer come into the picture, developers only used to write the code. He don't need to worry about troubleshooting the issue, set up the infra. That will be taken care of a DevOps guy. And ops or infra engineers is moving to the DevOps field because of this reason. As a DevOps engineer, we don't need to we are not expected to write a complete code. That's how it is. But the expectation is at least we should know, we should understand things. At least we can troubleshoot if it's, let's say, .NET failure occur or Java failure occur, if it's some dependency issues or like basic knowledge. That is something is expected, okay, as from a DevOps engineer. You're not supposed to write the code. So in short, DevOps is a culture which industry nowadays are adopting to reduce the gaps between different teams. And if we use the tools which have those flavors, like in our case it's Azure DevOps, then it will help to release software faster.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Azure DevOps? And your option are a cloud-based project management tool, a programming language developed by Microsoft, or a virtual machine for running applications, or a machine learning framework. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
I mean, that's what the definition. If you Google it, right? I mean, if we Google that, you will get that definition itself. I'll show you, no worries. And this is a study guide for AZ400. Let me share that. I mean, the AZ400 topics. Okay, so if you want DevOps definition, I will just Google it for you. And if you see, DevOps is a set of practices that combine software development and IT operations. That's what I was trying to explain, that it aims to shorten the system of software development life cycle, right? To basically, basically, if you ask me, right, I'm into this industry. So DevOps, we don't consider as a DevOps as a, let's say, technology. We should consider it as a culture. I mean, culture, like it's not a .NET or Java code. No, no. It's like you can say it's a methodology, practices which which industries are adopting to let's say release software faster. So earlier we used to have those models, right? Software lifecycle development model. You must have heard spiral model, waterfall models, right? So there were a lot of drawbacks in those models. For example, in those models, in those cultures, if you need to do a requirement gathering analysis, requirement gathering from the client, there are chances that the requirement will change. Like client will say, hey, okay, add this feature as well. When the software is completed, they will say, add this. So the scope and those was not set, so there was a disturbance in that pace. So that's why those models are now being set aside, because uh, those models is not helping these days to release software faster. So with the help of DevOps tools and technologies, basically we will be able to ship the products faster. Like for example, let's say, let's talk about pipelines, CI/CD pipelines. So that CI/CD automated process will help you to build the code and release the product. So if you read this
I
definition
got
from
it. I got it,
Wikipedia.
Defense. I got it. I
Yeah,
got it.
yeah. So if you read this definition as well, that's what they were telling, right? That combines development and IT operations, basically reducing the gap. And maybe they are explaining little. I'm just explaining in a very layman term. In Azure DevOps itself, we have Azure Repos that we're going to use for version control. And but I'm going to show you integration with GitHub as well, that hey, if you want to host your repositories in GitHub, how are we going to do, or how are we going to trigger a pipeline from GitHub to repos, to the pipelines. So blob is a little different. What we can do from pipelines is, like, you can create a blob, okay, from the Azure DevOps. You can create a storage account. That we're going to learn using the ARM templates. Is it mandatory to have a AZ-104 certification to clear this AZ-400? The answer is no. Okay, it's just like, if see, if you see this, complete one prerequisite, that is AZ-104 or AZ-204. Developer is 204, admin is 104. Okay, if you take either of these, and if you take AZ-400, which we are in the middle one, okay, and if you take both these, then you're gonna have this DevOps expert certification. Okay, but if you give only AZ-400 examination, then you're gonna have DevOps badge itself. That's all, DevOps certification or AZ-400 certification. But if you want to become a DevOps expert, then these certification you should have AZ-400 or AZ-204. But no one is stopping us to write AZ-400 examination, and we'll get the badge. Even I did the same. I first cleared this AZ-400, then I got AZ-400, then I got the DevOps expert badge. So there's no hard and fast rule that you cannot take 400 before this, though it is a prerequisite of DevOps certification, DevOps expert. Okay, but if you clear this AZ-400, you will get this badge, designing and implementing Microsoft DevOps solutions. In this module, we're going to learn majorly on Azure DevOps introduction, that what Azure DevOps is all about. Okay, the overview of Azure DevOps services, what is Azure DevOps server, differences between Azure DevOps services and Azure DevOps server, what license or subscriptions do we need in this, and the differences between VSTS, TFS, Azure DevOps server services. So there are many terms involved here. VSTS, TFS, Azure DevOps server, Azure DevOps services, all are same thing, okay? But there will be some differences, which we're gonna cover. And the security and data protections, how you're gonna secure your data, that's also we're gonna cover in this module. Okay, now what is Azure DevOps? Okay, so as I said, like, when we talk about DevOps tools, only thing one should think is, like, that tool should help me in releasing software faster. That tool should contribute at least in releasing software faster, or maybe reducing the gap between different teams. That's the only motto of DevOps tools and technology, mainly I'm talking. Okay, so Azure DevOps provides developer services to support teams to plan, work, collaborate on code development, build and deploy applications. Developer can work in their cloud using Azure DevOps services, or on premises using Azure DevOps server. It's just a definition. Okay, I just read it loud for you. Like I said, so basically a developer can build the code itself, build the code in the pipelines in Azure DevOps. They can plan the things, and they can plan the work in their environment. If I show you the Azure DevOps, okay, let's say if you want to plan the environment, plan your work. So I will have a board, right? When we do a planning, that this work needs to be that guy. If this work is in doing state, I'll be putting into the doing state, or if this work is in which state it is, right? So what I'm trying to say, i'm tracking this I'm tracking my work at this place. Okay, likewise, if you want to if you want to store your code, or let's say store your code, or let's say do some commits into the repositories, right, the code base, then we have this repos. And now if you want to build the code, build or release to the production or different environments. We have pipelines for that. Then if you want to test some things, we have a test plans for that. And the last but not the least, we have the package manager. Like, I don't know if we all know, but I'm going to explain each and everything. But Artifact, just understand at this point is like it's just a package manager. Like if you have heard npm or NuGet packages, which we use in .NET, so even we can push our packages, customized packages in it, in this Artifact, and I mean later we can use in our pipelines. So it's all in house in this single tool. So for those who don't have the Azure DevOps account, let us create that. Okay, you just need to click on start free. Okay, just click on that. I will also click with you, start for free. I'll open the new incognito window, and in here I'll type my Gmail ID. So in case you don't have it, it's gonna just simply ask you certain things. Okay, that's all. So provide those things. Okay, and we're gonna create a DevOps account with you, right? So please follow with me. We are just need to first sign in, and once you do the sign in for the first time, you will be getting the page like this. You'll be getting a page like this, meaning you need to tell your Azure DevOps organization name. So this means that what is the name of your Azure DevOps company? Okay, so Azure DevOps organization. So organization is nothing but my company name, which will be unique, like a website you have, right? xyz.com, like that. So here there will be your company name, and this should be unique. And which area, I mean on which location your company located. So usually we select that data center, because if you select it to the closest location, then it is expected that it will load a little faster, right? As we all know that it depends on it will be good if we have to the nearest data center. So let's say I'm going to use South India as my data center, and just pass this captcha phy4. Please follow along with me if you don't have the Azure DevOps account. So just give the name, the location. It doesn't matter if you choose any. It doesn't matter if you choose. It doesn't matter if you choose any of the data place. I mean, the charges will be same, but for us it will be free, because for first 5 users, Azure DevOps account is free of cost. Okay, click on continue. It's up to you. I mean, I mean it's like totally fine. Even if let's say I created a organization in US, I mean sitting in India to US, then also it will be fine. It
Yeah.
just it just they are telling that, hey, we are creating your company or organization in this data center, right? So it doesn't matter if you create in India or US. There will be no implication on cost. But usually we create in the same region where your company is. So because sometimes little throttling, sometimes I have observed, if I create in US, sometimes very minute things. So this will be free. Okay, so you can create it later, but this thing is free. I see it didn't ask me any credit card or any those things, right? It didn't ask me. I am creating in front of you. What I'm trying to say, this will be free for first 5 users. Meaning, if let's say I'm creating a new project name, let's say .NET project, okay, and let me make it a private and create. So this project, if I have 5 users in this project, it will be free. You don't need to pay anything. You can use these services for free. But if you have more than 5 users, then they're gonna charge some $6 per month. Okay, so no issues, Deepak. So that's how it is. So it will be free of cost for us. So please create this Azure DevOps account with me, so that I mean, in case you face any issues or anything, I'll be happy to assist. Okay. Okay, so that's how you will create an Azure DevOps account. Let us go back. Okay, so like with, see, I told you Azure DevOps, we are using Azure DevOps services. If you see the URL of this, it's like dev.azure.com, my company name, that is the company which I own, and the project. So it is hosted on cloud. It is hosted on Azure DevOps, or you say Azure in simple terms, right? This Azure DevOps organization. Now, what if I will say that, hey, I'm a bank or I'm a government organization. Let's say you are a DevOps architect or Azure DevOps architect, and you are coming. I mean, you need to recommend whether I should use Azure DevOps services or some other tech. Like, I'm a bank, I cannot share my data. So if you are using Azure DevOps services in the cloud, and I am having the code here, so my code will be presented in the cloud, right, in the Azure. But you are a bank or government, so if there is implications that you cannot share your data to third party or to do GDPR compliance or whatever, then in that case you will recommend or use Azure DevOps server. Server is basically an on-premises technology, it's not on cloud, but the look and feel, everything, the features is the same, but the URL will be hosted by you. It will be not dev.azure.com. It will be some your internal URL, because it will be in an intranet, your server, right? It will be your server. So that's a difference between Azure DevOps server and services. Services we are using here in the cloud, and Azure DevOps server will be hosted on premises or the data center of the company, because they don't want to share the data, or they can host, or they wanted to host the data by themselves, right? So usually companies and government organizations does that. If you are using cloud, right? See, Azure DevOps is a SaaS product. If you don't know SaaS is a software as a service, meaning everything, maintenance, data center hosting, everything you don't need to worry about. The cloud provider will manage. Like, how about Gmail, right? In Gmail, we don't need to configure anything, and we just use that service. That's all it is. That's how it is. So Gmail is also a SaaS, software as a service. But if you are using Azure DevOps Server, it will become a IaaS, infrastructure as a service. That is, servers will be hosted by you. Security updates will be managed by you. Data center will be managed by you. Yeah, I mean, adding more servers will be, everything will be managed by you. Azure will not take care of any of those things, because you are owning that data, you are owning those servers, right? But the features, the look and feel of Azure DevOps remains the same. There is no implications on the features. Everything is same, but hosted on your environment. Okay, so let me create a Azure DevOps account again. There is not a problem. I close that, okay? And so for creating it, you have this URL, right? If not, just have it. I'm just sharing you. I shared this account. So you just need to click on start free, right click and open this. And once we opened it, and I'll be just adding my credentials. Okay, click on next. It will be asking me the password. So that's all. That's all I need to give, username and password. And once you have it, I mean, you will be getting a window like this. I mean, to select your organization name and on which data center you would like to host. Okay, select any, it doesn't matter. Select any of that location, which you feel that is you can, I mean which you feel it's good for you, right? It's near to you. That's how that's how it is recommended. And just pass these things. I'm not doing it, but just pass this information. And this organization name, it's your company name. You can make it any test, anything, a test or anything you would like, which is available. So I mean, like I said, with Azure DevOps Services, the gap between the various team can be reduced, right? That's what DevOps is, right? and this methodology is being adopted by Azure DevOps as a tool, and which helps in releasing software faster. Azure DevOps is a SaaS, that is, everything is maintained by Azure, right? So that's how it is. Any confusions? What SaaS is? SaaS is nothing but a software as a service. And here we saw Azure DevOps Server, which is IaaS, like here you see, which is infrastructure as a service. Everything is maintained by company, by you. And in SaaS, everything is maintained by cloud provider. Okay, so Azure DevOps Services is a SaaS. Okay, so let me just give you a glimpse of what are these different services we have. Okay, Azure Repos. See, Azure Repos Azure Repos basic. I mean, if I tell you simple terms, right? Azure Repos is a place where your code lives. I mean, where you commit your code. .NET, Java, Swift, or whatever, C Sharp, any piece of code will be living here. So Azure Repos provides a Git repository or a team foundation version control for source control of your code. Now, what do we mean by version control? I mean, that's a very great concept. So let me just share with you. Okay, so I'm gonna first show you something. So that's why I'm going to GitHub. Okay, so this is my GitHub repository. Okay, I'll be just not not mine, but it's like the normal when I take a public repository. So in this, if you want to work on a new project or everything, I mean new thing, so if you want to test or do those things, so what we used to do, we used to import the repositories, import the repository into our project and then use it. So I'll go to the repos. As I told you, repos is nothing but a repos is nothing but the place where my code lives. So to start with, I think I should create a new project. That will be great because I'll create a .NET project. Okay, so when you click on advanced settings, right? When you click on advanced settings, one option you see version control. In the version control, you have Git or TFVC. Two version controls we have. Okay, so in simple terms, version control will help you to track your source code. By track my source code, I mean that let's say today on 4th of December, I'm doing a commit or a check-in into my repository, and let's say tomorrow also I did some commit on 5th of December, and something got break. My code got break, my pipeline got break. Then if I have to roll back to the previous change, then version control is necessary. That is to keep a track of my changes. Today I'm doing something, it went well. Tomorrow I did something. I mean, tomorrow if I do something and it break everything, then I need to roll back to the previous versions, right? To make things back again, to recover things, right? So I mean, let's to recover them. I'll give you one more example, right? Whenever we use some, let's say, any of the apps, Instagram or Myntra or different Flipkart or Amazon, different one, and they releases the versions, right? Android versions, and sometimes it happens, right? They release some buggy version and it got they declare an outage. So they used to roll back to the previous version. So that's the funda of version control, right? Rolling back to the previous version so that none of the users will get impacted, and later they will debug. So that's what version control is. Does it make sense? Like what version control is and all. I mean, if you want to deep dive more, this here is the article about the version control. uh, okay, so there are two types, Git and TFVC. So now these days, Git is something which is widely used, TFVC is something which no one uses. Okay, I'm going to show you the difference, but let us first create a Git. This thing we're going to see later, but version control we are using Git for now. So we have this project, and when you click on repos, you will see the page like this. It's like it will be coming like this, okay, for the first time. So what you need to do, you need to click on initialize. That is, you are initializing the repository. Like when, I mean, if you worked on Git, right? I mean, sometimes we have Git init, right? We do Git init to initialize the repository. So likewise, this is same thing. For those, if you worked on Git, we used to do Git init, that is Git initialize. So here I'm telling to the Git, hey, please initialize, right? So I'll just click on initialize and my repository got initialized. Okay. Now either you can add a new, I mean, either you can, let's say, add a new file here. I mean, let's say uh, test.python py test.python. Either you can add a file here, write your code here, import time and whatever, you can write the code here. So it's your code base, and do a commit. That is, you are checking in your code. Or you can import a repository from third party. In this case, see, today's session is just a glimpse. I'm going to repeat this thing again when I'm doing the deep dive. It's just to give you a glimpse, just to make you comfortable that this is what it is. This is what repos are. So currently what I'm doing, I am just uh, importing the repository. Click on import repository, and I will just paste the repository here. Okay, and make it as a project sample and click on import. Here it's a public repository. If you see all changes, GitHub docs, images and all, so if you see, all things are coming up here, GitHub docs, images, so all things are there. But see, this is a public repository. Now if you say, hey, I have a private repository, so in that
Yes.
you just need to click on require authentication. Just provide your
Okay.
pass user and password, that's all. In this, we're gonna learn majorly pipelines. Pipeline is basically the heart of Azure DevOps AZ400 examination as well. There are many things, and that things, I mean, I remember I took one session of 50 hours batch. Okay, I took one in my life, and in that as well, we are not able to cover all the tools. So because there are, I mean, you name it, you name the tool, you can integrate and use it with Azure DevOps. So any tool you name it, you can use it. So to cover all those things, we're gonna see how the process works. But if you have some other tool, just follow those processes and use it. That's how it is. Okay, so that's how the repos is. Repos is like the place where your code will be storing. Okay, now Azure pipelines. See, Azure pipelines is something which will help you to build the code. Now what do I mean by build the code? See, simple, I'll tell you very simple, in simple terms. Okay, by build I mean that let me take you to some different repository, different project. Just a minute. And repos. Here I'll go to the, here I have something. Okay, .NET I have. So by build I mean that you have the solution file. See, this is solution file. Okay, for .NET we have a solution file. For Java file, I mean, for Java application we have Java file. So we need to convert those files into the binaries. That is a machine learning language. See, I mean, see, I have, let's say I'm writing something in Java which will have a .java file, but that is not a machine language. That is, machine will not be able to understand that language, or even a C# or even .NET. So to convert those into a machine language, we need to compile / build the code. For that I'm saying that, hey, this pipeline will help you to build the code. These pipelines will help you to the build the code, meaning to convert those java files into binaries. For .NET code, the binaries will be DLLs. For Java code, code, the binaries will be war files, and the war files, jar files, will be uploading those into the servers, right? So that's what I meant by build. See, build is mainly build which we'll be doing is mainly under the pipeline, this part you are saying, that is building of the code, compilation of the code to convert to the machine language, and then we will be releasing, which will be done by a release pipeline. That's what I mean. If you have heard build and release engineers as well, right? Build will be done by the, pipeline will help you to build the code or compile the code, and then release pipeline will help you to push, throw the code to the servers. So everything is automated. So how the life cycle works here is, if a developer like me or anyone do a commit in the code in the repos, okay, if I do a commit in here, then automatically Azure pipelines provide build and release services to support continuous integration and delivery of your pipeline. See, CI/CD we'll discuss later, but first understand what is build and release here. Okay, so if this my pipeline, okay, if let's say if someone say, hey, build my pipeline, or then release a pipeline. So what build means? So let me create a new pipeline for you. Okay, and just at this point follow the steps. We're going to cover this in very detail. The only intention here is just to make sure what build and release is. So I'm going to use a classic editor. Classic editor is nothing but a drag and drop thing, and just click on continue, 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 empty job. So this is your pipeline. This is how your pipeline will look alike. Now let's say you want to build the pipeline. So by build I mean that when a developer write the code in Java or a .NET, right? When they write a code in Java, .NET, or whatever the language is, they need to build the code using certain compilers. So for example, for a compiler, we have a Maven. For example, for Java, we use a Maven to build the file. Okay, so this is a compiler which I will be using to compile. So what I'm trying to explain here is that build mean that you will be, let me just show you some sample code. Java, I'll take Java web app. Okay. Okay, here we have source, main, Java, calculator. See, this is a calculator developed by some developer. Okay, this is a Java code written by developer. Okay, now in order to convert or make this to a machine language, see, machine will not understand this thing. Okay, first we need to build the code. See, first we need to build the code. To build the code, we have to use certain compilers to convert this code to the machine language. So for Java, we have a compiler called as Maven, which I was showing here. So now this Maven or the compiler will convert this Java file into a var file. Okay, that is a binaries. That var file will be pushed or released using this release pipeline. I'm just telling a basic workflow at this point. We're going to cover each and everything very detailed, but at this point it's an overview session. By using release pipeline, we will be releasing or pushing it to the, let's say, Azure. I'll show you this pipeline. In this pipeline, see, I'm using app service. So that app service is nothing but let's say, if you don't know what app service, what's this and all, if you don't understand, just understand it's a server. Okay, it's a server on Azure. So with this release pipeline, I am pushing the code to the server on Azure. Does it make sense, Chandra? So build will help you to compile this code. That is, to make it to some binaries to convert to the machine language using this Maven task. Okay, once it is in a compiled state, compiled form, then I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna deploy that war file. Okay, if you see, I will be having some war file here. If I show you, uh, so see, this will be very detailed. I'll be explaining, but only motto here is just to give you a glimpse that, hey, like, okay, this is how it is. That's the workflow. So I'm just finding that guy where it is. Base. Okay, base target. There will be some target here. You see this jar file, right? So that this is a binary which I got it from a Maven, and this is now be thrown to the server so that my changes will be reflected. So the workflow is, hey, you'll do a commit here, I'll do a edit something, do a commit here. I'm not doing it because I don't want to ruin something. Okay, I'll just do a comment. I don't know. Okay, fine. I'll do just a commit here. Okay, once I do a commit, my build, oh sorry, it's slash, that's why I was confused. I'm not a mainly Java guy. So I'm a mainly Python and shell. So yeah, okay, thanks. So here I do a slash, that is I commented something. I mean, I did a commit. So the workflow, if you see here, I just wanted to show you something. You see the pipelines got triggered. I haven't triggered these pipelines, okay, because it is automated. These are automated pipelines which got triggered, right? Because I have set it a CI/CD that we're going to discuss later. But long thing short, I did a commit here. Okay, I did a commit in my repository. Once commit is done, my pipelines got triggered. That is compilation is doing now. That is, it is making the Java files to binaries, war files. Sorry, jar war files, which I have shown you. Then we're going to publish or release to the app service, or you say the server, wherever you want to push. And all these things are automated. Okay, I'm not doing a commit, or I'm not doing any triggering of those pipelines. Okay, so that is also, so triggering of this pipeline automatically is called as continuous integration. Let me show you here. So this is a YAML pipeline. Okay, so I mean, just wanted to show you how, where we enable that. So if you see, it is enabled. Continuous integration is enabled here. Continuous integration simply mean whenever a commit happens in my repository, that is here, which I did just now, right? When I did a commit here, automatically trigger the pipeline. That is continuous integration. And when we deploy the pipeline, that is using release pipeline to the production, it is known as continuous deployment. So that is like continuous integration, continuous deployment / continuous delivery. So I mean, everything is automated here. Do a commit, your code will build automatically and release it automatically. You don't need to build or do manual. There is no manual intervention. Does it make sense? Please let me know that how it works. Yeah,
So yeah,
let me know.
Divya, it was fine for us. But whenever we'll go through with this proper session, please make we will go. Please make sure this thing should be in a in deeply manner, and please show with the example of the .NET also. As to, that will be
Absolutely,
fine.
absolutely. So Maven and .NET are the basics one. I mean, which definitely, I have included in my, all the session, because that is a very, very basic thing which I'll be covering. So, I mean, it's just a one thing, right? For Java, you are using Maven. For .NET, we use MS Build. Rest all remains the same. But yes, I'll be covering in depth. So that's what Azure pipeline. That's what Azure pipelines is. That is, commit the code in your repo, and you will have a build and release of the pipelines simultaneously. No manual intervention needed. That is a continuous integration and continuous delivery. There will be one interview questions. A question will be asked and it will be a confusing one. Hey, what is the difference between continuous delivery and continuous deployment? Both meant the same, that hey, you are releasing the software, you are releasing the application, the compiled code to the server. But the difference is continuous delivery means that you are releasing to the live or production environment. But continuous deployment simply means that you are like you're in a testing phase, you are doing the deployments or releasing the software in a test or QA or UAT environment. But when you strictly talk about continuous delivery, it simply means you are delivering the product to the production or live. Okay, so I mean that's a difference between the continuous integration, oh sorry, continuous delivery and continuous deployment. Okay, so let me quickly cover the boards. Okay, see, as we have another service named as Azure Boards. See, Azure Boards will help us to track the items better. By track the items better, what do we mean is, if I go to my boards, okay, so let's say you identified a bug. Like I'll simply create a bug in my application. I'll just mention unable to log in, and you can mention some descriptions here, how you repro this thing and save it. Basically it's just a item, work item, or you say I mean in here the tasks or the work which you create is known as work items, which you will create for the users and they're supposed to do it, right? So these work items will help you to track things better, and when in the history everything will be shown up, when it is created, what's the description, and all those things will be seen in the history. So to track things better, we have this. Or let's say you want to create some feature, I mean to track things, that's all, that's the purpose of it. Usually the product owners or the management will be more interested in this area, how things are proceeding, which team is doing more work, like those things. Because in here you can track the work, how many hours you burnt it, right? So there are many things we're gonna learn, how as a DevOps engineer you can customize this board like this. If you have a customized board like this, you can easily track which team is doing what, why this thing is still in 2 state, and track the attention state, why this bug is in to do state. So like see, this bug is currently in to do state. So what I can do is I can just ask this guy any update. So see, you are understanding the collaborative. The manager can collaborate here directly. He can mention the start the discussion, hey, any update on this, what's the progress on this, right? So that's how it is. That's how boards will help you to track things down. Any questions? Okay, okay, another, we have a test plan. See, test plan, as the name states, this will help if you have some selenium test written in your I mean if you have written in your in your project, then we can run that on certain projects or certain unit test or integration test we can do using the test plans. Basically this section is majorly only for QAs, who QA manager who will be testing the applications. Okay, so let me just show you the description. Azure Test Plan provides several tools to test your apps, including manual or exploratory testing and continuous testing, which I was telling that manual means that manual is just manual testing is always easy, but exploratory testing and continuous testing is something which we'll be seeing that is automated testing. How if you have a unit test or integration test written, how you will be able to test those things in your environment. So Azure Artifacts is nothing but, as I said, like it will help you to store the packages. Now you will say, hey, what package? What are the packages and all? So if I have to explain you, right, I will take you to the Nugget package manager. It's like a dot. I mean, it's a. I mean, if you ask me in a layman term, right, what packages are? It's basically, I'll go to the package. It's basically some dependencies which you can use in your application, so that you don't need to compile or develop things again and again. For example, let's say I'm developing some Python application, and in that I have a math operation, right, to sine, cos, theta and all. I can use it by simply using importing math function, import math. If I use that, then I'll be able to use some extraordinary functions, sine, cos, theta, tan, all those things. But if I don't use, maybe I have to tell my code that, hey, what sine means, what cos means. See, I'm telling you very simple layman. It's not a very professional, but just to explain uh, things. So right, so it's kind of a dependencies which if you use in your code, then you don't need to, let's say, don't need to write that thing. You just happily use the dependency readily available functions or packages. Let's say I want to use some logging thing, right? So I just simply use this to have a better logging in my code, right? So many packages, or if you want to have some better like syntax, right, high performance, low allocating times, right, the system.text.json package if you use. So every package has its own meaning. So if you want to use that, then they have given an option to publish the package here and use it. Why I'm saying that to publish a package here? See, if you are going outside of Azure DevOps, there is a chance of risk of security. So what companies do, I'll tell you, they will download this package. Okay, they will download this package or any package, they will test it in their dev environment. So to check, hey, if it works, it is compatible, there is no virus, and all those things they're gonna test, and then they're gonna publish here, and they will use it because they have tested it. But if I readily use this, though it's a very trusted thing, but still, companies prefer to download it locally, test it, and then push it here. So it's an option. That's how it is to use those packages, and that's what Azure DevOps is, an in-house tool for those many products. So to just give you a glimpse, Azure Repos will act as a GitHub. Okay, Azure Pipelines will act as a Jenkins. Azure Boards will act as a Jira or Trello. Test plans, we all know, like there are some testing tools which is available. Azure Artifacts will act as a Nugget repository. The Nugget package manager which I was showing. So Azure DevOps in itself is an in-house tool, is an in-house product which have all those tools inside it. So if you're not using Azure DevOps, let's say you are using Jenkins, then for storing repositories, you may need to use GitHub. For a package manager, you have to use Nugget or some different package manager. For boards, you're gonna use Jira. So that's why these many tools people uses if they are not using Azure DevOps thing, right? Because Azure DevOps will have all things in single place.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So DevOps means what? It's a culture or a process. You're going to take it up, or a practice. It's a practice. You can simply say that what? It's a culture, it's a practice, it's a collaboration. A lot of things we can able to say, right? So collaboratively, both should work. As a team, we have to work on it, right? It's not like an individual. We work as a team. Very good. So DevOps is a method where dev and operation team work together and to deliver a product with automation, with simple, right? With simple, easy to deploy, easy to automate it, and more secure, high available. All these factors we need to consider. Am I right? It should be simple. I don't want to too much complex. My application is. And even delivery also should be simple. I don't want to go complex model. Am I right? So we should able to simply, you can get the application or reusable way. You have to design an application. Plus, we have to easily build an application, easily test unit test cases as well. Okay, unit test also you have to do that 100%. Perfect. Next, what? We should able to take it up deployment in multiple environments. It's not one environment. I can say multiple environments I need to deploy. That is also our target. Plus, my application is more secure. My application is more secure. That is also important. Am I right, guys? Security is our top priority, guys. Will you do that manually? Will you do that automated way? Will you do that through pipelines? It don't matter. No matter. Ultimately, the preference is security. Even as part of the build trigger itself, we are going to scan an application code. Here, scan and secure. You should ensure that your application is more secure. So if I want to enable the security, guys, can you tell me based on your Azure knowledge? Suppose you are using Azure platform, for example. Okay, so what kind of precautions you are going to take it to make it more secure, your application? Few points, please. Your certificates or your keys, I mean credentials and all, you are going to keep it in Azure Key Vault. Very good point. Any other? SaaS singles. This is also important. Tokens, multi-factor authentication. Very good. That is also one important point. Access keys. Yes, access keys also, it's cool. IAM policies. Very good. Any other? AD, Azure Active Directory, and SSL certificates. Licenses are nothing but SSL certificates. Locking, very good. Resource locking is also important. And firewalls. Am I right? Firewalls. Have you heard about web application firewalls? WAF. Right? Very good. WAF. So these all things are, we are going to use it. We have to use it to make it more secure. And scale set. So next level it is what? If you want to, this is for security point of view. I need to ensure high available. Am I right, guys? I need to ensure my application is high available. Yes, security. Security groups also will come into the picture. Very good. NAT. Right? NAT. NAT only, right? Sorry. I can say network security groups. NSGs, right? Network security groups. Very good. So high available. My application is high available. My containers are high available. If I say that, what will do that? Very good. You're going to ensure load balancer. Any other points? To ensure my application auto scaling. Very good. Auto scaling. And ensure multi-zones, right? It can be a multi-zones or multi-regions. Very good. Access tiers, very good point. Access tiers for your database points. Traffic manager, application gateway. Those also we can able to use it with the web applications. So traffic manager, I can keep it. Okay, nice point. Application gateway is also another important one. Zone redundant, CDN. CDN is also one of the important point. Content delivery network. Right? Content delivery network and zone redundant.
Superb. And even database point of view, front door is in place of CDN. You can go for front door. Very good. Sorry, I think traffic manager point of view, right? Or CDN. Superb. Availability zones and availability sets, VMSS. Very good point. Right. If you take a Kubernetes point of view, can you help me? Kubernetes point of view, what you'll do that? ACR is your registry. AKS your Kubernetes. But I need a auto scaling. How can you do that? We can do that, right? We are going to deploy our pods. Our application is going to be a pods, right? Containers, we call it as pods. And if you want to increase number of pods, then auto scaling, we are going to use it. That is called as HPA. Am I right? Horizontal pod scaling, auto scaling. Hey, can you think of it? Horizontal is nothing but multiple instances, nothing but multiple pods. But my pod is required more also. Very good, Pushpalata. Vertical is also important. Vertical means what? I need a more capacity to my pod. Okay, that is, we call it as what, guys? VPA. You can check it out. You can search it out now itself. Vertical pod auto scaling. In AKS, it will be available, but with the latest versions. Nice. So vertical means what? You know already, people, right? So vertical means what? Capacity side you are increasing. This is what? Number of instances. Number of instances we are going to get it here. Super. Any other questions? It's clear, right? High availability, scalability, security. All these are very, very important. Exactly. Pushpalata. Increasing existing capacity with in vertical side. Good. So these are all things we are looking for. So to do this, how can you do this? How can you automate it? That's our task. Am I right? So for that case, what we are going to do that? We are going to implement this part. Simply, we can say this part. Agree, guys? Can anyone define what is a continuous integration? That's what. Super. Azure DevOps. So you take it up anything. You take Azure DevOps, you take a AWS code pipelines, you'll take a Jenkins, you take a CI/CD pipelines, Go CD. Am I right? Circle CI. There are so many will be there in the market. We can able to go with that either open source way or you can go for an enterprise. Nice. Correct, Raj. So if I take it up a CI part, what we are going to cover? If I take Azure as an example, right? So Azure Repo is coming to the picture. Agree? If I take a continuous integration, first phase is Azure repository. Then, of course, Azure pipeline. Simple. And even Azure artifacts. Because we should be able to store our artifacts over there. Very good. Then how about CD? So CD also will come into the Azure repository. Am I right? You are going to keep your code in Azure repository. Sorry. Okay. And then another one is what? Right. Azure board is, you can say, on top. Board is for what? Your tasks. Your agile board. Your tasks, your sprints. Am I right? Very good. So that is going to be completely, your board is nothing but your complete status of your project. What sprints are going on, what task you have taken, what task you are refining. Am I right? So you're going to create a multiple sprints. Hey, current sprint, what is the task? What tasks are assigned to each and every team member? And in the next sprint, what are the tasks are there? Who is refining? BA team, lead team. Am I right? And individual developers, they'll keep on refining the task, what need to take it up in the next sprint. And they'll keep on discuss. So that is going to be there, everything trackable with the Azure board. My voice is a little slow. I'm sorry if I see that everything looks good. And even I stopped my mic. Yeah, it stopped, of course. Can you check it out here, guys? Can you check it at your side? Maybe your side, little Baladevan. Can you check it out your side? Confirm. Is that clear now? Yeah, very good. Thank you. Maybe I'm because I kept everything my side high volume. Okay, great. No issue. Fine. So now we can see that here everything Azure board is there. Even one more is also important, will be there here. Am I right, guys? Wiki page also going to be there. Your everything document, whatever you are going to perform as a team point of view. If I develop some concept, if I develop a Azure DevOps point of view, I'm going to implement a certifications or keywords or whatever pipelines, everything we are going to keep it over here. Exactly. So test plan and all will come into the picture here. Am I right? Right. That is Confluence. Very good. So that is Confluence. Wiki page is nothing but a alias. You can say name Confluence. So test plan will come into the picture where? In the continuous testing. Am I right? Here, Azure test plan. Artifacts, of course, here. And even we are going to Azure Repo, and even here, release pipelines, we are going to pick it up. Am I right? We are going to take a release pipeline. It's nothing but the same Azure DevOps pipeline only. It's also a pipelines. So pipelines going to be takes place. Hey, what else going to be there here? In the CD section, if you come down. Anyone? Hey, one more, it is also there, library. Have you heard about any time? There is a library also there. CD means what? Continuous deployment. Naga. Okay. So it's a integration. Continuous integration. Okay. Continuous integration and continuous deployment. Right? Cool. And how about this one? Continuous testing. Good. And continuous monitoring. So what tools can help in this case? Few points. Continuous monitoring. No, continuous deployment, but you can also keep it as delivery. See, continuous delivery, continuous deployment. Hey, what is the difference between these two? Exactly. Munmun. It is continuous monitoring section. There are so many we can include it, right? Azure Monitor, you can use it. App Insight, you can use it. All right. App Insights, ELK, very good. Prometheus, nice point. Any other? Any? Even Prometheus and Grafana. All right. Splunk, very good. Any other? OP5. Dynatrace, very good. Dynatrace, Zabbix. There are so many. Zabbix, Datadog, nice. Datadog, these are like, but enterprise. These are all like a enterprise versions. Observability, Genios, SonarQube. SonarQube will come into the picture. Code scanning, code analysis. SonarQube can help you to scan your application code point of view, static code analysis, and some vulnerability, security vulnerability point of view. You'll get it, Sonar Cloud and all. You can use it here. If you want, you can go for in the continuous integration section here. You can integrate it as part of the pipelines. You can integrate with what? SonarQube or Sonar Cloud. You can use it. Even Vera code. You can use it, anything. These all things are going to be there. Sonar Cloud, right? Even your applications can also be Microsoft Defender and all also can be used. There are so many. Sumo Logic, very good. Checkmarks. Checkmarks is also kind of same like a SonarQube. Instana, Blockbug. Yeah, very good. There are so many. Nice. These are like it comes under what? Continuous monitoring. All right. Continuous monitoring point of view, we have just take it out. Even here, we can also say that App Dynamics are also going to be come into the picture. Dynatrace also will come into the picture. Very good. Super. Recent fast only we have done a Dynatrace POC. Very good. BlazeMeter, Blossberg, Instana, Checkmarks, Sumo Logic, Cast, Intana. Right, guys? So these all will come into the picture. What? It's going to be a monitoring tools. Nice. Okay, good. Now tell me, if I use it, these all tools, fine. So Azure DevOps is just like one separate service providing by Azure. Am I right? So for that case, how you can able to take it up, how you're going to take an application and how you are going to deploy. So what kind of tools you are going to integrate with this pipeline? Simple pipeline is nothing but it's very simple. Am I right? We are going to write a simple YAML file and we are going to integrate with other tools. Agree, guys? Pipeline means what? It's simple, I can say. It's a simple task. Whatever task you are going to perform, you're going to write stage by stage. You're just adding in a single file in an abstracted way, and you're running. Either you can set based on conditions, based on some inputs, you're passing the parameters, you're fetching the data from different sources. Agree? From Key Vault, from library. And even you can pass the parameters like as part of the runtime itself. Very good. But you have to take it up all and you have to integrate with your application. That is important. Here, pipeline is not a big deal. Am I right, guys? If you find a one YAML file, you can understand easily. But based on your application, right? Based on your application need, you have to form it. You have to implement it, these pipelines. So nothing but what? What is our target is everything should take it up through pipeline only. I don't want to go manually to do some task. I don't want to go into the Azure portal. I don't want to modify something. Okay, if I take it up that point, guys, for example, if I want to construct my infrastructure, I want to create my infrastructure, guys. Okay, what is my requirement is creating, I wanted to create my infrastructure. Infrastructure contains, for example, my application is microservice based application. Okay, it's a microservices. There are 100 microservices will be there in my application. Hope everybody know that what is a microservice. Can anyone give the definition? What is a microservice? Few points. I'm just giving a background, okay? So that you can easily jump it. If I just jump into there, you won't get anything. First of all, you have to understand the platform. It's not a big deal. Once you understand, you can easily yourself, you can able to do that. Very good. Very good. Splitting the services into parts. And each and everything is unique. Am I right? Unique feature going to provide by each and every microservice. Very good. And if you take it up an example, see that you can able to find straight away here what is microservice architecture. You can see that, guys, here itself. Okay, if I'm going a little fast, guys, you can stop me. Okay, I'll go a little slow. Maybe I'll go a little fast sometimes, so you have to stop it in between. Okay, by by raising some questions. Okay, that's great. So let's see that here. Now you can find it, guys. Quite interesting. Microservice architecture. Okay, can you see that about the solution? Just read it 1 minute, no problem. Can you read it 1 minute quickly? This part. Okay, hope everyone understood about the context. Your application will do a lot of things with multiple components, multiple integrations. Super. That's what it is explained about the next. But if you have these all things like accessing a database, exchanging a messages, mobile browsing, desktop browser, native mobile applications, and all, if you take it up, how you are going to deploy? So that is a challenge. What is an application deployment architecture? Can you read about this quickly? Very good, right? This forces is quite easy way to understand the context. We can read, if you read it, we can get to know that. See that here. There is a team of developers working on the application. Okay. Then no new team members must quickly become unproductive. Just if I have an application, that application is monolithic, guys, for example. Monolithic means what? Tightly coupling. So each and every component, like a billing component, registration component, active component. Okay, all these components, if you take it up, are tightly coupled. So if you want to work on it, so you have to understand each and every item. Complete logic, complete flow you have to understand as a developer if I'm onboarded. right? That's what the problem. But if I have a small components, yes, I can do that. That is a challenge here. So the application must be easy to understand and modify. That's what we are expecting. So we don't want it too much complex. Very simple. If one fresher, if I join, onboarded, if I give you some information, so they should understand quickly. Need not worry about the complete whole application. So that's the target here. So you wanted to practice continuous deployment of an application. This is our main goal, right? You wanted to practice continuous deployment with strategy. That is important. Continuous deployment. In the same time, I don't want to go down my application. My application should not go down at all. 100% high available. Like blue-green deployment, rollovers, rolling updates, canary deployments. All these I wanted to do that. So that's what, if I take application as a whole, I cannot able to do that easily. So that's a target. Nothing but these are treat like my requirement. For example, you joined in this group. So what is your requirement? You should understand the Azure DevOps pipeline. And you should, if you are deployed in a project, you should able to, if it is already pipelines there, you should understand. Or if somebody's asked that, hey, can you automate it, complete this deployment? You should be able to do that. That is your requirement. So we are learning that part right now, forces point of view. Right. So that you must run multiple instances of the application on multiple machines in order to satisfy scalability. See that, but that's what we have learned. We have discussed right just now. Scalability and availability requirements. And you wanted to take advantage of, hey, this is quite interesting, right? Emerging technology. For example, your application is tightly coupled. You cannot change your language. For example, today you're using Java. Tomorrow, if you want to use a .NET, you want to use a Python, you cannot easily change. But what I'm expecting, I don't want to change complete application. One component right now, it is struggling. A lot of pain will be there if I want to implement, if I want to modify, but I want an easy tool. I want integrated, plug in, plug out. So the solution is, guys, you can see, same like a design pattern, guys. It's just like a design pattern. What you'll do that as part of the design pattern implementation, first you are going to understand the problem statement. Agree? Then you're going to check it out the solution. What solution you're expecting? This is the expectations. Then solution, how you are going to implement it. That's what the point here. Then once again, practical way, how you are going to implement it. So 3 stages. Let's just see that here. Can you quickly read about 1 minute on this? So this has ultimately loosely coupled is important. Everything is independent. And each and every service, I want to take it as a independent deployable unit. I can easily deploy it separately or independently. Cool. See that independently deployable, loosely coupled, highly maintainable and testable. Not required to test all the complete application. That particular component level also you can do that. So easy to modify, easy to test, easy to deploy without making your system down. Okay, but how you're communicating? Simple. Services communicate using either synchronous protocol such as HTTP, REST, or asynchronous protocols like queuing methodologies. Like a one-to-one message, like using Kafka kind of messages, RabbitMQ kind of messages, or REST API calls like HTTP client programs. That's what we're going to take it up. It's easy to. On the fly, it can communicate with other service. How you're doing that? Just take a simple application. Quite interesting. You can see that. So this is our target. Our application, if you have multiple components, you should be able to bring it up all these components your way, in an automated way. So will you do that through code by using ARM templates, or maybe Terraform, or maybe Python code, or maybe TypeScript, whatever your choice. But those all things should automatically take it up. I don't want to go manually to execute something. So nothing but what? I should be able to bring it up infrastructure, plus I should be able to deploy my application. Agree, guys? So if you take an application, see that it is a simple application. It is just showing 1, 2, 3, 3 services. And each service you take it up, front end, back end, front end, back end, front end, back end, right? See, account service, account DB, inventory service, inventory DBs, shopping service, shopping DB, like that. So many will be there. But how you are going to communicate? There are 2 ways. One is through browser, one is through API calls, right? See that here, API gateway. It will be showed up like an API. Nothing but other services, other applications can able to integrate with your services by using API calls. It's secured mode. Or through browser. You can open your front-end application, you can submit your data, automatically it's going to call your REST APIs. And each and every component is separate one, independent one. And you are going to communicate it. For example, this application only I'm going to give, guys, for example. I'll give you 3 repositories, for example, take as a scenario. Okay, so this is the application you have to deploy, for example. Can you think on it manually? How can you do that? Don't think about the Azure DevOps and pipelines and all. For example, you are just now Azure engineer. And you know how to build an application. Maybe .NET, maybe Java, maybe Python, blah, blah. So I'll give you this diagram. I'll give you the repositories, for example. It contains account service. Okay, account service. It contains inventory and shipping. Okay, inventory and shipping. So total 3 repositories there, guys. I'll give you these 3 repositories. Now, can you guide me? How can I take it up manually? Because if you know manually, automation is not a big deal. Am I right, guys? If you understand the flow, what steps if I do that, I can able to achieve it my manual steps, fair enough, we can. So always, whenever you do automation something, maybe infrastructure automation, maybe build automation, or a test automation, or maybe pipeline creation. So always, if you don't know anything and you know just infrastructure part, now you need to work on it, for example. How can you do that? First step is manual. So you have to find the manual steps. You can try and practice and getting done, for example, your task. Automation is not a big deal. Agree my point? So first, you have to understand what you need for your application. So for that case, what you're going to do, if I give you this part, I'll give you code, but this code contains what? Only business code. Am I right? Business code means maybe Java application, maybe a .NET application, maybe it may be a Node.js application, for example, maybe React.js, Node.js, whatever. I can say Node.js. So how can you do this? Only you have a business code, nothing but application code. Now you need to bring it up this complete infrastructure. So we have to take it up what? We have to take it, build from the code for each service, then create containers in Kubernetes. Very good. So we work in microservices, and when all done, then we'll collaborate. Very good part. So simple, right? First, what you have to do that you need to set it up first platform. All right, guys. First, you have to set the platform. So example, in our case, platform should be Kubernetes. Agree, guys? It's going to be a Kubernetes service. In our case, if you take Azure as an example, AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. So this is going to be a platform. First step is, okay, but if you want to deploy on this AKS, what is required? Build is required. Am I right? Docker build is required. Whatever code you have from microservice, you should be able to build it. You should create it as an image, a Docker image. Right, super. Docker build command. So nothing but what? From that repositories, what you have to do? You should develop a Docker file. First step is, agree? But Docker Compose cannot work in our dev stage production environments. Got it, super. But it's important to show it up. I mean, it is working in your local as expected. That is also important. So first, I can say in our case right now, Docker file. But if you want to test this one and all with multiple microservices in your local itself, in your workspace itself, yes, Docker Compose is also going to be helps. Very good for local point of view. Okay, so that if you are confident, then only you can able to merge. But if you're not working as expected, even you merge it, no use. So that's the reason testing, early testing is very, very important. Unit testing is important. If you're confident, then only I can able to deliver. Even if I deliver, if I'm not confident, no meaning. So testing is also important here. So you can say in each and every microservice, if you want to test it individually, at least functionality level, yes, Docker Compose also you can write it, but it's not a big deal to write. Super. Now each and every service you are going to develop a Docker file, then you're going to build it, right? You're going to build that image, then you're going to push into the registry. So that is nothing but Azure Container Registry. We can take it up. Azure Container Registry, we should pick it up. Super. Docker Hub, you can use it for practice purpose. ACR is private one. Agree? For your application point of view, you have to use Azure Container Registry. You can also use other registries, even Docker Hub, but you have to subscribe it. But anyway, we are focusing more on native to Azure. So Azure Container Registry only we can use it. Very good, guys. Super. But think over it. First of all, I want to create a platform, nothing but ACR. I need to create it. AKS, I have to create it. Agree? Very good. Create a build binary file, create a Docker file, create a Docker image, push it to the Docker registry. Very good. That's what your target. You can use it according to the project. It's not mandatory that every time Docker is mandatory. Right? Sometimes we are going to use the function apps as well. Agree? Function apps. Sometimes we are going to use it manual, virtual machines itself. So it depends. So we cannot say every time use a Docker. Even small function app also can help you for your microservice. If it's a small task. Agree? Right. So whatever it is, we don't bother. According to the requirement, you should pick it up. You have to implement it manually. Okay, those things you have to convert into your infrastructure as a core concept. So if you take it up in this scenario, ACR is required, AKS is required, WAF is required, load balancer is required. And what else? Application load balancer. Am I right? Application load balancer is required. And what else, guys? Application load balancer. App gateway. Very good. App gateway. And even sometimes we are going to use it, app services. Am I right? I mean, API management services, app service plans. That contains all, right? Web app, function app, or mobile app. You can do all these things with this. That's your choice. Super. Networking point of view, VNet. VNet is required. Subnet is required. Network security groups, NSGs. Of course, resource group is also important, right? If you take an Azure resource group. DNS zones. Route table is nothing but what here? DNS zones. To map it your applications with your domain. Nice. So these all, right? Even blob services. I mean, nothing but storage account, blob containers. If you have some data, you can keep it if it's web applications. And Azure Key Vault, another important one to keep it. Key Vault. Database, Cosmos DB, or so many. I can say I cannot list it on all databases. You can say so many will be there here. Sometimes SQL based. I mean, relational databases, no SQL databases. SQL, no SQL. There are Cosmos DB, Azure SQL DB. There are so many. Cool. Any other? So these all I can say as of now it's fine, right? But these all how you are going to create? My question. So yeah, why I'm listing here, but how can you create these all services? Right? There is a file storage. You can say blob, right? you can say tables. Agree? File share, I'm sorry, file share.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of Azure pipelines in Azure DevOps? And your options are code version control, agile project management, CI/CD, or infrastructure provisioning. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
There's so many. Our workspaces, analytics, workspace analytics, Azure Monitor, App Insights. Got it? Right. But these all things are, you are going to do that. Azure DevOps. I'm going to say no. Why? I'm saying that Azure DevOps. I mean, for example, Pushpalata said, through Azure DevOps, we are going to create all these resources. I'm going to say no. Why? Azure DevOps is a task runner. Agree? Azure DevOps, what it does, it can provide an interface to run your task. What task it is? Different case. It may be anything. Am I right, guys? Very good. So here, think over it. Azure DevOps is here, your manager. Manager, will you do the task? No. But he's a point of contact. Your team manager, your project manager is a point of contact, but he cannot do the task. Actually, what he will do that? He will delegate the work according to the requirement. Very good. Very good here, Rajkumar. So here, we can create, but it's not 100%. If I need 10 resources, how can you do that? Exactly, Satish. So nothing but agent is nothing but your playground. Treat like I need to perform some task. It may be a shell script, it may be a PowerShell, it may be a shell, it may be a Docker command, it may be a kubectl command, it may be a Terraform command, it may be ARM templates command, it may be a AZ CLI commands, anything. That we are going to do that as part of the agents. That's a different story, right? But pipelines is nothing but it's one kind of framework. It can run your task. It can provide a platform to run your task. The task may be cloning a repository, sending a mail, am I right? And deploying an application, creating your infrastructure by using CLI commands, maybe Terraform commands, anything. So ultimately is required what? Somebody need to do that automated way. So mention 10 count in parameter to create 10 resources at a time. But how can you do that? How can you create your resource? That's my question. Is that going to provide a state, a desired state? No. Okay, you may use some plugins, right? But that is not what is my requirement is all these resources. By using Azure services, I need to create complete environment, dev environment I want to create, test environment or stage environment I want to create, and a production environment I want to create. Yeah, it may be possible, true. You can write it simple shell command and you can run it AZ command. It can be performed through pipelines. But ultimately, who is doing that activity? AZ. Right? Very good. So here you can go for what? Infrastructure as a code concept. Right? So infrastructure as a code. So which one is the best one to use? If I take Azure. Is that clear, guys? Super. You can go for Terraform. You can go for ARM templates. That's your choice. Even sometimes it is not possible, then you can also use AZ CLI commands, right? AZ CLI commands also we can able to create it. and we can use it. Agree? So that is your choice. But more, yeah, that's what AZCLI, it contains all PowerShell and as well as shell. Agree? Shell or PowerShell. Both options are going to be there. Superb, guys. So ultimately, what you have to do, if I want to create all these resources, the best option is, I can say my preference is going to be ARM or maybe Terraform. So widely used one is definitely a Terraform. So we can go for Terraform. So this is the way we can able to go. So nothing but my Terraform script can help us to create. Agree? So Terraform, if you have multiple modules for each and every service, can I simply integrate this Terraform command with pipelines, guys? So if I have a code, I'll give you one repository. It contains your Terraform code, guys. So can anyone help me? What command, if I do it manually, it can create your resources? Can you think of it? If you know already, just tell me, no problem. What commands, if I use it, I can able to create infrastructure. N number of times you execute it, not a matter, not a problem. Super, guys. So Terraform init, Terraform plan, Terraform apply. If you don't want with conditions, you can say destroy. Simple, right? If you have these commands, if you know this concept, it's not a big deal, right? To create your infrastructure through pipeline. So what you'll do that in that scenario? Simply, as part of our pipeline, I'm going to run these 4 tasks. If you want to destroy a particular scenario, you can able to set a conditions. Hey, if I pass a flag is equal to false, then destroy it. Flag is equal to true, delete flag is equal to true, then I'm going to destroy. If not, I cannot. Simple, right? So steps, if you have a one step in the Azure pipeline, you can add it, like 4 steps repetitive. It's not a big deal, right? So any kind of infrastructure we can able to create. With what? With integrating with the pipelines. So pipeline can do this activity. Pipeline can run your Terraform commands. So pipeline can provide what? Terraform platform to run. So pipeline can able to provide the Terraform command. I can give you one example, one demo, I'll pick it up, okay? I cannot spend too much, okay? I'll take one sample application and how we can, Terraform can integrate with the Azure DevOps pipelines. That makes sense, right? Because Terraform we cannot spend, but I'll give you a little demo so that you can easily do that. It's not a big deal. Nice, guys. Super. So this is one thing. So if you have a Terraform, and what you'll do that, it will create one. So if you have a pipeline, so I'll create a 3 stages. Super, right? It can create a 3 stages. One is build stage, maybe separate pipeline, or maybe single pipeline. You can create a multiple jobs. That's your choice. How do you want? That we'll talk about. Okay. But here, what is required? If you want to separate it, everything, you can separate pipelines, you can create it. That's what one task. You can invoke it how you want to invoke it. Right? Superb. Most of the time, it's going to be compatible. But a lot of differences is there, for example. You are doing, for example, 1.0. Right now, you are in 1.0, the code. Next version, it's working 100%, your code, Terraform code. Tomorrow, it is 1.1 or 1.2, 1.3, like that it is increasing the version of Terraform. Right now, you are in 1.0. 1.2, 1.3, up to 1.3, maybe 1.5, up to 2.0 may not impact your code. Agree, guys? May not impact. Why it is may not impact? Why it is going to be impact? If it is version changes happened, the code, if your service, whatever service, for example, virtual machine creation, maybe AKS cluster creation. Okay, if I take it 1.0, I'm deployed. It's working 100%. In 1.2, AKS side, something is modified, new feature is added. Just concentrate. Okay. In Azure AKS side, some features are added, new features in AKS side. Okay, now your code is, you have created your provider information. Right now the code is 1.0, Terraform code I'm talking about. Now you're taken 1.2. You're changed the Terraform, not code, your utility, the command you're changed, the platform you're changed with 1.2. So sometimes what will happen is, most of the time, 100% out of 100, 95 resources can be compatible with the latest code, latest version. But whatever services are modified in the basic functionality side, Terraform also can change. So if you do that now, it will ask you, hey, your version is, the latest, whatever code you're using, it's deprecated. It will give you the message. So you have to understand that message while practicing, while doing that one test in your dev environment. If that it is saying some deprecations, check it out, which service is deprecated, what is the latest change, what you have, accordingly do that. In the same time, check it out. Is there any downtime required? Is there any your services impacting? Right? So nothing but what? Impact analysis is very, very important, guys. See, pipeline creation, automation is one-time job. Maintenance, for example, already pipelines and everything is there. Now you're appointed in that project. Your experience with DevOps is out of the project. Now you are the one. So what you have to do, need not to worry about the work, need not require to implement new things. You have to understand each and every item of existing pipelines and infrastructure, right? There you have to identify, there you have to find it. What is impact? So nothing but what here, guys? Impact analysis and debugging is important, guys. If you understand, see, everyone can do that. If I observe that even my previous projects, I can see people are very sharp, but people can, if I give a guide, they'll do that. But if they got some issue, they cannot. They'll struggle, they'll fear. That we don't want. You people be simple, bold, and should be strong. If it is getting some issue, don't worry, don't panic. Just have a look what is happening in the system. How? By checking the logs. Just your instrument is to debug that part. To understand the issue, your logs, guys. Or you have to simulate it, reproduce it in your dev environment, your trial environment. Fair enough, you can do that. So that's the way you can able to easily through it in a project. You can easily, go into the next level. But if a new requirement coming and if you need to onboard, it's a simple task, I can say. Because you know Terraform, you know pipeline, only you're adding another service. For example, you're using today CDN, tomorrow you may use another one. That you have to check it out, ready-made stuff. Makes sense, guys? So that's what we want to take it up here. So from your sessions, you should be able to practice it and get it some questions and get the what is causing the issue. You have to show it up your issue and we have to track it that. We have to trace that issue. Fair enough. So that you will get a lot of things instead of implementing a simple task. Right? So that's what you have to keep in mind. I'm just giving, okay, don't think too much, okay? Just impact analysis and debugging, because here the production is already going on. So you have to be very careful. We are the responsible DevOps engineers. We are the responsible for an application could be up and running always. Developers and all, they'll just develop the code and they'll push the code into the repository. But you have to pick it up and you have to thoroughly test it, each and every item with the help of QA team. You're not going to do that. You are going to take help with the QA team and ensure that 100% coverage is done. If you're 100% sharp, okay, then take into the stage, one more round of testing, then take into the production. Take some time, don't jump into the production straight away. So 1 or 2 sprints, take it up into dev one stage, then go for production. You have to take some pause over there. So then only you can get to know what is causing the issue, lot of issues, lot of performance test cases and all. If you do that, automatically get it. But once you jump into production, if you face an issue, it's going to be a lot of issue. Am I right? A lot of struggle. everybody is on your head because it's a P1 ticket. So that's the reason you have to be a little slow, not a problem, but you have to be debug it more and implement it what is required, and don't work on manual stuff. First take manual steps and then complete it. Super, very good. Can you do regression testing or it depends? Yes, that's true. Definitely it's required. Right? You're adding new feature, for example, version itself. Most of the time we are going to struggle, not in implementation side, upgrade side, guys. Upgrade. Upgrade, sometimes cost reduce. Cost analysis. Plus security. Nowadays it is changed, DevOps side. Previously, if you know the pipeline, fair enough, you can throw in a project or an interview, but now it's not like that. So you have to understand the project and technology, tools, how it is working, and you have to analyze it. If I take it up new one, how it is going to be work in a production? Is there any impact? And what are the components are integrated? Those things you have to be understand, guys. Fair enough, you can able to get it. So these three are very, very important. Definitely, for example, in your project, simply your manager will come, hey, can you check it out? Some cost is taking more cost for your ELK or your AKS clusters. Can you check it out? Is there any way to reduce the cost? You cannot simply go and you cannot delete one particular host, node. Maybe from a ELK side, maybe it in a AKS cluster side, it may be anything. But in the same time, you have to check it out. What is an impact? If it is suppose it is impacting, you can straight away you can tell that no, it cannot be possible to reduce the cost because it is important each and every node. But there is a choice will be there. So there it looks very simple, but it is a lot of work going to be there. That's important. Okay, what kind of upgrades we are going to perform? For example, AKS, Kubernetes. Okay, AKS cluster is there. So you may ask, hey, it is simple, right? So right now, if I go into the Azure port, if I take it up for some like Kubernetes AKS right now, sorry, this is AKS, right? So you can say Kubernetes service. Can you check it out where it is there? AKS. So Azure Kubernetes service is there. So you can simply do there and modify it, right? The version. Yes, it's true. It will be very easy to upgrade. But what are the other important components are impacting? Upgradation is not a big deal. Just if you go there and in your Terraform pipeline side, you're an Azure upgrade command side, AKS upgrade command. If you do that, it will automatically upgrade. But your application cannot work. So how can you do that? Your manager is given one task in a particular sprint. You have to complete it in next 15 days, nothing but next 2 weeks. In that, you have an ingress, you have a certificate manager, you have a autoscale, you have a KEDA, for example. You have deployment objects, even Helm objects. Helm deployments you are using, for example. So these all things are there, true. And even ingress controller, nothing but one, maybe you can say Nginx ingress controller. You have all these things, for example. Okay, guys. Yeah, exactly. Very good point, Bahubali. Pod disruption budget. It's really one of the important component. I have faced with this pod disruption budget, and I cannot able to upgrade my dev environment first time whenever I do that. So can anyone help me? What is a pod disruption budget? Quickly, no issue. Just need not to worry about it. You don't know. Just Google it and what is that? Help. What it does that? What is the purpose of a pod disruption budget? Quite very good, Bahubali. Maybe you have encountered. That's the reason you're raised. Nice. Anyone? What is that? It moves all pods to another node before upgrade. For example, think of it. I have only one node. Okay, I just set it up the pod disruption budget, minimum one pod, one particular service. If I upgrade, so nodes also going to be upgrade. That's what client side also, it's going to be upgrade latest version, latest software. But in that process, it may stop your pod and it will create a new one. But you're saying that pod disruption budget, I'm saying that a minimum 1. So it cannot allow to upgrade your node in that scenario. Okay, so for that case, what you have to do? You have to add another node. Exactly. So that you don't lose your data. Is that the case? Exactly. My container should not go down. If it is go down, then your application go down. Agree? That's what a high available. That's the reason we have taken the point high available. So if it is only one node is there, you have to add another node to do your update process. So if it is 2 is there, it will minimum 1 is required. So automatically jump it. That particular node, it will be distributed to another node. Very good, Bubble. It moves all parts to another node before upgrade. Super. So like this point's going to be there. Sometimes certificate manager is there, for example. Think of it. Certification manager will be there. This is, for example, some version will be there, 1.1, blah, blah. But latest version, it is not supporting 1.1. So you have to cross check which version is compatible for the latest versions. Super. Okay, one more question, guys. For example, you're in a Azure project. You have an Azure account. You have Azure DevOps, but you got an issue. You don't know what could be the issue, for example. Think on it. Okay, you are now in a project, and you are the only person, no other team member to discuss also. Now you have an account, and in a case you are upgraded. Not only a case, even sometimes even pipeline side also. Now you got an issue, but you're not able to find because that is completely new. That is not in your hand. Even you dig it your documentation, Azure documentation, also you're not able to find. So what you'll do that, guys? Can anyone answer? Very good. That's what I'm expecting. So what you have to do? You have to raise a ticket. Simple, guys. So don't panic. That's the reason I say. You have to understand you're not understood still. I mean, you know what is the problem. Even support is also you to be very little and smart. You have to be very smart. Am I right? Because if you just given a raise a ticket and people simply see, they also don't know. They know just a concept, right? They are like us who are support working in Microsoft side. They are also like us. But if you just give a high level sentence, hey, it is not working as part of the AKS upgrade, nobody will support. Nobody will give an answer. It will keep on. Agree. So what you have to do in that scenario? You have to give proper information. You have to dig it. That's the reason I said you have to debug. If you debug it, almost 90% is there with you only solution. If that information, the debugging statement, if you give it as part of the ticket, they'll do that within 10 minutes, guys. Answer. So nothing but what? You have to, whatever service you are using, guys. Whatever service. It may be Azure DevOps pipelines, or it may be AKS, it may be a virtual machine, it may be a scale set, it may be a Azure app service or whatever. Try to understand what is an architecture of that particular service. I mean, how it is going to work. And what status you are expecting, what error you are coming, and what logs are there, you have to identify. Suppose you're not able to find where to check the logs. But if you now you got to know that I need to check somewhere logs, you don't know what is the place to check that. If you search it out, you can get it or not. Yes or not? Right? If you search it out somewhere, or even if you Google it, where the logs will be there, but your intention is what? You should understand the problem. So ultimately, if you understand the architecture, you can get to know that what are the components will be there, how is the workflow will be there, where the logs going to be stored, you can get it. For example, take it as an example, the virtual machine or maybe AKS parts, for example, guys. How can you check the logs? If I give you a virtual machine and I'm deployed here, IIS server. Okay, virtual machine, I'm installed IIS server or Tomcat server with web application. So how can you check the logs? Activity logs, what it does? Activity logs can able to show up what activities you have performed. But what is an issue coming in the sense what? Very good, logs. Your application logs. Yes or not? Your application logs. That application logs may use in your Azure side. Agree? Example, if you take a kubectl logs and that particular pod name and namespace, if I give it, fair enough, right? I can get it. But still, you're not able to get it all those things. For example, you can say Devo. Can I use it a monitoring tool, guys? Can I use it monitoring tool? Can I say Elasticsearch or application insights or Azure monitor logs? So whichever it is there, you can check it out. You'll get it automatically. You know where it is, the issue is coming. If you're able, if you want to find it, you know, it's simple. It's not a big deal. That mindset, if it is there, fair enough, guys. You can able to achieve it. It's not a big deal. Even take a virtual machine. If you log into that virtual machine, check it out where you are deployed, in which location, and go into that logs location. You can able to find it. By default, sometimes where log going to be there, you can go there and check it out, right? So that skill you have to keep on increase, guys. Fair enough. That's one thing we wanted to take it up. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now we can able to get it right easily. So any questions on this? Any other questions? Whatever you've encountered, maybe you faced an interview or sometimes some questions till now what we have discussed, like in application deployment side, okay, or maybe say in pipelines questions point of view. We'll talk about pipelines and all, will we? But still, in introduction point of view, any other questions, any other points you want to raise? All right. So this is what it does. This anyone can guide me? Exactly. We'll get it, Satya. Absolutely. kubectl is just like a client command, guys. It is just a command. It's a client to reach out to your Kubernetes to check what are the logs will be there, or sorry, what are the pods will be there, what are the services will be there, what are the deployments are there. Everything we can do that. Even you can deploy your application. I said, right, I need to deploy my application through a pipeline, for example. What you are going to do that there? Simply, I'm going to run this command. Pipeline is one step, guys, one template. Just take the template. If you want to some task, simply, I'm just going to say kubectl apply -f particular file name, for example, microservice1.yaml file. No, Devo is just like your namespace. Okay, namespace. Kubernetes is going to divide into multiple namespaces. Just treat like you have a Oracle, guys, database. So what you'll do that for if you want to create a table space, sorry, table names, tables. What I'll do that, I'll create a table space. What is a table space? I'm going to allocate, I'm going to reserve some amount of memory to this particular table so that my table can insert in that particular memory only. So if it is that memory is filled, then you'll get some out of memory exceptions. In the same way, in the Kubernetes, if you want to control your deployments, I'm going to use a namespaces. There, I can able to reserve some amount of memory for my applications, as well as I can able to control security point of view. I can able to enable the access privileges as well. So, no, I'm just giving in a broader view, okay? We're going to talk about, we'll bring it up one application, one cluster, okay? We'll bring it up one cluster, we'll integrate with our pipelines. That's what we want to take it up. That's the reason I'm just giving the background. Cool, this is fine. Now let's take it up, this is fine. Quickly, this is enough. We'll talk about these all. Like, I'm just given the view. Your mindset, like in your project, nobody can help you. Just you have to serve yourself. And if you face some problems, get it. What is the problem? You can ask. It's not meaning that you only do that everything, but you have to you have to explain the problem statement properly. That is main task. If you're able to explain proper problem and what is causing the issue, if you're able to tell, solution can come automatically from support team, from your Google, from your colleagues. It'll be easy. Even any other person also, if you ask from different projects also, you can able to get it. And another important is agile, guys. People actually, I saw that actually people, I mean, developers are very good in agile side. I mean, I observed, I just wanted to give that point as well. Okay, developers morely, strictly, they will take it up agile process, nothing but sprint, agile sprints. Okay, and but people who are working on developers, I mean, DevOps side, people don't like to use the agile process. But that will give you, I mean, a lot of impact. If you not follow these timings, I mean, say here, what is a you are going to be a discipline. Simply, I can say sprints if you are using for your project also. Even your project, if it is not there, try to introduce it. So that is also kind of innovative for you. That will automatically come into your plate if it is not there. Or you should try to practice in even not there, bring it up that kind of practice. Why I'm saying this is, even I also faced literally. Previously, whenever I worked for some time in Apple, we take one task, we will do 1 or 2 months, even we won't complete. Because there is no deadline. So if you don't have a deadline, simply we will, I mean, it's not meaning that you're not working. Okay, if it is not possible, simply say that it's giving a lot of problem. This is the struggle. I don't want to spend too much time. Or you have to take some other approaches. It's not meaning that I have to continuously work on it and I need to achieve it. It's not like that, right? So if you make it a practice like a sprints, you will go into be a disciplined as. Discipline in the sense, need not to worry about, I want to take a lot of tasks, I need to achieve it in a 15 days. Nobody will tell that. Okay, what you have to do, whatever you are committed, maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 tasks. It may be small, it may be a POC, it may be implementation, it may be a spike, nothing but new things you have to identify. You have to take it up these 3 and you have to stick with your timings. If it is not possible, tell that, hey, this is blocker. This is giving the problem. You can raise your hand in your daily calls. It'll be, you are also going to get a lot of learning. And you are also going to be a discipline. You won't face any problem. Nobody will point it to you. Your manager cannot point. Hey, you're not done. See, it's simple. After 6 months, if somebody is asked, hey, what is your, I mean, ultimately in your appraisal part and all, they'll ask what you have done, what the things. But if you do this activity every 15 days, you have done 3 tasks. Think about it in 3 months. Think about it in 6 months. A lot of tasks going to be there, right? You can tell this all list of tasks. If you just go into the Azure boards and you can filter it with your name, you'll get all the tasks. Superb, right? That's the point. So that's the reason. Try to take it up now onwards. Read about a little bit about sprints. I'm very happy. No problem. It will take a little time. What is agile? What is sprints? What is refinement calls? What is planning sessions? That is also going to give you a little more. That is nothing but an Azure DevOps, board. Exactly. Sweta. That is Jira board, Azure board, ServiceNow, Kanban board. Same. Is that clear? So what will happen is, even you're not completed, whatever you have done, you're going to log in your ticket, right? In your work items. So that is also important. So that, because sometimes you're going to do very good work, but if you're not log anywhere, it cannot help. Even, I mean, people cannot get to know what you have done, and even other people cannot use your work, and you won't get exposure. That also important. Simultaneously. At the same time, don't be every time I have to show something. Not like that. Whatever work you have done, try to show it up. Try to give the best. If you do this activity, what will happen is, what I'm doing, what is their next level? What if I give it best one? We can able to get it. Now, nothing but here you'll get some new ideas. Only that's the target I wanted to tell about here, guys. Okay, super. This is the overall picture. You're going to do that as a Azure DevOps, as a DevOps guy. That maybe use Azure, that maybe use AWS, that maybe use TeamCity, that maybe use Jenkins. No worries, whatever platform. But in our case, Azure platform, should be 100%, should be in a position. Whatever task come, you should be able to perform. But how can you do that? We're going to target now. I have a question regarding AKS. Is it similar to other cloud platforms like GCP and AWS? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can go for Kubedium, nothing but open source. You can go for AKS, you can go for EKS. Okay, if you work on, for example, AKS, tomorrow getting AWS EKS, not a matter. You can. EKS and GKE, or maybe OpenShift, Red Hat, both are same. All these are conceptually same, different platforms, that's all. Okay, guys, slight differences maybe, maybe in the platform point of view, not in the Kubernetes concept. Kubernetes, as usual, it's a Google product, right? So Kubedium, GKE and all. Only the difference is if you integrate with Azure, how load balancer going to integrate, what kind of annotations you need to use, what kind of certificate you need to use. That's only the difference. But concept and deployments by using the kubectl and the components in Kubernetes concepts, it will be same. Even virtual machines, not only AKS, you take it up. That's the reason, if you understand very well about Azure concepts in DevOps point of view, in an infrastructure point of view, you can able to work on even in AWS and even in GKE, guys, GCP. It's not a big deal for you. Exactly. It's a platform as a service. It's a platform as a service. Nothing but you're just going to create. You're not going to configure anything. Simply you can go here, simply say create. Am I right? Simply you can go like this command, AKS, create. See that, guys? Getting or not? Everything very well documented. Okay, we are going to cover, say, first step is Azure Repo, Azure pipelines. Okay. And then integration with other tools. Fair enough, right? And other test plan and all, it's not that much useful. But anyway, I'm going to cover one demo on this, and artifacts also one going to give a demo, but more focus on these, especially Azure pipelines, guys. These are like internal, integrated tools. More focus, and in a real project point of view, this is okay, Azure pipelines.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So first of all, Azure Repos is a set of version control tools that you can use to manage your code. Whether your software project is large or small, it doesn't matter. It is basically a version control tool. And even if it is a large or a small project, if you're using a version control tool, it is much better than just having your code in your local system. Because if you have a team of 5 or 10, it doesn't matter. Everybody can collaborate from their own remote working spaces. And Azure Repos is basically built on the same architecture as GitHub, because Microsoft acquired GitHub in the year 2018, I guess. And once that is done, so they basically launched all of these tools. So before, they only had TVFC in Azure Repos, then they also gave Git. So now Azure Repos has both Git and TVFC. We'll see that later. So now Azure Repos is a tool integrated or which is already available in Azure DevOps, which you can use instead of GitHub or any other version control tool. Or you can basically import repositories from other version control tools. For example, if you want to import a repository from GitHub into Azure Repos and start using it, you can do that. And you can also basically create a repository directly in Azure Repos and even start using that. So now let's just compare Git and TVFC before moving on, because basically Azure Repos gives you the ability to shift between Git and TVFC, but once you've created the repository, you cannot do that. Before creating the repository, you can choose between Git or TVFC as your version control tool. So first, Git is a distributed version control system. Each developer has a copy of the source repository on their developer mission. So now if you already used GitHub, so obviously as I told you, you would have already learned the Git module or the Git course, which was already taught to you. So if you have done that completely and understand GitHub completely, then you would know what I'm talking about. So GitHub is basically distributed. Each and every developer have their own copy in their own local system, and there is the main remote copy in the GitHub repository or the Git repository. It doesn't have to be GitHub. And so as it is there, whenever there is a change needs to be added, it has to be committed and pushed into the repository. And when we are pushing it basically into a separate branch, and then once the branch is approved and once the code is approved, then you can basically merge it into the master branch. Now coming to TVFC, it is a centralized version control system. It is not like Git. Typically, team members have only one version of the file on their developer missions. That basically means TVFC has only one version of it, not multiple versions. For example, in Git, many developers can have separate branches and work on them individually and then put them all together into one repository. But that cannot be done in TVFC as team members have only one version of each file on their developer missions. Now coming to the next point, you might have to resolve conflicts when you get check-in, merge or unshelf. You might have to resolve conflicts when you pull or merge. So it's a little tougher in TVFC because every time you pull or merge, you'll have to look into, most of the time you'll get certain conflicts because there's only one version of the file in each of the developer missions, and that would be a bigger problem. Now in GitHub again, there will also be conflicts in GitHub. Again, you'll have to solve all of those conflicts. And finally, the last point is you can check in large binary files. You might also want to use NuGet in combination or as an alternative. You can check in small binary files as you would regular files. Use Git LFS to store your large binary files in Azure Repos. So in repositories, you can store large binary files in Git, but you cannot do that in TVFC. So TVFC is basically a team foundation version control. And in this case, you can only upload or you can only have small binary files, not large ones. Large objects are not cannot be uploaded, but using Git LFS you can do that. So you cannot do it directly. So as per my view, I would prefer Git rather than TVFC. But if you're already working in, for example, if you're using Visual Studio already, if you're a .NET developer who is familiar with the Team Foundation server, then you may go with TVFC. If else, go with GitHub or Git. So let's just do a quick brush up. So that's exactly the part of key concepts, because if you understand these concepts, you can basically understand what we're going to do in Azure Repos, because you would already know GitHub. So it will be much easier to understand Azure Repos. Actually, it will be really easy because all of the concepts are the same. First of all, branch. So branches are lightweight references that keep a history of commits and provide a way to isolate changes for a feature from your main branch and other work. So for every repository, there is a main branch where the final code is added. So the final code for the project is available in the main branch. So now let's say you want to add a new feature, let's say in a new login page. So the developers are basically creating a new login page. So they'll be creating it in a separate branch, and that separate branch will have its own commits, which will be isolated from the main branch. And once the commits are done and once the code is completed and once it is tested, and then you basically create a pull request, and then so once it is merged with the main branch, and then the final commit of the feature will be added to the master branch, and this feature will be available in the master branch. So that basically is branching. It is basically to isolate changes, isolate work from the main branch. And then commit. A commit is a group of changes saved to your local repository. You can share these changes to the remote repository by pushing. So let's say you have downloaded or cloned the repository and started working on the code. And let's say you have attained a certain point where you completed some of the code, and now you want to commit it and make these changes available in the main repository. So now you commit the changes, and the changes will be saved in your local repository. So once the changes are saved in your local repository, you can push the saved files or saved content into the remote repository. For example, in GitHub or in Azure Repos. So by pushing it, you will upload the newly added code into the remote repository and then fork. A fork is a complete copy of a repository. It's basically, let's say there is already a repository somebody created, and let's say it's obviously it should be a public repository, only then you can fork it. And the person is basically created a practice project and is giving the project to anyone who want to practice that particular application. So now you can basically go over there and you can fork that particular project. So by forking the project, you are copying every single file into your own account, and now once it is available in your own account, you can basically start working on the project, make changes on the project without affecting the main repository which the person or the original author created. And then the project. So a project provides a place where a group of people can plan, track progress, and collaborate on building software solutions. So in the code, so it's not just about building code, right? You will have to collaborate with your team to understand their ideas and basically put together all the ideas to create a project. So this project is where you can collaborate with your team and also view the progress. And then a pull request. So we already know what a pull request is, so let me give you a brief idea. Pull requests let your team review code and give feedback on changes before you merge it to the main branch. So let's say you're working on a different feature on a feature branch, and now once the feature, so you have coded it and you think it's perfect, and then you basically create a pull request, and once the pull request is created, the code reviewer will review the branch's code, and once if it is perfect and once there are no errors, there are no bugs, then you can basically merge it to the main branch, or they will merge it to the main branch. And then pull request. So a pull command updates the code in your local repository with the changes from other members of your team that are in the remote repository. For example, let's say you are a newly joined developer and the code is already available in the remote repository. You already have a local version, but it's not the updated version. Okay, so now there are 3 more developers working on different features and they have pushed their code into the repository, and now there is a repository which has the newest code. So now what you can do is you can basically use the pull command to get the newly added code into your local repository so that you can start working on it. So push is basically pushing it from your local PC, your local repository, into the remote repository. Pull is getting the newly added code from the remote repository into the local repository which you already have. And finally, branch policies. So branch policies are an important part of the Git workflow. You basically use them to protect the important branches in your development, like the main branch. So branch policies enable you to first isolate work in progress from the completed work in your main branch. So having multiple branches helps you isolate work and they won't affect the main branch. Guarantee that changes build before they get to main. So having multiple branches will basically give you the advantage or the freedom to basically check all the changes and basically test it out before you push it into the main branch. Then limit who can contribute to specific branches. So let's say you have certain developers and you don't want those developers to directly push it into the master branch or the main branch before it has approval. So you just limit their so you can basically limit their access to only those feature branches, so the developers can only work on the feature branches, and then create a pull request which has to be approved and merged by a code reviewer or their team's manager. And finally, enforce who can create branches and naming policies or naming guidelines for the branches. So let's say you can have a team lead who basically does this for the team, and by having this you can basically remove unwanted branches and unwantedly created branches. You can remove that so that your repository would be more clean and much easier to understand. So these are branch policies. So these are some of the key concepts which you'll have to brush up before starting off with Azure Repos. If it's been a long gap for you before taking this particular module, since the Git module, then just go over there, refresh all the basic commands, refresh all the basic hands-ons, and come back over here. So in Azure Repos, there is an option to search your code, and let's look at what you can do with that particular option. So now use the search box in Repos to search within the repository. You can basically directly search anything via the search bar in Azure Repos. So now over here you can see there are certain filters. You can basically filter with the file extension, file name, under a particular path, inside the projects, inside the repository. So whatever it is, you can do using that. Also, you can search using a comment. So you can basically look into particular comments or particular classes or particular definitions within the code. View all code related files and the keyword will be highlighted for you. For example, let's say you have created a variable or you created a function and you want to check out where have you used that function because you made some mistake and you want to change something over there. So you can just search it and you'll get every single location where you have used the exact same word. Over here you can see there are two different files where you have used the view result variable, and over here you can see it's marked over here, you are currently here. Then the other results also are marked. So you can mention the branch in which you are going to search it for. You can mention the path. So you can mention everything. So you can also look into a particular repository. Then sort the results as you need using the drop-down list of properties. So let's say there are hundreds of files consisting the same variable. So now let's say you want to bring it down. If you want to make the number of files a little lesser and you are searching for something relevant to what you're searching or something within a particular file path, if you know that, you can basically use the filter option to filter out those results. And finally, try assembling more complex search strings using the operators and functions. For example, you can look into you can look into a particular file. For example, in readme you want to check out a certain part of the readme file, then you can look into readme and you can use the operator and or and basically use the keyword. So it will search for both of them or it will search for one of them. So you can basically use operators for your needs. So again, it's pretty easy to search code or pretty easy to search anything within the repository. And then use the tabs in the results page to view the history of the file and to compare versions of the file. And this is one of the most useful parts of the search feature. You're searching for a certain, let's say you're searching for a particular word or a particular keyword. Over here they are searching for fake. So now you can basically compare on what exactly changed with this particular code. So in the left side, so in this particular commit, this was the name, fake, so capital. And yeah, so this was the keyword. So this is the keyword which we were searching for in this commit. And now what was the change was that the fake turned into mock. So it shows what has been changed, and you can see every single option which was changed is shown over here. You can compare, you can check out the history, you can check out the contents. So contents, we know how to check. It's like this. And to compare, you can do this. You can basically check what has been changed. So first of all, TFVC is called Team Foundation Version Control, and it is a centralized version control system. So we've already seen this exact definition, and the team members have only one version of each file on their developer missions. It will be just one version, not multiple versions. And historical data is maintained only on the server. Branches are path based and created on the server. It is not available, or you cannot create that in the local repository. You can do that with Git, but you cannot do that with TFVC. So TFVC is a version control tool which is basically created by Microsoft, mostly used with Visual Studio and mostly used with the .NET framework models. So mostly .NET developers prefer TFVC because it has an easy inbuilt facility with Visual Studio where the .NET developers actually develop the code. So that's why it's quite popular in that area, but people still prefer Git than TFVC or any other version control tool, maybe Bitbucket as well. Okay, so now let's look into using Git or TFVC in Azure Repos. So let's say you want to import a certain repository into Azure Repos. You have the option of importing Git or a TFVC repository. So you can see over here, while importing, it'll ask you for the option, that is whether you'll have to look into the repository type. First, you will be given an option as Git or TFVC, or instead of importing like this, you can directly import repository from GitHub, and it will be automatically cloned into your Azure Repos, or you can just import it from any version control tool. It can be Bitbucket, Mercurial, Subversion, whatever it is, you can import it into Azure Repos, and you can basically start off by creating a repo in Azure Repos itself. You can basically set it up according to your needs. You can set it up as Git if you, or because we are going to use Git, we're not going to use TVFC. Git is more preferred, and that's what you have learned in this particular DevOps course. And yeah, so that's why we're going to use Git. So Azure Repos integration. So there are some things which you can integrate with Azure repositories, not within Azure DevOps. This is just integrations outside of Azure DevOps. The first thing is Slack. If your company is using Slack to basically for team collaboration and other things. So if you use Slack in your company, you can use Azure Repos for Slack to easily monitor your repositories. You can use Slack to directly look into what is going on in Azure Repos. If you look at the left image, you can see over here, these are some of the pushes, and 3 commits were pushed. And this is an update, and they've created a pull request, which is, let's see, update device drivers. Okay, created a pull request, target branch source. Yeah, so they've created a pull request and it has not been merged yet. So you can, if you're the team lead, you can just get into it, and if it is right, you can basically merge it. So you can view every single part of your Azure Repos in Slack itself. So to create subscriptions in a Slack channel for your repository related events, you must be a member of the Azure Project Administrators group or the Team Administrators group. So to monitor this, you will have to be one of the member of your project's administrators group. So you will be given an authority or authorization to view this in the Slack app. And the next one is Azure Repos with Microsoft Teams. So if you use Microsoft Teams, you can use Azure Repository application for Teams to easily monitor your repositories. It is the same thing. It's same like Slack. You just log into your Microsoft Teams account and you can easily connect Repos and Microsoft Teams. And once you've done that, you can basically look into every single commit, every single pull request, push, everything in Microsoft Teams itself. So you can view everything in the Microsoft Teams dashboard itself. Over here, you can see code has been pushed, and here created a pull request. So these are some of the integrations with Azure repositories. There are many more integrations. If you want to look at them, you can check out them in the Azure Repos documentation. So there is no particular architecture in case of Azure DevOps, because there are 5 different services which you are going to use together, or you can use them separately as per your needs. So let's say you're using all of these 5 services, that is the boards, pipelines, repos, artifacts, and test plans. If you're using all 5 of them, how can you basically create an architecture using them so that you can create a DevOps pipeline or a DevOps lifecycle? So now the first thing you'll have to notice is the left side over here, the overview or the projects. So over here you get the dashboard, which I already introduced you to. So basically dashboard is the place where you can add widgets, you can add all the project information, where all the project information is available in just a single place. And then comes the customer comes with requirements. So let's say this is the start of a project. So now you already have an established architecture. So now let's get into it. So now the customer comes in with all the requirements. So the first thing you do is basically call in business analysts to talk with the customers to understand what are the requirements and what has to be done, and basically translate the requirement into a backlog. A backlog is basically something which you will have to do within a particular sprint. So all of these things we'll learn about in the Azure Boards module, which would be the 4th module. So now just I'll give you a basic idea. So basically they get the requirements from the customers and create all the requirements, and they basically feed it into a place where the developers can see it. So that is backlogs. And sprints are basically time periods in which they should finish particular work items or work. So second thing is over here, business users. That is, business users starts testing in a UAD environment. Any defects observation gets logged in. So this is not right now. So once engineering team starts the sprint and capacity planning. So once all the requirements are given, then the engineering team, the development engineering team basically starts the sprint and capacity planning. So now the software engineers will come up with a plan exactly on how to do this and when to finish it. once that is done, the developers will be given all the requirements and basically what app to create and what are the expectations. So now with that in mind, the developers basically create a plan or basically a plan to basically create it. So now the developer basically picks these items and all the work items from the Azure boards, which is displayed over there. So the developer will see create this particular app with all these requirements. So they will start off with it. So let's say the developer team is of 10 people. They split the work between all of them and they start working on it. So once they've completed the code and basically the developer finishes off the code and then send the code for a pull request and collaborate with the code reviewer. So now the code is sent, the code is reviewed, the code reviewer basically reviews the code, and once that is done, the pull request will be merged and the code will be available in Azure Repos. So now the code is available, developers have completed coding. So now you can see in the very right side over there, there is artifacts. So artifacts are basically this. So you can see any private NuGet, npm, maven packages can be kept and they are restored from the artifacts while development and building. So basically why do you need artifacts is that for coding, so you basically use certain packages. So while creating an application, you need certain packages to support your code. So those packages, for example, npm packages, when you basically create an application in the Node.js platform, or Maven when you create a Java application. So you need these packages to support and also to build the code and also to deploy the code. So for development of the code. So for that, you can save or store all of the packages, packages into a feed in artifacts, and that could be taken and used by the developer whenever they need it. Okay, so now the code is done, everything is set. So customer gave the requirements are put into the boards where developers can see. Developer got the requirement and they started working on it and the code is ready. And once that is done, basically start creating a build. So in this case, they'll create a pipeline in which first the code is built. Once the code is built, the built files, basically the built artifacts are stored, and then those built artifacts are deployed. So using the artifacts, we are going to deploy the artifacts into a certain server, and that server will have all the files, and basically that server, so for example, let's say we are using an Azure virtual machine, and that virtual machine will already have the required web servers running inside it, so that once it is deployed, we'll be able to see the output. So in the output, basically over here you can see there is in the deployment and environments. So once build of the code is done, once the build is successful, and once we deploy the artifacts into a virtual machine or any deployment environment, so now there will be a testing environment, there will be a UAT and a production environment. So first, once it is deployed, so it will be deployed into a testing environment. So once it is deployed into a testing environment, the public or the end users cannot see, only the testers of the company can see it. Also, if you're doing UAT, which is basically user acceptance testing, in that case, you give the product to a certain bunch of users and they test it, they basically use the product and give feedback to it. And once all of this is done, once if there is any bugs, if there is any errors, that will be rectified. And once that is done, it will be deployed into the production environment, which would be the final part of the particular complete software development lifecycle. So using all of these tools, you can basically complete a total software development lifecycle from the beginning to the deployment stage. So now in between, you also have test plans. So test plans over here, you can see test engineering team starts test planning. So once the capacity and the sprints are planned, once the requirements are given, so now the test engineering team basically creates test plans. And once the code is done, application is ready, they basically test with it. Also, once the build is deployed, so once the build is deployed into the testing environment, so this is 7.1, you can see, and this is 8. So once it is put into the testing environment, so the testers basically start testing and log all the defects which are being notified. And whenever there is a defect, whenever there is a bug, they'll basically create a work item or create a bug in the Azure boards so that the developers can see it and basically recode it and then rectify the mistakes. And if testers are satisfied with the build, and then it is basically promoted to upper environments where they will do user acceptance testing. So first, if there are any bugs, it will be required within it will be rectified within the company itself. And once it is rectified, and once the testers are satisfied with the finished product, they will basically push it into a user acceptance testing. Once that is done and everything is sorted out, it will be pushed into production. So you can see at the 12th point, upon user satisfaction, build gets promoted for production environment. So user acceptance testing is what this is. So business users starts testing in the UAT environment. Any defects observation gets logged in boards or work items, and once they are satisfied, it will be pushed into the production environment, and that would be the end of the software development lifecycle or the DevOps lifecycle. So using these tools, this is how you can plan your own DevOps lifecycle. But the thing is, you don't have to have all the tools provided over here. So let's say you are not using Azure Repos, you're using GitHub. Then in this case, instead of Azure Repos, you can basically use GitHub and connect it to Azure Pipelines and Azure Boards. And let's say you don't want to use pipelines, you are already using Jenkins, but you want to use the other tools in Azure DevOps, you can do that. Instead of Azure Pipelines, you can go ahead with Jenkins. So this is the sample architecture. You can create an architecture however you want it to be. So in this particular hands-on, we're going to look into Azure Repos with GitHub. So that basically means we're going to look into Azure Repos where we're going to connect it with GitHub, and I'll show you how you can import repositories which are already available in your GitHub account. So let's open, so we have opened the project which I created in the last demo where we looked into how we can start off with Azure DevOps. So first, when you click on Repos, the first thing you will get the first thing you will be shown is the files page. So when you don't have a repository, you will be given the repositories code. So repositories URL over here, you can basically use this to clone it to your local PC, or if you already have a repository in your local PC, you can basically push it to this particular location, or you can import a repository from GitHub, and also you can basically create a repository directly over here. So if I click on initialize, it will initialize and create a repository directly in Azure Repos. If I click on import, it will show all the repositories which I have in my GitHub account. So if I click on this, it will ask for the clone URL, which we'll have to provide. So the clone URL is going to be in my GitHub account. Now clicking on project settings. So the first thing we'll have to do is create a GitHub connection. So when you click on project settings, you get GitHub connections. By clicking on GitHub connections, you will get an option to connect your GitHub account. So if you have already logged into your GitHub account, so let me try if I'm logged in, let me check that. Yes, I'm already logged into my GitHub account. So if I click over here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on connect with GitHub. So my GitHub account is already logged in, so it directly connects. If it is not logged in, it will basically take you to the page where you have to log in into your GitHub account. Once you've logged in, it will show all of the GitHub repositories which you have. So over here, you can see add the GitHub repositories you want to use with Azure Boards. So let's say in this project, you just need one repository to be added. In that case, choose the repository and add it. And basically only that repository will be used. Later you can add more repositories, there won't be any problem with that. Or if you want to add multiple repositories which you can use basically work in Azure Boards, in that case you will have to add all of it. So I'm going to add website, and I'll just simply add Angular app 1. I'll just save. So right now I've added 2 GitHub repositories which can be accessed via Azure Boards. But you can see Angular app 1 is already connected to another organization. So I have multiple organizations, right? I have 3 different organizations, I think. Azure Angular app 1, this particular repository is already connected. So let's just go with, where is that? Okay, let me just close this. And clicking on website. Okay, so this is also already used. So what I'm going to do is, let me just close this and let me delete. So let me check this. So this has a project. I click on the project and go to project, GitHub connections, and my GitHub account. So you can see the repository website has been added over here. So let me remove repositories. Yeah, so that's done. Going back, let me check this as well if it's using anything. Let me just delete this organization. Okay, so we've deleted the organization. Let me sign back into Azure DevOps. Okay, so right now we are over here. Let's do the same thing. Let's go back to project settings. Let's go to GitHub connections. Click on connect. Come down and choose website and save. Okay, let me just choose a random. Yeah. Okay, so we've added this GitHub account, and also we've added this repository. So other repositories were already being used. I think my other account, my actual account is basically connected with that particular repository. That's why I'm not able to use it. You can have this. Also, you can create multiple connections. You can connect to another GitHub account if you basically log into it. And yeah, so we've done the connection. Now going back to Azure Repos, you have this. So here you can basically import a repository. So that was just to get the connection so that we can use it in Azure ports. So I just showed you how to create the connection between the Azure DevOps project and GitHub. So now in Repos, to import, you'll just have to click on import. And in GitHub, let's say I have this particular so I have this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, go over here, provide it, and click on import. As this is under the Git type, you can also select TFVC, but this is the Git type, so it won't work. So if you use TFVC, it's asking for the path, and I don't have any TFVC repository, so I'm just going to go with this. And if I click on import, now what happens is it'll import the repository from my GitHub account into the Azure Repos. So this repository is not that big of a repository, so it won't take much time. It's already imported. If your repository is a little bigger, then it'll basically take some time to basically shift or import. It's basically copying or moving all the files over here. It's basically like fork. So you do fork normally, right? So in this case, it's called import. So right now, once we've imported it, we can check all the commits directly from here. You can see there were multiple commits. You can see there was a separate branch, and there was a branch over here as well. Okay, so now you can look into the pushes, and you can look into the various branches which was available, and if you have added any tags, and also all the pull requests you created from here, not the pull requests which was created over here. If you look at this, you can see there was one pull request and that one is closed. So right now there are no pull requests, so it won't show. So let's see completed, abandoned, active. So you can create a pull request from here. So now you can basically clone this repository. It's pretty much the same as how you use GitHub. So I think you understand how to import a file from GitHub and you can start working with it. So it's that simple. In this particular demo, we're going to look into further in Azure Repos. We'll basically look into the clone command, and we'll be cloning it into our local PC, so a local repository, and then make some changes and try to push it back into the Azure repository. Okay, so now let's go to the, so we are over here. So now let's try to clone it. So clicking on clone, it'll ask for, if you have Visual Studio Code, you can directly clone it. If you don't have, you can basically copy this and open your git bash and type in git clone. Oh, sorry. I cloned the website I copied over there. Let me just copy it again. Okay, so now enter. So now it will ask me to sign into the Microsoft account. It's asking for permission to clone this particular repository. So clicking on this and entering your password will allow you to clone the repo. And it's cloned. And over here you can see website, and going up, Azure DevOps hands-on is over here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just increase the size so that it's more visible. Okay. So now I'll enter Azure DevOps hands-on. Now you can see all the files are available over here. So let me open readme. Okay, so this is the readme file. So I'm just going to add some this is a new line, and I'm saving this. And now I have made a change in the local repository. So now let me commit this. Changes in readme. Sorry, I made a mistake. Oh, sorry, I didn't do. That's done. And I've did git add and I've used commit. So now there is a new commit and there are two insertions. One file has been changed. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to push it back. So git push. Okay, so now git push has been successfully done. Now let's open and let us check the readme, and you can see this is a new line. That basically means we have successfully cloned it to the local repository and used and basically changed it and pushed it. So you basically know what's happening here, and I'm pretty sure you guys know. So now let's try to pull this. Now again, this was edited in Azure Repos, and let me commit this directly to the, so there are no work items. Okay, let's just try to commit it back. Okay, instead let's just remove this line, cancel it, go back to index and edit and commit. Okay, so we've committed a change over here. So if I look at the local repo right now and open index.html, you can see it's the old file. So now let's do, mistake, doing a git pull, and it has been pulled. So now let's open the index.html file, and you can see the change has been.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a component of Azure DevOps? And your options are Azure Boards, Azure Repos, Azure Functions, or Azure Pipelines. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Basically downloaded or cloned. So this is the basic of how you can start off with Azure Repos. I think if you know this, it's more than enough, because everything else is same as GitHub. You'll just have to know how to work around with Azure Repos. Everything else is same as GitHub. You can check out the branches over here. You can preview the file over here. So this is how it'll look in the website, because it's a HTML file. You can check out the preview of your README, and you can check out the history, what has been changed in this particular file. And you can also do a comparison from the previous commit to the current commit. So you can also go back to go back. So for example, see, I've even went back, and this is the only change available. I'm going further back, and you can see these are the two changes, and this is plus 4 lines added. And so this is a really old commit, and this is the newest commit. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show. You can basically compare them and check it out. So it has been committed. You can also create a pull request, select a source branch. So it is already in master, so there are no changes because we basically pushed it into the master branch. So you can't create a pull request right now. And if you think it's fine, if you think everything is done, you can basically start setting up a build. But we are not yet at Azure pipeline, so we'll come back to this later. And then you can basically create a file directly from here. You can create a folder from here. You can upload more files from your local PC, or you can download the entire repository as a zip file. Also, you can fork this. Over here you can see the repository name, and you can basically provide this, and you can basically fork all branches. And by clicking on fork, you can create basically a fake or a copy of this repository. And yeah, so this is all about Azure Repos. It's same as GitHub, so there is no other change. So over here you can see there are some more options. You can see that was hide tree. It basically hides all the files shown over here, and here it shows the contents. And over here again it's the history, and here you can basically filter what exactly you need. So let's say you want to check out I think it's showing everything. So let's check out the first parent. And you can see this is the first parent. It only shows the master branch. And you can check via author, but there is only one author, so you can't do that. Okay, so we've seen that. And you can also view via different branches. So you can see it will show this particular branch, and you can basically move back to the master branch. Okay, now coming to tags, we can create a new tag over here. So let's say I'm creating a tag first. So it should be for the master branch, and this is a sample tag. Create. So we have created a tag over here, and you can basically assign this tag to that particular branch. So now going back over here, so you can see it's showing as first. It's basically given the tag first. So I have created a tag for the current commit. So like this, you can create a tag for your other commits as well. So it's basically to note one particular commit. So for example, if you want to note a particular commit as the commit which you want to revert back later, so you can note it down using the tags. So I'll just delete this tag. Here, as I said, you can view all the branches. You can create a new branch if you want directly from here. You can just provide the name. Let's say feature 2. And based on master, if you have any work items you can provide, but we are not yet there. So let's create it. So you can see there is another branch, but it doesn't have any commits. Okay, so now, yeah, so I showed you how to create a branch as well. And if there are any changes in the branch which you created, if you are doing some work with this branch, in that case, you can basically create a pull request. So let's say edit this is from the feature 2 branch. So commit. Okay, so now we've committed, but this is in the feature 2 branch. This won't be available in the master branch. So now let's create a pull request. Updated resume from feature 2. You can basically add the reviewers if they are available. You can add the tags over here and then just create the pull request. So you can see there are no merge conflicts. So once that is provided, once it is provided, you can see you will have to assign, basically approve it. Once approved, you can complete the pull request. And if there are any merge conflicts, if there are any mistake with the code, yeah, so you can basically check it out over here. You can add some comments. Other code reviewers can add over here, and you can check out all the comments over here itself and understand what's the problem with it. So you can see you can add more reviewers, you can add the tags, the work items, you can assign it to certain people, and the files which are in change in this particular pull request will be shown over here. The updates, the commits, everything will be shown over here, and it will also show from which branch into basically the master branch. So now the first thing you'll have to do is approve. Once you've approved it, you can complete it. So you can approve with suggestions, wait for author, reject, reset, feedback. So right now, let's say you have provided reject, but you made a mistake. So you can just reset feedback and click back approve. So it has been approved by me. So then you can just click on complete, merge, no fast forward, or you can use the other options and then delete feature 2 after merging. If you want, you can do that, or you can keep feature. If you want to keep the feature 2 branch, you can just unclick this, complete associated work items after merging. So if you have any work items connected to this, basically it will be moved automatically to the done or the completed place. But again, that we'll understand when we come to the Azure Boards part. And then complete merge. And the pull request has been done. Over here, you can see you can revert back, or you can just leave it as such. So now going back to files. See, there is no feature 2 branch because it has been deleted. Now if you look at the readme file, you can see the branch has been added. The new content has been added into the master branch because we created a pull request and we merged it with the master branch. So I think you understood all about Azure Repos. I think you know how to work with Azure Repos right now. It's pretty simple, and you can just use the same commands, just the same functionality as Git. And if you have any doubts, you can go back to the GitHub module and check and come back here and test it out. So let's start off with it. So first of all, Azure Artifacts. Using Azure Artifacts, you can create and share multiple package feeds. So it can be Maven, NPM, NuGet, doesn't matter. You can basically create and share multiple package feeds from public and private sources with teams of any size. So it can be a public source or a private source, doesn't matter. You can create a feed and you can share these packages across the team so that you can collaborate. So you can add a fully integrated package management to your continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines with a single click. So what exactly does that mean? You can have one particular folder. So I'm just giving you an example, one particular folder where all the packages, all the dependencies for your code, for your project is available. So in this particular folder, everything is available. So now when everything is available, if you integrate it with the Azure pipeline, so when building the application, the build does not need to gather packages from various sources. All the packages are already available in Azure Artifacts, and it will be taken by Azure pipelines and be used for building. So for example, to build Java, we might need Maven. For Node.js, we might need npm, and we can save and we can store them in the Azure artifact feeds. So the new update has introduced a new top level area that is the home of package management in Azure DevOps Services, and this is basically called Azure Artifacts. So previously, I think like 2 years back, there was no particular separate field for artifacts. So recently, after that, they've introduced a separate area for package management in Azure DevOps Services, and that is called Azure Artifacts. And basically, Azure Artifacts offers you a plan of 2 GB of free storage for any kind of package. So over here you can see, so this is total billable stored. So in this particular example, 0.1 GB has been stored, and you can see what kind of storage. So drops, there are no drops, but packages, it's 0.09 GB. And pipeline artifacts in the sense, for example, you're building a file, and that built file will have to be stored somewhere, and you can store it in artifacts. And then storage by projects, over here you can see, you can also check out storage by projects in Azure Artifacts. So now the total storage of the entirety should be below 2 GB, or should be exactly 2 GB to be under the free tier plan. If it exceeds that, you will have to pay for the storage which you store those packages for. So when you reach your maximum storage limit, you can either upgrade to a paid subscription or delete your old packages which you are not using right now. So those are the things you can do with Azure Artifacts. So I think you got the idea of what Azure Artifacts is and how much you can store, and yeah, how you can integrate it with pipelines. So now, what are the best practices for using Azure Artifacts? If you already know about package management tools, for example, there is Artifactory, there is artifacts in AWS as well. So if you know these tools, you will have to also know best practices if you're working in a company to make the usage of them even better. So first, each repository should only reference one feed. That basically means if you have a GitHub repository or Azure Repos repository in your project, that repository should only reference one feed. The complete repository should only reference one feed in the sense only one artifact feed. So all the packages required for that particular repository can be taken from one particular source. On package creation, automatically publish packages back to the feed. So when you create packages, when you do it, so you can basically set up that it automatically publishes those packages back into the feed. And then enable retention policies to automatically clean up old package versions. For example, let's say you have a package which is right now going to be 20 days old, and let's say you're creating packages on a daily basis and you need more like new versions of the packages. So now let's say you don't want the package after the 25-day mark. You think it'll be obsolete by then. So you can create a retention policy which will automatically clean up or delete the package versions which are more than 25 days old. You can set up like that as well. Then a feed is basically a container for packages. The only package source should be that single unique feed for each and every repository which you have for a particular project. So as I told you again, a feed is a container for packages, and that container should be connected to only one repository so that it's much easier to work with. So a package is basically a container file which contains scripts, files, and a manifest which can be used as a external dependency to a project. So in a particular software project, if you want to do something, sometimes you would need an external dependency to support your project. So that external dependency is called a package, which contains all the scripts and files which require to do a specific task. For example, there is Python pip, npm, NuGet, and Maven. There are so many other packages as well. So these are some of the examples which I'm giving to you. So in Azure Artifacts, you're going to completely work with these packages. Now, using Azure Artifacts, you can share your packages anywhere. You can share an image with badges. So you can basically create a badge, and then you can put the badge directly into your project's homepage in Azure DevOps Services or in any README file, so the readers can easily discover and consume the package. For example, when you read certain GitHub READMEs, you can see these kinds of badges available over there. So why are these badges available? Because it tells the reader or the user to get this package for this particular project. So they can just click on the badge and you will be taken to the place where you can download that particular package for your project needs. So let's say you have a package and you want to create a badge so that you can share it in the dashboard, that is your main page, so that your developers can take it from there, or you can put it in the readme file as well. So to do that, you can create a badge from here, and this is an example badge, and you can put it anywhere. It can be shared. And yeah, so this makes it much easier for you to share your packages among your team members. Also, if it's a public project, it will be much easier to share among all the people you're going to share it with. And then Azure Artifacts, as I told you, is a highly scalable artifact service. But even though it is highly scalable, the service has certain architectural limits. And these limits are basically not imposed by Azure Artifacts themselves, but it is imposed by the client tools. For example, NuGet. And basically the client tools which are integrated with the Azure Artifacts tool. So now coming to size limits, NuGet packages are limited to 500 MB, NPM packages are limited to 500 MB completely. But coming to Maven packages and Python packages, they are limited to 500 MB per file. So one file cannot exceed more than 500 MB. And then finally, universal packages have been tested up to 1 TB and are recommended for managing large binary content. If you want to upload a larger file which is bigger in size, you'll have to go with universal packages. So these are some of the size limits you'll have to look into before moving on with Azure Artifacts. Okay, so we've seen working with packages, and before moving on to the next topic in the next session, let me take you to the documentation so that I can show you how many different types of packages they have, which you can basically work with. If you click on work with packages, you can see NuGet, NPM, Maven, Python, and universal packages. So here you can see everything about the package. So now if you want to work with a particular package, you can go to NuGet Quick Start. If you already have a feed, I'll obviously teach you how to create a feed. So once we create a feed, we can basically get these packages, we can connect to a feed, and we can get the sources. So let's say you want to work with a particular package, you can look into each of those. So for example, if you're on NPM, go to NPM Quick Start, and anyway, I'm going to teach you how to create a feed and how to start off with Azure Artifacts. So these things are feeds, views, and upstream sources. So first, let's understand what is a feed. So artifacts feeds are organizational constructs that allow you to store, manage, and group your packages and control who to share it with. Feeds are not package type dependent. That basically means in a particular feed you can have multiple types of packages. It's not dependent on a package type. So now to make it, or to put it even simply, so feeds are basically a folder or a repository which you can basically use to store, manage, and group your packages. So for example, normally you use a version control repository to store your code. Like that, using artifacts, you can use it to store your packages and control who you share those packages with. So there are two types of feeds which you can create. One is a project scoped feed and one is an organization scoped feed. So coming to project scoped, so a project scoped feed will always use the visibility of the project. If the project is public, the feed is also public, and if a project is private, the feed will also be private. So if your project is private, only the members of the project can view the feed. If the project is public and anybody could see it, even the feed will be public so that others can download the packages. And organization scoped feeds are within the organization and thus they are private. And project scoped, so creating a new feed through the create feed web UI will create a project scoped feed. If you use the web UI, that will basically create the project scoped feed. All organization scoped feeds will show up in the feed list of the artifacts feed UI. So basically, when you open the artifacts tool, you will get a list. If you have multiple feeds, it will show all the lists in that field. And a project scoped feeds URL will look something like this. So feeds.dev.azure, and then you will get the project ID over here and it'll look like this. So you can see the project name will be over here. And an organization scoped field would have APIs because only the people within the organization can view it, and thus it'll be like this. So this is the difference between the project scoped and the organization scoped feeds. So I think you understand what exactly are feeds. They are basically a type of a folder or an organization in which you can store, manage, and group these packages. Now, Now coming to feed views. So feed views enable you to share subsets of package versions with your consumers. A common use of feed views is to share package versions that have been tested and validated but hold back on packages that are still under development. So feed views are basically, you can let's say a package has multiple versions, you can share those multiple versions with your consumers, and the common use is to share the tested versions and the validated versions to the consumers, but you can hold back on the packages which are still under development. You can basically share the packages which are already been tested and validated, that will be shown to the customers, but the packages which are under development won't be showed, and those are basically feed views. And it basically comes with 3 views mainly: local, pre-release and release. So if you understand what exactly feed views are, that basically means you can view the release packages, but you cannot view the pre-release or the local ones. So the latter two are suggested views that you can rename or delete as desired. At local is the default view that's commonly used in upstream sources. So basically, if you have a package in pre-release or release, you can change the name of the package or delete it whenever you need. But if it is the local view, which is a default view, in that case, you cannot do that, and it's commonly used in upstream sources. So now how you can use feed views to release packages. So that's what we are looking at here, right? Because we can release the validated packages to consumers, and we can keep the packages which are still under development with ourselves. So now, while creating these packages in continuous integration and delivery scenarios, it's important to convey 3 pieces of information. So the nature of change, the risk of the change, and the quality of the change. So nature of the change will show you the version, and quality of the change will show you whether it is under a testing stage or under the releasing stage. So the risk of this change is basically in between them. The main thing you'll have to look into is the version and whether it can be released to the consumer or it is still under development. So using this, you can figure out when to release a package. So if it is under beta, that means it's still under testing phase and you can't release it. So now you can basically determine and communicate the quality of change. So let's say you have a package which is being built, and that build package, so package version must be specified. You're building a package and the package has been created and the package version must be specified. Okay, so now once the package is created, you cannot release it to the customer or the consumer, so you'll have to validate it, and under validation you will find the quality of change. So quality of change will be figured over here, whether it still should be tested or it can be released. And once it is validated and it is successful, it will be released. And once it is released, it will be out for the consumer. So now that particular version of the package will be available, and now you can start making changes if there are any more issues. And again, while making changes, once you made those changes, you will understand the nature of change and what version it is. And once that is done, again you will build the change, and this process goes on. This is basically how we determine and communicate quality of the change for a particular package, and this is a never-ending process in a project. And how to promote a package to pre-release or a release view. So to do that, you will just have to click on the promote button. So let's say you already know which particular, so let's say over here there is a package called accepts 1.3.4 and you want to promote it to either pre-release or release. You want to release, let's say we want to release this package because it has been validated and it's working successfully. You have to choose it and click on promote, and you can basically promote it by choosing this particular options over here. So you'll get 2 options, one is pre-release and release. If you want to put it up for release, then you can click on release, or else click on pre-release, and that's it. You promoted a package which has been created for release or pre-release. Okay, so now we've seen what are feeds and feed views. So now let's look at upstream sources. So now upstream sources enable you to use a single feed to store both packages you produce and packages you consume from remote feeds, both public managers and artifact feeds. So what does this mean? First of all, the packages you create can be stored, as well as the packages which are already available in a public platform. For example, you're getting it from npmjs.com or NuGet.org, Maven Central, or PYPI, whichever website it is. Let's say you're getting the npm packages from npmjs.com. So now you can store the public packages from them, which has been taken from them, into artifacts as well. So you can basically store the packages you create and also the packages from a public source so that they are in the single place. So you can basically, to understand it better, so from public package managers as well as your own artifact feeds. Over here you can see upstream sources. So once you've enabled an upstream source, any user connected to your feed can install a package from the remote feed and your feed will save a copy. For example, once you've added upstream sources, so let's say one of your user is basically trying to access a particular package from Maven Central. So now once it is used, that particular package will be added to the artifact feed. And once it is added, it will basically save a copy in the feed, and you can see when was it used at the last time, and if you need the package anymore, you can keep it or you can delete it later. So it basically means you can store your own packages, as well as whenever you take a package from a public source, it will be automatically stored if you have enabled upstream sources. So I think we have understood upstream sources as well. Okay, so we'll learn more about this when we basically look into how to create a feed and look around all the options available. So I think right now you understood what exactly is feed release, feed views, and upstream sources. So first of all, what are the artifact types which are supported in Azure pipelines? First, build artifacts. So build artifacts are the files that your build produce. So using pipelines, you can build the code from the repository. So when you do that, there are some files produced. So those files can be stored in artifacts. So it can be an exe file, it can be a DLL file, it can be a var file, jar file, whatever it is. So these are build artifacts and pipelines supported. Next is a pipeline artifact. So this helps stores the build outputs and move intermediate files between jobs in your pipeline. For example, while you're building something, there will be some temporary files created and there will be some outputs of the builds, and those will be stored as a pipeline artifact. And then Maven, so these are basically packages again. So you can publish Maven artifacts to Azure Artifacts feeds. Then NPM, you can publish NPM packages, you can publish NuGet packages, and universal packages store one or more files together in a single unit that has a name and a version. So basically you can have multiple packages grouped together as a universal package as well, and these packages are supported by Azure pipelines. So the basic thing, so mostly you will look into build artifacts while using pipelines, because you need the build artifact to deploy it into a virtual machine or whichever service you are going to deploy it into. So now, what exactly is a release? A release is a collection of artifacts in your DevOps CI/CD processes. So collection of artifacts in the sense, for example, once the build is complete, that particular file is ready to be deployed into a virtual machine or an app service or a container. So whatever it is, you're going to deploy it anyway because it has to be available for testing or in the production server. So to do that, you should have the build artifact, and the process of basically deploying it is called a release. And to release it, you will need the artifacts. So a release is a collection of artifacts in your DevOps CI/CD process. An artifact is a deployable component of your application. So your application is built and the actual application itself is an artifact. So your application itself is an artifact, and that artifact is being released into a server, and once it is released into a server, it will be available for testing or public use. So whatever it is. Over here you can see when authoring a release pipeline, you link the appropriate artifact sources to the release pipeline. So when you're trying to release or deploy something into a virtual machine, you basically provide the appropriate artifact sources, and it will download the artifact source and release it into the virtual machine. And when you're creating release, you specify the exact version of the source of the artifact file. A single release pipeline can be linked to multiple artifact sources, of which one is the primary source. So to release and create a pipeline, you would need artifacts, and over here you can see there are two different build pipelines and one release pipeline. So now it can be whichever build pipeline, it doesn't matter, but it is going to be released to the same server, and the latest build will be released to the server. Over here you can see artifact sources, build 100 for this particular build, and over here there is another artifact, build 200. So there is a new release. So the latest build artifact will be released. You can use multiple artifacts to deploy into the same, to release into the same deployment mission. So this is how you can connect Azure artifacts, and this is how Azure artifacts is connected to Azure pipelines. What are Azure test plans? So From the name itself, you can understand the test plans tool is basically to create tests. Azure Test Plans provides a browser-based test management solution for exploratory, planned manual, and user acceptance testing. For automated testing as part of your CI/CD workflow, consider leveraging Azure Pipeline. So you cannot directly do automated testing using Azure Test Plans, but you can create a complete test plan which can be used for manual testing and also user acceptance testing. So what are the benefits? First, capture rich data. So basically you can capture rich scenario data as you execute tests to make discovered defects actionable. Then get end-to-end traceability. Take advantage of end-to-end traceability and quality of your stories and features. So you can look at the entire website, you can trace every single part and create issues and bugs. Test across web and desktop applications. Using test plans, you can test across web as well as desktop applications. So these are some of the benefits of test plans. So I think you understood what exactly are test plans. So it is a browser-based test management solution. It's not an application which you will have to download. It is already available in the Azure DevOps console. You'll just have to click on it. You'll have to create a new test plan and start working with this. Load testing is provided, but it is not available right now. It is completely deprecated, so we can do this. Also, there are some more features in test plans we'll be seeing later in this particular session. As I already told you, so we understood what are test plans, and using test plans you can do manual testing and as well as exploratory testing. So now let's understand what is exploratory and manual testing. So now first of all, when you create a software project, the first aspect is quality. You'll have to provide quality to the customer who's asking for the project. So quality is a vital aspect of software systems, and manual testing and exploratory testing continue to be an important technique for maximizing this. So first of all, under planned testing, there are multiple types of testing. So planned manual testing, user acceptance testing, exploratory testing, and stakeholder feedback. So now coming to planned manual testing, you have test leads and testing engineers who will basically look into the test plan and do everything provided in the test plan and give back the feedback. And then if there are any bugs or errors with the project, it will be redone or reviewed and created back. And then user acceptance testing. So in this case, you will pick up or you will basically get certain users to use your beta version of the application, and by them using your application, you will get certain feedback automatically, and also the users will give you feedback so that you can basically change whatever is a problem. And then exploratory testing. Product owners, developers, and UX teams. So exploratory testing in the sense, if you have created the project manager can look into the project and look into each and every feature, explore around and test it. Developers can do the same, as well as user experience teams can be used to do this. So there is a Chrome extension for test plans. You can use that to immediately create a bug or an error which you see in a website, and it will be automatically added as a work item in the Azure boards. So that we'll see in the demos, so don't worry about that. And finally, stakeholder feedback. So stakeholder feedback is basically feedback from anybody who has stakes on this particular project. It can be the marketing team, it can be the sales team, the leadership team, the customer who gave this requirement. So whatever it is, stakeholders giving feedback is also manual testing. So the main types of testing we'll look into in test plans are planned manual testing and exploratory testing. Now coming to planned manual testing, in any browser you can navigate to the home page and log in, navigate to a project and add to a cart. For example, these are the test cases. This is a test plan, another is test plan. So this is the test case. First test case is in any browser, navigate to homepage and log in. So it should work with any browser. Then navigate to a particular project in the application and add it to a cart. Check if cart is populated with item. So in this case, they have put an X over here. That basically means when we added it to the cart, the product was not added to the cart, and that is the bug over here. So this results in a 404 once you try to navigate to the shopping cart. So there is an error with the cart functionality, and that will be created as a work item and the developers can look into it. This is planned manual testing. And coming to exploratory testing, it's not planned, it is basically looking around the website to finding bugs or if there is any mistakes. So you can see over here, captured annotated shot. You can take a screenshot directly and add it as a bug or an issue. Then over here you can look into the page load data. You can capture a video and you can basically use this information to create a bug so that the developer can review the screenshot, the video and the data to understand what exactly is the problem and resolve it. So this is basically planned and exploratory testing, and this is the feature which you get for using test plans. So now there are some things you should have to understand. So first of all, you can do so many things with the test plans. First thing is creating a test plan. So over here you can see you can access it from the web, so we know that. So you can create a test plan over here. So test plan or a test suite. So now once you've created a test plan and have basically added multiple test cases, in that case you can basically give it to a person who has to test, and while doing that, while all the test cases are proper, they'll pass all of them. If they're not proper, they'll basically fail it or they'll block it if there's a problem with it. So this is basically test planning and testing applications. So let's say you have a website. So Azure test plans provide test runners to run tests for your web and desktop applications. So a test runner will be provided like this, which is basically a separate web page. Over here you can see. So the first thing is, once you get this, you'll be on the website. So the first thing you can do is, so over here you can see save items to cart. So if you click on if you go to a product and click on add to cart, it has to be added to the cart. If it does not, you can basically fail it. If it does, you can pass it. So once you passed the test case, you can basically click on the tick mark, and that is more than enough. And then if there are any errors, if you think there are some issues with it, you can just click on the screenshot and notify the developer what exactly is the issue. Or you can also take a video of what exactly is happening when you click a certain button and if it is not working properly. You can also use the voice recorder as well to note certain issues, so it will basically help the developer. Then edit steps in line. That basically means if there are any issues with these steps, you can edit here itself. And then, so basically to start off this particular test runner, you'll have to click on run test and it will automatically start running. And then there is test tracking. So quickly configure lightweight charts to track your manual test results using the chart types of your choice, and pin to the charts to your dashboard to easily analyze these results. So basically when you run certain tests, you can create certain charts like this to basically understand what exactly is happening with your test cases. So over here you can see for failed, for passed, and not yet created or done. So you can basically have this and you can create charts. You can configure the charts. You can create charts across test suites or for a particular test plan. So you can do all of it, and there are multiple chart types as well. And then there is also user acceptance testing. So UAT is a key factor in software development that ensures the value requested by customers is being delivered by the engineering team. So basically to understand that, you'll have to add certain testers. So now let's say you have figured out who are going to be the users who are going to test your application. So now in UAT test, you will have to assign testers to run all the tests, add the testers over here, and send an email to all the testers so that they get the invite, they click on the application and they test it and send the feedback to the test engineering team so that they can give the feedback to the developers who will basically correct it. So this is another feature of test plans. So these are the things which exploratory and manual testing gives you, and these are the things test plans gives you. I'm just going to give you a brief about tests from Kanban boards because we're going to look into the demo where we'll understand everything about this, and I just wanted to show you what it is before moving on with the demos. So now, using the test plans, you can create test plans directly using the test plan service, or you can create tests from the Kanban board itself where you get an option to add a test. Over here, you can basically add, view and interact with test cases directly from the cards on the Kanban board, and then progressively monitor status directly from the card. So basically you don't even have to go to test plans. You can create a new work item and give it a name and add tests over here. So you can see change colors on initial view, login with email. So these are the tests. So now this test has been created. So now there is another test which is customer login. In this case, all the 3 test cases have been closed. So that is, they have failed. You can view the results directly from the board itself. Over here you can see mandatory address check and edit customer address both worked. So here both the test cases have been passed by the test engineers, and thus you can basically push it into the result page. So this is still active. This is in new, which has been created just now. So using Kanban boards you can create test plans automatically. So that's it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Now we'll go on a concept. So till now we have just understood about the Azure repository. It is nothing but it's a simple code base. We are going to keep the code. So keep it like that. Now what I need to do that once the code is ready, I should be able to build my application. Agree? If it is code is there, I cannot keep it straight away into my application. Am I right? So we should be able to build an application. So once you build an application, what you have to do, you should be able to deploy that application, right? So build an application is nothing but what? We are going to package your code. You're going to package your code. So if you take it, for example, simple way, I have a source code. I'll give you Java code. I'll give you .NET code. I can give you React.js code, whatever code, for example. So you cannot directly keep that code into your server. Agree? You should be able to package it. That package should be executable. For example, Java code, if you pick it up, you cannot run straight away that code. You should be able to compile. Then you have to package it. Then you have to copy that package into one server in maybe in Tomcat, or you should be able to run as a Java process, or you should keep it in a WebLogic server, or you should keep it in a Docker with a Tomcat. Then you start a server. All these things you have to perform exactly like jar, var, er, NuGet, like different images, whatever you can say. So ultimately, if you have some package, I can able to deploy, I can able to start a server. Am I right? Cool. That is nothing but a build an application. But how can you do that, this activity? How can you take it up this activity? Will you do it manually? Definitely, it's not a good idea. Agree? It's not a good idea to take it a manual process. So what you have to do that, ultimately, we are going to run some commands. For example, maven command, if you take that, mvn clean deploy command, I'm going to use it normally. If it is .NET kind of applications, ms build commands, we are going to use it. If it is a Node.js kind of applications, then I'm going to use a npm install, npm build commands, we are going to use it. Agree? So ultimately, few commands you have to run it. Exactly. Right? So to run it, what you have to do, manually, if you take it up, you are going into one virtual machine or in your local machine, you are going to set up your platform, nothing but Java installation or .NET installations, or maybe npm installations you are going to do. Nothing but you will get a commands, then you are going to perform. Okay, now what we have to do, I don't want to run it manually. So if you have a command, you are going to run like this, right? $mvn clean deploy command, I'm going to run it once I log in into the server. So mvn is in place. Now what we have to do, I don't want to do this activity. Whenever something is code changes happened in a repository, something is happened in a code, something is modified in a code, we should able to. So what I need ultimately, first I should clone the repository. Agree, guys? A simple basic build steps if I take it up. Clone a repository, first step. Second step is what? You should be able to run a mvn clean deploy command. Second step, that is. Then third step, if you want to run a test cases, or if you want to some other task, you can also perform those tasks. Right? Then once it is done, then if you want to deploy into the server, for example, you can add another stage or another pipeline. There you're going to run a deploy steps. So that deployment steps can be anything, right? The deploy according to your project. Are you using a virtual machine? Are you using a Docker? Are you using a Kubernetes? That's your choice. Then you're going to run all those commands from your pipeline itself. Like same what steps you are taken, same steps I'm going to do through by connecting those servers, and we are going to perform. Instead of commands, automatic build code. Think of it in a simple way. Whatever commands you are going to run to deploy, to build, to create your infrastructure, those all steps we are going to keep it in pipeline. Pipeline means what? You are going to just add tasks step by step. And if you run it, it will run as a job. It will run as a job. Think of it in another way. If you take a PowerShell script, if you take a shell script, if you run a shell script, if you run a PowerShell, what will happen? Multiple tasks you are going to perform. Am I right? For example, instead of running manually all those commands on your terminal, on your PowerShell, on your Bash shell, we are just going to keep all these in a single file. If I run it, all tasks can be performed. Those are all tasks we are doing through pipeline indirectly. Perfect. Cool. Now let's take it up how we can able to do this activity. Am I right? How we can able to take it up this activity, we'll see that. Now I'm just going into that front, how it will be very easy. So once you understand, it will be very easy. Okay, let's take it up. Fine. Yeah, you can. Is it support the multi-branch repo build and deploy in Azure? Multi-branch means what? I didn't get your point. So if you are going to use a multiple branches, and each branch can support for your stage, how you are defined. That is your choice. Okay, that is your choice. Don't everything you just need. Don't compare exactly Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins have a different options, multi-branch pipelines, multi-state, multi-folder pipelines, and all, right? So same way, but those are the Jenkins is providing these different options. Here it will become same in a different way. You can able to achieve what Jenkins is doing in a different way. Okay, perfect. And like Jenkins file, Docker file, it will be come with the package. All right. See, Jenkins file, in place of Jenkins file, we are going to use our own pipeline file, YAML file. That is Azure DevOps pipeline .yaml file. And Docker file and all, it will be common, right? It will be common. Super. Now let's take it up. How we can able to create a pipeline? So we have to go as usual into the Azure DevOps, right? How you are going to take it up Azure DevOps? You can simply say DevOps. You can able to get it right here. DevOps organizations. If I click on it, if I go here, I can able to get it. See my organizations. And then I can able to log in. Super, I got it. Right, this is our organization. And in that we have taken, for example, project. If you create a project, you'll get this AIB, for example. Here, all options are in place automatically. You can create your own wiki page. You can create your own project wiki page, and you can add all the tasks, for example, build a step. Just say this. That's all. And close. Now it will automatically build this step will come. Like that, you can add a number of pages. It is for your reference, your documentation. Fine. That is fine. Now we have seen even repositories as well. So we just kept simple repository here. So we have all commits, your pushes, your branches, and your tags, your pushes, your pull requests, all will be here. So nothing but this is a code. And you can create a number of repositories here. See this, AIB, email service, payment gateway service, Terraform, whatever. You can create a number of repositories, something like this. Right? It is something like that we can able to create. See here, repository name, sync application, for example. I'm just giving a sync application. And just simply say create. Done. You can add a number of files here. Right? You can add your files, fork it, see, plus file. Say Docker file, for example. I can create a Docker file. And you can add some content, for example, Ubuntu. Simply commit it. And just see, here also you can do that. Now you got your files. Like this, you can add a number of parts. Right? Suppose if you take an AAB, we have these are repository URLs, you can use it and you can clone and you can work on it from here itself. Great. Right? You can also use SSH. You can also use HTTPS, username and password. You can see, for example, clone to VS. Automatically, it is going to download into your local. Let's see, is that going to happen or not? Just clone option. Android Studio, MPS, PyCharm, and all will be there. VS Code, for example, this is taking or not. Or else you can straight away you can copy this URL. Which you can use this one as well, and clone this option from here. From here also, you can able to clone and see. See if say here, file, new window. You'll get it here. Option. See this clone a repository. You can post it your URL here and clone from this URL. Done. And you can select it where you want to keep it. You can keep it here. Then done. And open here itself. And see that here? You just got it. Right? This is AAB1 is. Okay. I think we have used the same thing. Okay. AAB1 is just used. Because it's an AAB project. If you're a different one, you can also use different one. Like this, we can able to set it up. And is that code is available in the main branch. Can you check it out? What is a branch? And go into this file section. Okay. And I think nothing there. Okay. AAB is empty and add files. Okay. Pick it up this repositories. And you can go for a different one, email, for example. Now you got this one. Terraform, for example, if you want to clone, you can also use this option straight away. And a clone to VS Code. It will automatically take it up. It's not directly redirecting. In that case, we can copy this, right? SSH, do this, and you can come down and you can clone this option straight away. File. New, open a workspace, new window, as usual, and pick it up here, clone a repository, and we'll get it. You can use it here. For example, I'm using AAB1. I can select the repository here. You'll get it. So nothing but different repository I'm cloning. Now got it. See that? Now you just got it. Your code. Is that clear now? So here you have this one and you can use this, your code. Now you should be able to start your deployment. So let's take it up here. Simple one. Now what I'll do that pipeline. See that here straight away? Pipelines you can come down. And if you want to create a new pipeline, just create a new pipeline straight away. See that, guys? You'll get it or not. So you can use Azure repository, you can use Bitbucket, you can use GitHub, different options. You can able to use it here. Cool. See, Linux command. CLI means what? It's a Linux command. So you are going to open your terminal like this here. If it is Mac, if it is a Windows, you can open your commander or command prompt, PowerShell. All these are like we can treat like a CLI commands. All right. Cool. And even if you want to perform some CLI commands from Azure portal, you can also get it here. See this? This option is there. Cloud. By using this cloud shell, you can do whatever you want. CLI point of view. Is that clear, guys? Good. See, create a switch. So automatically it will go to get it. Now see, creating. And you can do whatever commands you want, AZ command, Terraform commands, anything you can able to run it. So that is one thing. Now let's come down to our part here, pipelines. You can use a classic editor to create a pipeline without YAML file. Okay, but it will automatically go into your part as well. Okay, cool. Now let's see that use classic editor. For example, just initially how we can get to know, you can easily see that here, guys. So which repository you want to pick it up? For example, I'm just going to use a different repository, AIB. Okay, fresh one. It is nothing empty is there, so I can keep it. Okay, default branch. You can use filter my branches. By default, keep it empty. Or else you can say filter my branches master, for example. Is this there? No, nothing will be there. Now what I do, I can come down into the AIB, say repositories. It is empty, is there? Just wanted to take it up, simple one, AIB, for example. Okay, here, files, if you come down, nothing will be there. But I want to create a file, import a repository, something, all right? No code, nothing will be there here. Is there an option to add file? You can add a file, main with the readme and the git ignore. Is there an option, guys, down to add something? And red credentials, import a repository, initialize. Yeah, it is their option. Sorry. See that it is initialized now. Now you get a files empty. Of course, you can add simple file, anything apart from that. Say, for example, I'm going to add simple a.sh. Okay, simple a.sh I'm added. I'm just adding, for example, echo hello world. Okay, guys. If I run it, I can get an output echo hello world. I'm just simple one I'm picking up. Okay, let's take it up. Just commit it. Is that fine, guys? Now you just got a simple one. Now, if I come down into the file section, it will automatically, if I create a pipeline through classic model, classic option, automatically it will create an Azure DevOps pipeline.yaml file. Just come down here. Here, right? So now you just refresh it here. You'll get an option. This page and try. Right. See that here, repository. Automatically, it's prompting, right? Main option. Yes or not, guys? Just say simple continue. Now, configuration as code. Looking for better experience to configure your pipeline, use YAML files. Try with a new YAML file creation experience. You can also use different options in this here. Okay, whatever task you want to perform, you can. Then automatically it can take it up, right? So if I just come down here, say if I say apply, what will happen? It is going to ask you pipeline YAML file. If I don't have right now, right? We don't have any YAML file. So that is the reason it is asking. So go back. Okay, go back here. Just I'll say simple task I want to use. Can you check it out? Is there any shell, PowerShell, something? Can you have a look? Azure functions for PowerShell. That is Azure functions. Can you search shell? There is shell will be there. Okay. Can I use, see this here, build a Docker image and push it into the container registry? I'll use this option, for example. Okay, just apply. Okay, I've just added. Automatically what it does, it's going to build an image, push an image. Don't worry about that. Is this all about? Okay, we'll talk about. Now see the thing. It's a pipeline. Name, Azure AIB Docker container CI. You can change later also name. Agent pool. What is this, guys? About agent pool. And there are multiple options. Azure pipelines, default and testful. Okay, if I say hosted Azure pipelines, hosted means what? You're not going to create any agents. You're not going to add any Ubuntu virtual machines or Windows virtual machines, because you should be able to run command. Hey, think of it, AWS, this pipeline is just like one interface. So whenever you run this task, whatever your chosen task, somewhere we have to execute it. Am I right? Yunus and everyone, right? We should be able to execute it in some machine. It may be a Windows, it may be Ubuntu, it may be a CentOS. So in that case, Azure DevOps pipeline going to choose one agent. Agent is nothing but a virtual machine. So that these all commands will execute over there. Okay, so Azure DevOps is providing one option here. Azure pipelines, I'm going to choose it, for example. Specifications, if anything is there, you can see here. Specification means what? What kind of operating system you're looking for here. It will be going to show it up, that option. See that. For example, I'm choosing Ubuntu 20, for example. My requirement is Ubuntu machine, for example. I'm just picking this, whichever, according to your requirement. So you're done, right? You've done this. So once it is chosen, and can you see that here? Save and queue. Just save this or else save it and automatically save. Queue means what? It will automatically run. What I have done? Simple. We have just reached this pipeline section. Am I right? We just moved to the new pipeline like this. Okay, I'm just creating one job indirectly. See that here. Use the classic editor. And I've chosen in there, see that you can use whatever your repository. It may be a GitHub, it may be enterprise server, it's a subversion, Bitbucket, other Azure repositories. But it is first option, Azure native repository. And I've chosen the project, I've chosen the repository and the main branch, right? So nothing but what I'm saying that, hey, download code or refer the code from this repository and this particular branch and say continue. And you can see multiple options. If you take a Maven code, if you take a .NET application, Android options, all will be available. Even you can explicitly add into the pipeline as well. So for example, I have taken simple one, Docker container, and I can say apply. So it is move to next step. You're selected one particular task, but how it is going to be run a task, you have to give an inputs. You've chosen Docker type of task. You've chosen .NET, you've chosen Maven, you've taken Kubernetes, for example. That relevant information you have to give, right, to run those commands. Yes, here we are choosing. And Azure pipelines. So once it is chosen, so automatically agent we have picked up. And save and queue. And see that here. And save a comment. Nothing but added new job, for example. I'm just given this information and just save this and run it. See, automatically running. So whatever task you've chosen, it will automatically refer from there. It will try to run it. But what it is saying that, can you see that, guys? Job preparation parameters started. Said no hosted parallelism has been purchased or granted. To request free parallelism grant, and please fill out the following form. So what is this meaning? Is nothing but you don't, it is not granted. Managed host from Azure, it is not granted for your account. So this is the error I'm just getting. So if I go here, if I request it, I'll get few hosts from Azure itself, managed host. Nothing but Azure DevOps can take care about that. If not, what you have to do, you create your own agents. If not, you can able to create your own agents. So for that case, what you can do that, if you can come down to the project settings. Okay, guys, right? I'm coming into that point, Nagendra. Very good point. Okay, I'm just declared default to 1, right? Ganesh and everyone. Yeah. Social. Can we create a web app application here? Web app application creation, nothing but your web app and function app and all, we can able to create it, but not with Azure pipelines. Azure pipeline can run some commands to create your web apps or function apps or AKS clusters. That is nothing but a Terraform. Okay, pipelines can run your task. If you whatever task, it may be a Terraform to create your resources, to deploy, to build, or whatever. Fine, but directly pipelines cannot create. Yes. Is that clear, guys, everyone? So if I want to add a self-hosted one, yes, we'll take it up that as well. It is parallel one, you can give one. Yes. If you give 1 or 2 agents, right? Yes, it will run multiple jobs parallelly according to number of hosts available. Clear, guys? Good question. Now, how can you resolve this error? Simple. Right now, either you can go into this link and see this here. So please fill out the form and get the Azure Pipelines parallelism request so that they approve. Azure's team approve for it will take 1 or 2 days. If you don't want right now, because it's in any way your account, so you don't want to spend too much on this and the unnecessary hidden charges and all. If you don't want, then what you can do that, you can just come down here. Hey, project settings, you can go over and see that, guys, agent pools. You can add your pool. It's pretty straightforward. Is that clear now? Right? It's straightforward. You can go here in the everything. Any configuration is required in Azure DevOps, guys. Simply, always you have to remember, you have to go in this location, project settings. Okay, here, project settings, you have to go. Okay, project settings. If I go into the home page, go into your project, go into this here, project settings. In that, you can come down into the agent pools, you can add it. See, add pool. If you want a new one, you can see select a agent pool type, self-hosted Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set, self-hosted. Name you can give it. My Terraform, for example, I'm just giving a simple one and to understand easily, Terraform pool or DevOps pool, whatever you can name, you can give it. Okay, grant access permission to all pipelines so that it will by using this one, you can able to run it. Simply say create. Right? It is created. You can have a look here. But you have to add agent, am I right here? You just created a pool. In that multiple agents, we can able to add it. Okay, guys. Like this, we can able to do that. Right. VMSS means what? Virtual Machine Scale Set. Virtual Machine Scale Set. Nothing but it will a load balancer. It based on the load, it will number of virtual machines can create. Right now, I'm taking only one host. But if you want automatically to create multiple agents according to your requirement, for example, you're running, you want to run 10 jobs at a time, then it's going to help you. Exactly. So does the pools uses a virtual machine behind? Absolutely. Very good point. Exactly. It will create multiple agents, not dynamical, I can say. You have to choose one option, nothing but you're adding one launch configuration. So that if it is based on your conditions, if you need multiple virtual machines, automatically create. If not required, it will automatically scale up and scale down. That is a VMSS. If you get, just read about that. Okay, what exactly the agent will do? It will run your task. For example, you're a project manager. You're not handling everything, the task. What you'll do that? You'll make a team. Right? You'll form a team and multiple team members will be there. The task, whenever it is come, and you are going to distribute among these team members. So Azure DevOps is doing the same thing. So whatever task you are declared in your pipeline, for example, you have created 10 pipelines. You want to run 10 pipelines at a time. So how can you run? One agent cannot perform the task. One team member cannot take all the tasks. So you are going to create you're going to onboard a multiple people into the team. The same way, multiple agents, if you do that, whenever you run a pipeline, all the jobs can run on this agent. Is that clear, guys? Okay, Satish, maybe I'm missed out. Let me know. You'll take it up, your question. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Bahubali. Before creating a ci.yaml file, we should create agent pool, right? That is your choice. Okay, will you do it first or later? That's your choice. But if you register right here, if you register it, even not required to create your pool also, but automatically default pool also you can use it if you register it. If you activate it, then by default it cannot activate. So you should be able to explicitly create a ticket with this option, and you can get a by default pool also. Fine. Okay. Okay, Satish, your question, I may missed out maybe, sorry. In production environment, do we use the VMMS for self-hosted agent? Production here, pipelines cannot bother about VMS agents or default agents or not, right? Ultimately, production deployment is nothing but what? You're going to, whatever task you are defined, those all tasks can be executed in your agent. Agent can connect it to your production. Agent connect production pipeline can run only on this agent. If it is any specific requirements and there is a security problem will be there, then you think on it. Okay, yeah. Are you able to hear me? Guys, are you able to hear me, right? Hope. Okay, okay. Is that now it's clear? Okay, fine. Thank you. Now it's clear, right? Everyone? Satish and everyone. See, you are going to select an agent pool. Okay, you're going to choose an agent pool. If that a pool contains agents and those are all free, then only it will execute. Okay, it will be run in a queue model. Absolutely correct. If you have a multiple agents, it will run parallelly. Not an issue. Agree, guys? Cool. Same in your team, one member is there, the task will be in the queue. If it is 3 members are there, for example, 3 tasks at a time can perform. Right, same day it can perform. Okay, right. Now you can see here. Now I'm coming to that point. Your point. See that, guys. New agent. See, guys. So you're not bothered about all this. It's straightforward. See that here? Windows. You have to execute this command on that agent. If it is a Windows, you should download this agent and install it and run all these commands. If it is a Mac OS, you can take it up. If it is a Linux, you can take it up. So what you have to do, configure your account by following steps outlined here. Download the agent, create an agent. See that here? Creating an agent, downloading the file and extracting and running the command. Configure the agent, optionally run agent interactively. You can run this command. Okay, guys. Is that clear, everyone? That's great. You can try now if you want. So you can take it up even any other virtual machine. You can take your own virtual machine. You can take it up AWS virtual machine. That's your choice. So I have done one same thing in AWS virtual machine. Let's take it up. Or you can do that quickly. One virtual machine, I can create it. Okay, I'm just taking quickly. And just take it. I'm sorry, not Zoom. It is going to be, yeah. We'll do 2 things, okay? We can, both options we can try. One option already I'm done. Let me take it up quickly. I'll log in into my AWS account. You take it any virtual machine, not an issue. Even on-prem virtual machine also can pick it up. And just give me 1 minute. Where is my phone? Just a minute. I'm done already. That's the reason I'm just picked up this. You can see that, guys. Nothing will be there, am I right? If I pick it up, okay, my agent, start. I'll do it in Azure also, so that you will take one example that also. And you can see that, guys. Right. So once it is up and running, right? It's running. Now I can connect. Copy this, take it up. I'm just connecting the virtual machine, okay? Say yes. PWD. You can get it. Okay, guys. Now this is that here. It is just downloaded this file. You can see that history. You can get to know. So what I've done, I'm just copied the content here, and I just created a one directory. Same steps. Not done anything great. Just here the steps. See here. Download the agent. Go into the directory. Right. CD my agent, and extract that file. Extract this file. It is extracting target xzvf, nothing but it will extract the file, and you'll get this directory, and this directory my agent. And what you have to do, just lsfnlrt, then you can see config.sh. and run.sh. Automatically, it will, you can see that here. My agent, there are not config.sh, run.sh. Can you check it out? Is there any running agent, grep agent or something? Right, it is running by default. Right, it is simply this worker is running straight away. You can run it, just follow the steps. Fair enough. Now you can check it out, this is running or not, the status. If you come down, we can create the same thing, one more. Okay, you can come down. You can see the agent pools. I just used a test pool in that case. See that, guys? All these are agents. Right now, what it is saying? Offline. Right? It is offline. Now, what I have to do, according to these steps, you can say history. You should run this command, right? We should run this command straight away. Connecting to the server, listening for the jobs, and just refer it here, running the job. Can you refer? See that? Hey, see this online. Yes, how did you just click on it straight away, Satya? We have not done anything, right? If they are providing the steps here, whenever you create a new agent, it is provided all those steps. You have to just download that file, this file, whatever it is. It contains all the information. Your config.sh. Nothing but agent can connect automatically Azure DevOps because they are providing that all facility. You are not doing anything. If you download that particular bundle, this bundle, download it, config.sh, run.sh, done. Your task. Is that clear? Right. This one you can keep it in run in the background. Keep it in the run as a background so that even you come out of that also keep on run. Right? Like this. Control C. See if I exited. Exiting. Right? It is exited. Can you see that here? Offline state. Automatically move it. Yeah, it is. We have not created anything, Vijay. It is straight away. Once you extract it, just what you have done, if you see that history, you can get to know, right? You just copied the file from local to in this machine and moved into the directory and config.sh and run.sh. This VSTS agent Linux tr.gz file contains all the information, this config.sh. You can use your own virtual machine, your own data center machine also. It can work. Right? That's what I'm saying. You can use any virtual machine. It will be common. So that virtual machine, whenever you download this file, it contains the configuration. You can see that. You can get to know. Cat config.sh. So that script contains all the information. Somewhere it's going to tell about your DevOps repository URL. The script contains. If you read about the script, you can get to know. So that here, agent allow run as root, exit one, check the .NET core, and all the prerequisites required dependencies are trying to install dependencies, and install dependencies. LD config command cannot find the LD config path. Okay, and exit one, and if it is LD command config, it is available. And see here, what it is saying that install any missing dependencies, change directory to the script root directory, and will until you no longer. And somewhere see agent listener configure. So here all the information related information will be there. See that environment.sh, license.html, run docker.sh, run.sh, externals, beans. If you dig into this, it contains to connect your, but this agent going to connect to one server in the sense you need some definitely URL, right? So whenever you git push, you are configuring your remote URL. Same way, this bundle contains your Azure repository account, Azure DevOps account details. Don't worry. So that's the reason I'm not telling anything. You just download it. You're not bothered, right? What connection strings and all there. That is not our duty. Just download it, run it. It's connected straight away. Now we'll take it up one more example so that we'll get to know other part. Okay, what is the difference between self-hosted and agent which we create? See, self-hosted is nothing but yours. You have created. Okay, and managed host is nothing but Azure itself going to provide. Azure itself is going to provide. The best one is always managed host only. Okay, managed host only. Right. Managed host. So managed host is nothing but, for example, they'll charge you only what pipelines you have run, and whatever computing is used, only that level only it can be used. Correct. Absolutely. Less overhead for us. And even if you use it your own self-hosted agent, right, it will cost you more. Agree? If you use your self-hosted one, it will be cost you more because you have to keep on run 24 hours. But if you use a managed host, you don't bother about. Same like a serverless function. If you run your pipeline, they'll charge accordingly. Just like Lambda function, same like a function apps, how it is going to be run. Right. Managed host is on demand, definitely. Because pipelines we are not going to run regularly. Am I right, Ganesh and everyone? For example, in your project, you want to keep on running your jobs. Then if you want to manage host, if you can't reserve it, it's okay. But it's not a problem. Because only we are going to run hardly in your project, for example, not regularly. Am I right? Not regularly. If you regularly it is there, you can check it out with a team. You can raise a ticket with the Azure DevOps team. They'll help you. What is the charge? How they're going to charge? Accordingly, we can get to know that. But default, it's fair enough. A default 1 or 2 agents, if you reserve it, it's fair enough. It will be very less cost, right? Cool. Now this is Ubuntu agent is showing an offline. Cool. Now let's see how we can. Okay, managed host is as per your needs. Exact. How did you connect AWS to Azure DevOps? You just created a VM and connected in AWS, right? How did you connect it here in Azure DevOps? And okay, what I have done, I just here, whenever you click on it here, right, the steps is provided straight away. For example, agent pools and the Terraform pool, for example, new agent. See, I'm not done anything great and complex, right? It's very simple. See, these instructions I have followed. I just downloaded and executed these 4 commands. That's all, guys. Understood now? Run.sh and config.sh. If you execute it, it will automatically connect. Is this AWS? Is this a Google? Is this your own data center? No matter. If you're able to connect with the internet, yes, any virtual machine. Take it from your local, take it from your data center, take it from AWS, take it from Google, take it from Azure. It works. Right. I'm just going to show it up. Okay. Yes. Now let's see that. So same I have done, right? So you can come down here. Okay. Come down here. I'm just trying to creating one. So I'll come down into Azure, guys. Okay. Quit here. Homepage. And I can say portal homepage. Can I create a virtual machine here? Okay. Can I take it a virtual machine here? You can take it. Now we can see it. Okay. Create Azure virtual machine. Any machine you can take it up, no problem. According to your requirement. Okay. See here, subscriptions. You can choose it whatever subscription you have. And say, for example, resource group. For example, if you have already resource group, or else you can create a new one. Okay, cool. I'm just taking, for example, this one and a new resource group. I can pick it up and say resource group is say agent pool. Say okay, it will automatically create. Okay, now, okay, Ganesh. Okay, you can see that here virtual machine agent.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which programming languages are supported by Azure DevOps for building applications? And your options are only .NET language, only Python and JavaScript, a wide range of programming languages, or only PowerShell and C++. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
I'm saying that DevOps agent name, and I'm just using simple one, 20 standard, and see this 1 CPU, 1 GB. Okay, central US for the, it is not available. This are okay. We can take it up in any other point. I'll take it, for example, Central India. Yeah, it is available. Fine. And 1 GB and all, it's going to take it up. And username, Azure user. You can use generate new key pair if you want. You can use it, or else you can use it existing one any. Key stored in Azure, existing public key. You can copy it here. Okay, can I use this public key? Now, what I have to do in that case, I can add another one from my local machine. Okay, if I go into the local machine, say .ssh, you can use that. This. You can take this public default one. Okay, cat id underscore copy. I'm just copying, same like a repository. You can copy this public key and you can come down and do this. Nice, right? Selected post 22. And you can simply review and create it straight away. I'm not doing anything other stuff, simple one, and I'm just creating. Okay, guys, now just create it. It is validating now. See, validation passed, just create it. Okay, done. Now you can go into the home page, virtual machines, and disconnect it. Just refresh it, we can get it. Is not yet created? I think it is not yet created. Just hold on. That's still going on. AKS cannot be an agent, right? AKS is a cluster. And you should run your Kubernetes commands over there, kubectl commands. For that case, in this virtual machine, in our virtual machine, if you install a kubectl command and a kubeconfig setup, you can able to run your task, right? Yeah. So as a client, your agent work like as a, act like as a client, your kubeconfig client. Cool. Good point. Now it's done. Now let's say connect option, SSH. If it is a Windows RDP, you can use it as well. And copy this command, guys. Take it up. And you can say, okay, I'm just clearing this part and run it. SSH, run this command, say yes. This is going to connect or not? Let me see. Super, guys. You're connected. Now, let's see how we can take it out. So now what I need to, guys, if I want to add this as an agent, just think of it. So same, we have to follow these steps, whatever you understood here. Can I use this? Say download this option. What is this? Copy URL to clip. Okay. Now you can see here, say curl -o something agent. Okay, guys, this URL. But it is saying that remote file has no length. Duplicate command can help you, can help us in this. Yeah, it's downloaded. Yeah, duplicate. Now it's done. Simple, right? Now can I extract this file? tar -xv zdf, for example, and a vsts. Extracted. You can deploy your agent in your Docker mode and deploy it in your pods, which can run in EKs and anything. That's fine. You're true. Absolutely. Absolutely correct, Ganesh. That's your choice. How do you can explore it if you want. If you have an agent, a cluster, you can set it up this commands on that pod as a command. It will work. Yeah. Good point. See that, guys? All are here. Now what I need to do that next step is exactly. Now you can see that here, config.sh. Right? See that. Enter, accept the Team Explorer everywhere. License agreement now. Press enter for yes. I can say enter server URL. Okay, it is asking about your server details. Now, how can do this? How can I get it? Building a TVFC repository requires a Team Explorer everywhere in this license agreement. This step is not required to build the sources from Git repositories. Okay, connect, enter server URL. I think we have to give the details here, right? Where I can get this information, somewhere it's going to be there. Come down here. Is that information there? Anything? Configure agent. Yeah, these detailed instructions will be there. You can configure. Okay, self-hosted Linux agents. Okay, now learn about agent, check prerequisites. All this done. We have done all this stuff, and say self-hosted agents. Decide which user you will use. Guys, authentication with personal access tokens and your organization. Sign in with your user account you plan to use Azure DevOps organization. See that you have to give this detail, right? You have to go into this location and from your home page, open your user settings and then select personal access tokens. This is the information we have to give here, and you have to get the token. So once it is getting the token, you have to pass it over there. See, copy the token. You will use a token when you configure the agent. And the user has the permissions and automatically get it. Okay, let's take it up this example. So where I have to go now in this case, take it up this URL, nothing but take it up. This is your organization, all right? Move here. Your organization is here. Okay, this is your project. And this is your user section. Right? Your user section. So what they're suggesting here in the user section, personal access tokens. You can come down. So user, personal access tokens. Is it clear? Now you can simply say this option, new token. Just give that token. So my token, or I can simply say that. My Azure agent token. I'm just giving simple one. Okay. And this is your organization. 30 days it will be expired. Customized or full access. You can give it. And you can say simply create it. Got it, guys? Now we got a token. Okay. Then what you have to do, just pick it up this URL. Enter. See, enter authentication type. You have to just copy this token and paste it. Enter. So enter a valid value for authentication type. Okay, I'm sorry. Enter the authentication type is nothing but PAT. Then token. Enter. If everything is correct, it will automatically try to connect the server. See that, guys. See, register the agent and enter agent pool. Press enter for default, or I can say what is our pool name we have given here. Our pool name is, if you come down, Terraform pool. You can just give that. Okay, guys, done. Agent name. You can give something name. For example, Azure agent. For example, enter. Enter work folder. For example, /app. Then guys. Now it's got it right, everyone. So what I have done, I'm just, whenever it is run the config.sh, it is asked a few questions. Okay. So whenever you run this command, it is asking few questions about your remote URL. about your Azure DevOps repository. So we have given that information. So this is your URL, your Azure DevOps organization, and it is asking your authentication token. Okay, now if you come down here and just refresh it, it is not yet agent section. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. It is there, right? Azure agent offline. Now it's added automatically. Now what I need to do that if I want to keep it the status is online, simply run.sh. Keep it ampersand. It will run in the background automatically. Connecting to the server. Listening for the jobs. Refresh it. See? Getting, guys? Nothing much. Okay. If you have, for example, you want your jobs in a secured way, some certificates and all also required for your job, for example, and you don't want to keep it in anywhere. For example, take as a scenario. Okay, and in that case, you should keep it to your own agent, self-hosted agent. You can use it. Okay, or else you can do another way is what? You can go for managed host straight away. If it is little sensitive and sensitive data is there in your agent and it's required to use, then go for self-hosted. If not, you can go for managed host. Okay, cool. Exactly, both are same. Just any host you pick it up and it will run. Only thing is that even Jenkins also same thing. Even Jenkins agent setup also, we are going to do same. You can try it if you get a chance. Nice, guys. This is the way we can able to get it. Now we can see an agent, and we can go for agent pools and see test pool is also there. Right now, the agent section is offline because this is a host. You can just run it, right? See run.sh ampersand. It will automatically connect. Now both agents are running. Ampersand means what? It will run in the background. Okay, just it will run in the background process. It's a background process, foreground and background. And even if you enter it, it's not a problem. It will keep on running. But in the previous scenario, if I just Control-C, automatically it will be go. Now see, even if it is all online only, it will run in the background. Good, guys. So this is about the agent part. Now what you have to do, you can come down into that once again, AAB section, your project, go into the pipelines as usual. Now take it up your pipeline here, right? And choose this pipeline. Right, edit option. Can you check it out? See that, guys? Agent pipelines. Can I use it now? Change Terraform pool. Okay, guys. Terraform pool I have chosen and just save it. Save and queue. Automatically it will run and commit it. Okay, updated something blah blah, and then save and run. Okay. Now see agent job 1. And if you go here, it will automatically see. Picked up, right? See Terraform pool, queued just now image parallel jobs. The agent request is already running and has already completed job preparation parameters, queue time valid, system false, job live console data, setting agent job 1. But what is saying that access to path they need. What is this error, guys? What should I need to do? I've given home directory here. All right, guys, see working directory /app, but it is going to be used normal user. Normal user don't have a root access permissions, right? So check it out here. Check it out here. pwd /app. It is there or not? It is not there. Can you create it? /app. I'm sorry. I'm just creating this directory. Permission they need. Sudo. You can give full permissions to all 777/app. Any user can able to execute now. Exactly. I'm done. Right? I'm just created this directory. You can able to perform. Let's see, is it going to done or not? Can you take it your job? Even you can change your name. This name, if you want to change, a rename option will be there. For example, this is sample Docker pipeline. I'm just giving this. Okay, guys, let's take it up and say save this. Now run the pipeline and simply say run it. Now it's started. I can pick it up. See that? Initialize the job, check out the code. It is checking out the code. See, git repository, git clone option, and building an image, push an image, post image. But if you see that here, up to initialize stage, we are good. Nothing but we are cloned the repository. All right, we have cloned the repository. But build an image, what is saying that, guys, here? It is throwing an error. Unable to locate executable file Docker. And even you can come down into the repository section, files. Okay. And can you refresh it here? Is that created or not? You can take a pipelines. Which repository we have picked up? AIB, right? Okay. Can you go click on this repository branch? Okay. It is not created anything. See that? We have created as part. And if I go into the pipelines and sample pipeline, edit option, you can see that, guys. And the build image you picked up, and the push image it's picked up, and even get source here. You can see that view YAML file. This is only this task is going to perform. Right? This is the task it is going to perform. Second task, if you take it up, see this view YAML file steps. Yeah, we have picked up one sample part. Exactly. Today we tried to create two pipelines, build and release. While executing the release pipeline, we encountered the error, Azure DevOps pipeline release error, no package found with a specified pattern. That's what whatever you're looking for zip file, it is not available. It's not able to find your file. Check it out how it is getting that file. Fine. Good. Murugesh, check it out. Your zip file is not available in your repository or in your pipeline. So that you can just download it and do that. Okay, cool. Okay, we'll check it out, that option. No problem. Now let's see that, guys. But what is the error here? Now, how to resolve this issue, first of all? Okay, what you have to do is simply, as per this error, you can understand that it is throwing an error. So what I can do, you can just come down, say agent job 1, and if you fail the job, it is looking for Docker installation required. So you can add through pipeline also, or you can you can come down here. Okay, you can come down here, you can install it, right? Docker installation is not a big deal. Simply you can run this command. It will install. Okay, apt update command. Okay, good. So do that right here. Exactly. No. You've done right. Okay, just pick it up. Yes, it will get it. Straightforward, it will get it. It is not downloading. It is trying to installing the Docker package. Okay, in our agent, because ultimately where we have to run, it is going to be an agent. Am I right? Now let's come down. See, it is saying that what? Docker is not available. Now I'm installing that part. Okay. Command itself is enough to install it? Yes, fair enough. Because it's a Docker command is required, right? Now let's take it up this. Can I run now pipeline? So take it up this pipeline, run it. Guys, it's going on. Now you'll get a different error. Okay, it's cloning the repository, build an image, and it's throwing an error. Now tell me what is an error. Can you think of it? So what we have to do in this scenario? Docker file, not found. It is expecting a Docker file. So you have to come down into your repository and you should be able to upload it. You can come down here, right? This is your Terraform repository. Am I right? Should take it up another one. Is the same. Okay, or else I can straight away, you can come down go into your repository, the settings section, close this, open repository, AIB, and repositories, AIB. Can I add here a file? One file, I can add it. New file, a Docker file. Okay, in the main branch. Simple, I'm using from Ubuntu. You can take it a anything. And for example, here you want to install some packages and all, for example, then run apt update. And if, for example, simple, I want to take it up ampersand apt install, say tree package, a simple one I picked up. Just commit it. Commit the change. Okay, now if I modify some code, automatically pipeline can trigger, but you have used a simple one, so it will automatically see that you have pipelines. Now go back to this, run a pipeline, automatically it will do. Then I'm taking that. Next I'll take out. Okay, yeah. We can take it up. Why can't you create a YAML file and all? That is the next example. Okay, yeah. Now what happened, guys? Here, build an image. What is caused the issue? Got permission denied while trying to connect to the Docker daemon socket. Okay. Hey, what is this error, guys? Can you guess it, anyone? It is trying to run the Docker command, Docker build command, right? It is not there. This permission not there for. So I'll pick it up this copy you file. Okay, I'll give you permissions here. So chmod 777, I'll give this. It is trying to run the Docker build command, but it is not able to run it. It's a basic stuff. See, you cannot run it. So that it will automatically take it up. Now you can just come down straight away. Why it is getting these all errors, guys? Your agent not able to run your what your task is given, what your task declared, Docker command we have declared over there. So that's the reason we are just setting up, because it is completely our own agent. So just pick it up and run it. Even managed host also you should be able to install it. In that case, you should add one stage, and all these commands, whatever I'm running manually in the virtual machine, we should be able to do that. Okay, got it. Now this time we'll see, build an image. Is it going to get success? Okay, see here, it's running now. Everything steps here, you'll get it. Great, it's doing that activity step by step. Nice, nice. But it will be failed this. Push an image will be failed. So where it is doing that, see that here? The push refers to repository here, but they need request access to the resource. You don't have a first of all repository, right? Exactly. Same. That's what I'm saying. You won't get much difference. Jenkins, even go for AWS pipelines, also same thing. So if you configure it, it will very well. But one thing you understood, the pipeline point of view, you're not able to see that anything as a YAML file. So if you convert that as a YAML file, it's really good. All right. So for that case, what we can do, we can create one YAML file, and whatever task you want to perform, we can add the stages and we can perform. So we'll take it up that actual information and how we are going to use it in our project for different environments and different tasks, how we can perform and all, we'll talk about. Right? So that we'll talk about. See, if I just come down here, if I go into the Terraform, for example, a simple task, see this kind of pipeline will get it. And whatever task you want to perform, we can able to. We'll see that how we can take it up. So right now we have taken manual and the legacy style. That is a classic pipeline. But nowadays nobody is using classic. Now we should be able to take as a YAML, and you have to add all the tasks here step by step. You can do that. That also we can take it one example. Okay. Same whatever task I have done right now, manual steps, I'll add it here and we'll perform one by one. Is that clear? So what I'm expecting here, guys, so whatever task we have done, we felt it is what we are doing, we are not able to understand. I mean, to say classic pipeline. So whenever I say pipeline here, if I say pipeline, new pipeline, see multiple options are there. We have chosen choose the classic editor to create a pipeline without YAML file. But this is we don't want. This is the old style, legacy style. So what I want is, I want to take it up Azure repository Git, for example. I'm choosing AIP. And see that here? Configure your pipeline. Whatever steps we have taken, Docker, right? Build a Docker image. I'm just using what? Docker. You can use normal starter pipeline, existing pipeline. You can also do that. I'm just using straight away Docker, for example. Okay. I'm just using Docker. I can get a little ready-made YAML file straight away. If you click on it, see Docker file, validate and configure. Hey, see that, guys, my pipeline is ready. Previously, what we have done, classic one we have chosen. Now, same steps, what we have done in classic, and here also we are doing that. But here, everything as a code. Okay, guys, everything as a code. Can you observe this? What is there here? It is a snippet, guys. It is standard snippet. See here, trigger, resources, variable, stages, all will be here. Okay, now what will happen here? Trigger means, can anyone guess it? Okay, trigger main means what? It's going to be refer something is modified in a main branch, automatically triggers. Very good. So whenever modify in a main branch, this pipeline can trigger. You need not to run it manually. Okay, resources, self. Resources, repo, self. Means what? From this repository itself, it can clone the your code. So it will automatically get that resources code. I mean, sorry, your code will get automatically downloaded. And variables. Okay, keep it sometime aside right now. You can see that, guys. Stages. We can add a number of. So in this stages, stage. Like that, I can add a number of stages. Stage build, stage deploy, stage test. Like that, add a number of stages. And each stage contains jobs. Okay, just try to understand in a tree structure model. Okay, jobs. Jobs contain job 1, job 2, something like that. For example, job build. Okay, job. What is done that? It's a build job. Display name, pool, steps, and task. Exactly, Azure Repo. Absolutely. Got it, right? So what is happening here? It is running on this agent. VM image agent and steps. What steps you are taking as part of this job? Like that, I can add a number of jobs. Build and test and blah, blah. See, Docker 2 and display name, inputs, command, Docker file, tags. But what is this about? Baladevan. VM image means what? I'm trying to refer in the Ubuntu latest image agent. Okay, guys, right? Ubuntu latest. Now here, this all like a ready-made task. That's the reason I asked Murugesh, hey, can you check it out web app also? Is there any task to deploy? So now you can understand. See that here, Docker task. For example, you don't know anything, for example, don't worry. See here, it is providing here, even Google it and you can search it out straight away. For example, build a Docker image using Azure DevOps pipeline. You'll get a task straight away. See, build a Docker image. Build container images to deploy apps. To deploy apps, you can see a YAML file, you'll get it. See, guys, are you doing anything great? Nothing, right? Very simple. Trigger main, pool image, variable steps, straightforward. And a push an image, for example, this is a build an image. See that left side. You can say push image. Okay. YAML file, right? You need an YAML file. See, generate an Azure pipeline.yaml file. Automatically validate and configure. If I say that, see, build and push an image. What is saying this guy? Whenever you configure a new pipeline, configure pipeline, we have chosen. Out of that, build and push an image to Azure Container Registry. Automatically, it's going to generate. And you see that here, Container Registry is also going to provide what steps. These are the manual steps going to be the pipelines. Create a pipeline and Docker. You're adding all the details. See, your container registry, image name, and a Docker file. Validate and configure. You'll get this straight away. Save and run. Hey, see that here. Yeah, I'm just coming to that point, Vijay. Okay. Now let's see that here. Can I use it straight away? This, right? So Docker build and push. But right now, what we have, if you pick it up here, only build and the command is build. And in this scenario, build and push. Here, only command Docker file we have given and tag name. Okay, so this is a tag, is nothing but what, guys, here? It's a variable. Am I right? Tag, from where actually I have to give something latest, something 1.0 or 2.0, 3.0, tag means here. But that value from where you are getting? So what I'm trying is, instead of giving 1, 2, 3 manually, if you run a tag, if you run a build, first time if you run it, it will take a build ID is 1. Second time 2, third time 3, fourth time 4. Like that, it will give a generator automatically. You need not give it manually and automatically take it up. Right? No. Satya. Is this just for Docker, which means for PaaS services? No. It is just build an image in your agent. This can be run as an agent. I mean, so as part of the agent, it will run the build image. But web app, container service, AKS clusters, the function apps, like what Murugesh is shown, like pointing to the web app, that is a PaaS, nothing but platform as a service. Is that useful, guys? Everyone clear, right? So steps here, variables. Sorry, yeah, variables. Simple, right? So it will automatically take it up. Now, if I save this, fair enough, right? If I save this, save and run, my pipeline is ready. Save, set up and run, save and run. Let's see, is this going to run or not? I think I have to change a little because I need to point it to my self-hosted agent. I think by default, it's going to refer the default managed host. I think it cannot run, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. See, no hosted parallelism has been purchased or granted. To request a free parallelism, same problem. Exactly. Bahubali. Right? That is just a tags. You're giving just version, nothing but. But this is getting problem. Now, what I need to do immediately, I have to come down into our repositories. See that here? Automatically, if I come down into the AAB, see that Azure pipeline. We have not created. We have just chosen that pipeline. See, it's created here. Now, what I need to do that? So this pool cannot work. You have to give the pool name as well, I believe. Here, pool name I have to give so that it works. I think I have used, I think, same thing, right? Okay. See that here? Name. I have to just give the name of the pool. Correct. Right? So should I give it here? Name. What name we have used? Can anyone in agent section? If I go to this, if I go here, project settings and say agent pools, yeah, Terraform pool I have to give. Right? Terraform pool I have to give here. See this Terraform -pool. Now commit it. I think this is not required, I believe. VM image. Just straight away Terraform pool, if I use it, automatically it will be pointed, I think. Let it keep it, no issue. Commit. Have run, right? Automatically, if you go into the pipeline, see that job can be run automatically. So this is an advantage. See that? Automatically AB is running, see this. And you can go here and see that progress, build section. Cool. It's taking place. Okay. how we can we use managed agents? It's straightforward. So if you registered, if you're activated that managed host, need not to record anything. Just remove this option straight away. This is not required to keep it. Only VM image Ubuntu latest. If that automatically Ubuntu. If you give a Windows latest, Windows automatically get it. So you need not to worry to set up agents. So for that case, what they're suggesting, you can see here. Let me do that activity as well. What's wrong in that? Right? We'll pick it up this. We'll come down. So that is, we have to give our email address. What is your name? What is your email address? What is the name of your Azure DevOps organization? Enter your answer. And then are you requesting parallel increase for the public or private? Yes, public, and submit it. That's all. All right. So here, it's simple. My mail ID is, I think, this is the one I have to give, right? Okay, let's give it that as well. My working mail ID is this. All right. And say, what is your name of your organization? All right. If I come down settings, this is my organization. Just pick it up this. And are you requesting parallel increase for public or private projects? It's going to be a private project, right? Ultimately, it's our private projects. For public or private only, right? We can take it a private. It's possible to install dependency on agent box via YAML. So it's going to be get it sometime later, not now. You cannot get it immediately. They suggested it will take 1 or 12 hours or something. So we can check it out tomorrow. Is it fine, guys? Clear, right? Now, so next task in tomorrow, if it is automatically can get it. So need not to worry about the agents part. Good, guys. Good question. Okay. Now, anyway, we'll take it a few points, right? So you can got it. Okay. Now let's come down into the pipeline section. We'll take it up your point as well. I think 2 days. Okay, Murugesh. So now it got it. See that here? Build success, guys. It's a build image is done. Successful. And if you come down your agent, because we are able to access, you can see that here, build succeeded, Docker images. Getting or not? 8, 9, tag. Right now it is in the agent only. Right now it is there in the agent. But what I want is, I want to upload my registry, for example. I want to take it up my own registry. I mean, in Azure, I want to take it up that. So what I have to do, guys, in that scenario, you can come down into the home page, take it up here, registry, Docker registry. You can use it here. Somewhere you can find it, Docker registry. Is this it? Container registries. Exactly. So you can create a container registry. What's wrong with that? Okay, choose this and use it existing one, agent pool, or else you can use different one, say Docker, for example, say Docker group, registry name. I'll give something AIB. Name may contain alphanumeric characters only and must be 5, right? Okay. Module. Cool. And standard, just review and create it. That's all. Now, what I need to do, guys, next step is you have to come down into your pipelines and your repositories here, pipeline section. See, it is not a workout build, as we know already. So pick it up this task. Okay, and you can edit your pipeline. And you can just see that here, remove this content as it is. You can keep it this. Now, what I have to do, image repository, container registry, Docker registry service connection. These two are important. Agree? You can see here. So VM image is okay, cool. And what is expecting? Image repository. It's a variable. Is declared anywhere variable here? No, right? It's not declared. But image repository, I can give it here itself. Can I use this option? Variable section, I'll give image repository. You can give the image repository name. So what is the image repository name? AB mod. I've used this. It can pick it up. And the Docker file path, current directory, right? Current directory, I can pick it up. So that is also, I can give : /. It will refer.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So the DevOps project sets up everything you need to for developing, deploying, and monitoring your application. The DevOps project dashboards lets you monitor code commits, builds, and deployments all from a single view in the Azure portal. And see that here, Azure Web Apps enables you to build and host web applications in the programming language for your choice without managing infrastructure. But what is happening here? You can use any options, right? Virtual machines or web apps or maybe containers. You can go for the virtual machines, on-demand, high-scale, and secure virtualized infrastructure, or you can go for platform as a service. Now, if I just come down, pipelines, just to understand easily, I've just picked up this one. Can you see here one time? Is that same thing there or not? Can you observe this? Trigger, pipeline, stage. In single stage, we'll have a job or multiple jobs, and each job contains steps, and it can perform these tasks. You can able to declare multiple jobs, multiple stages. You can say dev stage, deployment stage, and test stage. And each stage, you can take it up multiple jobs. Okay, cool. Right? Now just observe this. Just to understand a little bit, a trigger tells pipeline to run. A pipeline made up of one or more stages. To understand easily, a pipeline can deploy to one or more environments. A stage is a way of organizing jobs in a pipeline. Each stage can have a one or more jobs. Stage and jobs. Then each job runs on one agent. A job can also be agentless sometimes. And each agent runs a job that contains one or more steps. Right? Each agent runs a job that contains one or more steps. A step can be a task or a script or is the smallest building block of a pipeline. Step is not about actual task. In that step, you're going to add multiple tasks, pre-packaged script that performs an action, such as invoking a REST API, publishing a build artifact, anything, whatever we have taken yesterday. An artifact is a collection of files or packages published by run. Okay, now your point, Ganesh. How come a job doesn't have an agent? Yeah, for example, you need not to run a script, for example. You need to run an agent, for example. In very rare situation, definitely agent is required, Ganesh. Okay, agent less in the sense what? Without agent, you're going to call something else, REST API and all, but definitely I can say, as per my understanding and my experience, agent is compulsory. Right, correct, exactly. Okay, cool. I'm not pretty sure agentless how it can be work, but maybe few situations may come, but I'm not pretty sure. Right, okay. How about in Docker container also agent request, agent required or not? Yeah, it's required. Right? Hey, Docker container, if you want to run it, what you have to do, you should be able to connect that particular machine and you have to run it. But how can you connect it? You need a client program. Agree? We need a client program, node. So your agent going to connect it to your node. And a kubelet where you are going to, kubelet is different. Sorry, kubelet is an agent. Kubelet is an agent at Kubernetes, but you have to run a kubectl command. Am I right? So I'll talk about kubectl. I'll take it one example today. Kubectl and apply and your YAML file. But where it is going to be execute this kubectl? In your node, in your agent. Agent contains what? Your authentication, your kubeconfig. Kubeconfig is nothing but your authentication. Okay, cool. Right? It is going to be like this. So definitely, if you want to run a kubectl command, definitely it is required kubeconfig. But where you are going to set a kubeconfig? In your agent. Okay, cool. And even Docker commands, if you want to perform, how can you do that? Docker run command. But Docker run will run on agent, not an agent, right? We should be able to run it. We should be able to go with a different tool. For example, in your virtual machine, you need to run a Docker run command, for example. How can you do that, guys? Exactly, Ganesh. That kube directly you have to configure it. Just think of it in another way. Take it up this draw diagram, for example. I'll just take it up this. You'll get a little picture. Hey, think of it. You have created one virtual machine. Okay, you have created one virtual machine. Now think of it like this. For example, you have this pipeline, guys. This is your pipeline. Think of it, and you have a virtual machine. That is not an agent, guys. Okay, this is your virtual machine 1. And here I want to run a Docker run command, guys. Here I should be able to run it. I should be able to do a Docker run and treat like this is my production environment. Okay, treat like this is your production environment. Okay, this is your production environment. Now this is your pipelines. Okay, now treat like this is your Azure DevOps platform. All right, guys. This is your Azure DevOps pipeline. This is your pipeline. And this is your Azure portal. Think of it. This is your Azure portal. Okay, guys. Now, if I run a pipeline, I should be able to run Docker run command here. Simple example, I need to run Docker run, for example. Okay, Docker run and say Nginx. A simple one I'm just taking, web application. IAS server or something like that, for example. Now think of it, guys. How can I do that? This is your Azure portal. Okay, this is your Azure portal. Like that, you have multiple VMs, for example. VM2 is also there. And here also I should run different command like this. Now your pipeline. Here I need to, if I run a pipeline, should be able to run Docker run command here and here. Can you think of it, guys? Yes. Self-host cannot work here. Right? Cannot work here because that is not good practice. Absolutely right. But different pipeline people, even other jobs also can able to use this VM as an agent, right? That is, I don't want that. Just think of it in another way. And just assume that I don't want to touch this as an agent. This is my production environment, and I have to make it as a secure. So in that scenario, I cannot as an agent here. So what I need to do, guys, here definitely here I'm going to add an agent anyway. Right? Here it is agent going to be there. That agent is your AWS or is an Azure or is GCP. I'm not bothered. This is your agent. Okay, guys, this is your agent. Here agent is there. Your pipeline going to use this as an agent. This is I'm okay. But I don't want to make it out these one all agents. So whenever I run a pipeline, this agent should be able to connect to these machines and should be able to run it in the remote machines. Am I right, guys? Exactly. Kind of API calls or maybe something, right? In a different way, you have to do that because that should be in a secure. So here I may use SSH commands. I may use Ansible kind of stuff. I can able to use it. So nothing but what? In agent, I'm going to run Ansible tasks. Example, Kubernetes is one example. I'm going to use kubectl commands. And that kubectl commands are executed from here, guys. Exactly, Harish. Exactly, Sweta. So what is happening? Whenever you run a pipeline, your task, your commands will execute from agent. Okay, agent, on agent, you're going to execute. That commands should able to run whatever task in your remote. Should able to do that. So you have to enable that kind of stuff. Does that make sense, guys? Because think about it. In a production, in a devo, in dev and then production and in your stage, you have hundreds of machines. Will you make it on hundreds of machines as an agent? That's not correct. All right? Correct. This is the way we should able to handle it. Is that clear, everyone? Sweta, Harish, Venkatesh? Absolutely. So you should get authentication. That is, you have to take care. Here, how it is going to connect, you have to check it out. If I do manually from this agent to here out, whatever steps I'm going to take it up, those all steps I'll include in the pipeline. Right? Good. This is the way we can able to do that. Can we do Ansible in Azure DevOps using Ajax? Yes, it can be. It can be anything, right? Ultimately, if you have a Ansible command, if you have a authentication, yes, agent can able to do that. Because from your local machine, from your virtual machine, if you're able to do that, agent also can do that. Only the commands we are declaring in this pipeline. Friends, is that clear, everyone? No, I'm just giving an example. Okay, just to your mindset always, your thought process, whatever task comes, don't think it as an agent. Agent can run your task. So your production environments, your dev environments, all you should able to connect it somehow. What steps you have to include, you have to check it out. You have to check it out how you're going to do manually. Those steps you have to include in the pipeline. That's the purpose. I'm just picked up. Is that okay? Cool. Good, right? Same thing. Even for example, here I need to create this VM itself, for example. In another example, okay, I want to create a VM. Normally, what you'll do that you will log in into the portal, this portal, and then you are going to use the options like whatever we have chosen yesterday to create a VM. But that is not correct. Right? Correct. So why we need to use Ansible? Who is going to execute? Pipeline. Whenever you declare in a pipeline, agent will take the task, it will execute, it will be performed here. So you have to keep it in mind. Fair enough. You will get it everything. Whatever task in your plate, in your project, you can able to do that. So that's what one thing we just taken it out. Now, YAML basic. Just to quickly recap, what is this here? This is all we know that what is a YAML. See that, guys? A stage is one or more jobs. Job 1, job 2, stage A, stage B. So this is the snippet. This is a tree style. So that would be in a centralized location. See that here, pipeline, stage A. In that job 1, step 1, step 2, step 3, like that you can add a number of in job 2, step 3, step 4, stage B, multiple stages. Like that you can add it according to your requirement. Is that useful, guys? Hope you got it. Now you can able to perform any task your way. If I give you one task, you should able to prepare your pipeline your way, your own style. That's what I'm expecting from you. So that a stage is one or more jobs which are units of work assignable to the same machine. And you can arrange both stages and jobs into dependency graphs. Example include run the stage before that one, and this job depends on the output of that job. For example, build and deployment. So build is one stage, deployment is another stage. So definitely deployment is going to dependent on what? Build stage. That's what the simple stuff. Cool, right? So everyone hope this is quite interesting, right? This is you can able to get it. This chart, this organization structure, the structure, it's always you have to be remember so that it will be easy to any kind of task you can able to perform. Okay, let's take it up yesterday's one, for example. come down here. I'm just coming into our pipelines. Take it up our repos. Take it up our AAB. See that, guys. Just observe this. Stages. What is there, guys? Only one stage. Stage contains jobs. Job 1. Like that, you can add n number of jobs like this. And n number of stages I can able to do that. Same snippet, right? You're following? And here, in this job, what I'm doing now? Steps. So each job, you are using one pool. Agree? We are using one pool. That nothing but agent. Agent, what is doing that? One task is performing. So here, you can declare whatever task you want. You want an Ansible task, you want a shell script, you want a bash script, you want a PowerShell script, you want to run Docker commands, you want to run a NuGet commands, you want a Maven commands, everything is defined here. Simple. So nothing but your focus is what here? Your focus is here only. And remaining things as usual, common steps. Okay, how we will pass variables and pool settings? See that here? It is just declaring, am I right? We are just declaring. Sushil. Right, we have done already. See variables. And if you're not available, if you don't want to declare these variables, you can also pass it out as a variable. You can also pass as a parameter from your pipeline. From your pipeline, whenever you run a pipeline, it will ask you a question. Hey, can you pass this value? Can you check this flag? Or you can go for other options. Go for here. Did you, anytime get to know, did you get a chance to check it out? Azure key vaults. Can you see that, guys? Okay, I just type it like this. Key vaults. Anyone can help me? What is a key vaults? How do we write this pipeline scripts manually? You have to take a simple snippet. Agree? You can get it one snippet and you can write down. So what is the purpose of this key vaults, guys? Yeah, it is used to store these secrets, store keys and certificates. It is used to store. Very good, guys. Okay, this is clear. So I can able to go here and I can able to create a key vaults. Am I right? If you see that here, I can use this. I can use this and I can create a vault. Okay, guys, I can able to create a one. See that here? Existing one. Is there anything? Is it deleted? A moment. Yeah, you can see that existing one. Docker, for example, key vault name. I'm just giving, for example, demo is to yes. Already there. Okay, and I'm just going to say AIB key vault. I'm just giving something. Okay, is to yes and all. And name is already exist. 1, 2, 3. Fine. And yes and all. See that here, guys. Next. And see that. Vault access key, permission model, all role-based access, it's fair enough. And mission for deployments. And you can create access policies and all these there and review and create it, guys. Am I right? It is just a key value pairs. It will store the credentials or this sensitive information. Okay, now guys. So this is, I'm going to add something, right? I'm going to create a one secret here. My key value pairs here. But I need to fetch it out as part of the pipeline. Okay, this is variable, sir. I can able to declare it manually. I can able to get it. But can you think of it? I need to download. I need to refer key vaults as part of the pipeline. Those key values. How can you do that, guys? Can you quickly search it out, anyone? So what task if I do that? I can able to get a key vaults. Can anyone quickly search? Provide a task, something like this. For example, I want to run a Docker commands. See that it is providing straight away. Docker DSL. Docker task is providing by Azure DevOps straight away. How about key vaults? Okay, create a variable group and connect it to KV. Now we are giving here, right? So we are creating straight away AB key vault here, and I can able to create it multiple things. See, all right. If I go into this particular resource, I can able to create keys. That's so fine. But I need to fetch those values. I need to refer those values as part of my pipeline, for example. Think of it. Can you quickly search it out? Anyone? So key vault, we got it now. Nice. And see that here, keys. You can create it, your own keys. You can see the secrets. Generate and import. Keys, generate and import. You can do this here. See, generate or import, restore, backup. For example, database password, for example. Database password. Cool. And all these things. See that here, RSA key size, and say yes, for example, set activation date, set expiration date, and all. Say yes, enable, and you can give the policies and set the part, confidential key operations enable, immutable enable, create it. For example, it's going to create it. It's going to be a keys. Then what you have to do, you should be able to pull it. We should be able to use these all options. How can you do that, guys? Can anyone help me? You got it anyway? So you can just come down, guys. I'm not doing anything great, guys. See that here. I don't know. Even I also don't know how to use a key vault in my pipeline. See that, guys. Key vault. Fetch. Fetch key vault. You can say fetch values from key vault Azure DevOps pipeline. Have a look, guys, here. So use Azure key vault secrets in Azure pipelines. Straight away, you'll get it. Have a look. You are doing this activity, subscription, config set default location, config set, group creation. Now we have done already. That is right. Key vault create, name, resource group, right? And then key vault secret set, password, value, and all. You can do that. Then create a project, create a repo, and Azure repository. And you have done already these things. Okay, run it and just come down, guys. Can you come down, guys? Are you doing anything great? Nothing. Have a look here. Key vault is a service. Key vault is a service. In that, you can able to set it up your keys. You can set it up your secrets in your Azure portal. See that, guys. What you're doing that? Your subscription, your key vault name, and the secret filters run as pre-job. Automatically, it will get it all the keys. Straight away, you can print it. See this here. Agree, guys? Is that clear now? Simple, right? So that it is straightforward. You are fetching all the values based on some filters. It will get it. Then you're directly using your secret name. Automatically, you're referring. So that you can able to use it pipeline. Same, right? Your pipeline steps, tasks straight away. No, you cannot read. That's the purpose, right? Secrets. You can print it. Okay. You can just see that here. Your secret name can print. But that is, we are not going to use. We are going to use it straight away in our files. Am I right? We are going to append in your files to fetch those values in your server side. So this is quite interesting, guys. You can have a look once. Okay, this is not right approach. Okay. Copy this straight away. If you want to try, you can try once, not an issue. I'll give you this link as well. Simple stuff. Is that clear, guys? Nice. This is one scenario. Another important one is there. Okay. If you come down your pipelines, guys. Okay, in your pipeline section. Can you see that? Another important one, library. So what is this about? Library. Can you read about it? Create groups of variables that you can share across multiple pipelines. So then you may ask one question. Then why can't we use a library? Why we have to use secrets in Azure portal? Can you think of it? So what is the difference between these library plus secrets? So libraries are, most of the time, it is better to keep it non-sensitive information. Agree? Like a variable values, simple non-sensitive information. But sensitive information, you can keep it in the key vaults. Both we can able to fetch it. See that here. I can create a variable group. I can say dev variables. Dev. I can like this. AIP dev variables. I can use it like this. Simply. Then I can say this straight away. variable defined, right? Variable group name and add it. See, for example, version. I'm just giving version, say, for example, 1.00. Another one is I can give it, for example, environment. Okay, I'm just going to give a dev. Like that I can add. Simple, right? So we can able to separate the data. So data separation is always important, guys. See, pipeline writing is one step, and refactoring the pipelines to support your modules, to support your environments is also second point. You have to make it out separation. You have to make a separation, data separation. We call it as a concept called what? So you may get one interview question. Hey, what is a data separation in your pipelines, in your Terraform, in your deployment scripts? So what is your answer, guys? Simple. Data separation. Yes, we have done a data separation in my project. How? Just keeping the data, we are just extracting the data and we are just injecting the data at runtime to support a number of environments. So nothing but what? My pipeline is just like a template. Agree? My pipeline is just like a template. It can support for any project, or I can say any module or any environment. How we can able to use that templates? So given an example, think of it. I have dev environment, stage environment, production environment for my project, AIB project. So think of it. Okay, I need to create and deploy my application in AKS cluster. Okay, AKS cluster, nothing but a Kubernetes cluster. Just it's a Kubernetes cluster. I need to bring it up Kubernetes cluster. I need to deploy my application on top of it. Okay, I have a 3 different environments: dev, stage, production. Think of it. Okay, and whenever I run a dev, I need to use a version, latest version 1.25.6, for example. But production, I want to use 1.24.6, for example. I'm just giving an example. How can you do that, guys? But my pipeline is same. I want to use, my pipeline is same. But if I use a production environment, the value should be 1.24. If I use a devo, 1.25. Hey, can you think of it? How can you pass it those values? So nothing but what? I can able to use it as part of the pipeline, as part of your script. I can able to give a hard-coded way. Am I right? 1.246, 1.253, something like that I can give it. But tomorrow, if I want a different version, you should come down that particular pipeline. You have to edit it. But I don't want to edit. Agree? So will you change it every time? Right. I've just taken one example. Just example patch. Yeah, absolutely. Patching is also one of the example. Today, you're using one particular version patch. Tomorrow, different version. How can you do that? So will you come to your script and will you modify? That's not correct. Just come down your library, just change it to your version. Hey, I need here 1.2 dot something like that. Simply. Simple, save it and run it. Done. So that's what we call it as what? A data separation. Very good, Harish. Everyone. Okay, but how can you write your pipeline there in that case? Absolutely. So how can you do that? Can you pick it up? But how can you load these libraries as well? Particular library. So can you quickly search it out? Templates. Okay, Vijay. I didn't get that library. Library is not, but think about your values, guys. Your key value pairs. Library contains what? It is simple key value. Now, these are like a variables. Okay. Instead of, if you come down here in your pipeline, here in this repository, if you come down into this Azure pipeline.yaml file, hey, can you see this here? You can treat like these like a local variables. But instead of using these local variables, what I'll do that? I can use this library option. I can fetch it from there. Is that clear, guys? Everyone? Harish, Vijay now. So instead of declaring, for example, here I can declare a version is equal to 1.25. Tomorrow I'm going to ask you, hey, can you change a different version? So you have to come down and you have to edit it here. Agree? So each and every time you have to edit it. Why? So required. Just come down to your pipeline library and you can use it here. Library change it, simple. Got it, guys? Exactly. It's like a property file. Very good. Is that clear, Vijay? Now, everyone? Very good. That's what I want. So this is fine. But how can you use this? How can you refer it? For example, key vault we have seen that key vault we can just simply create your own key vault here. Exactly, right? You can use simply you can create your key vault name resource group we have done already. For example, if I take a create set password value vault name, you can keep it. For example, if I want to set it up quickly, you can have a look here. I'll have AZ login. Okay, just a minute. I can log in quickly and enter. It will prompt to my browser. I'll log in to this. Okay, I'm just logging into my portal and you can close this window. Now you can get the authentication here. All right, now I can able to create it. Let's see that. AZ command. So what command I should prepare it here? See that, guys. Azure key vault create. This is we have done. Am I right? So take it up this. Copy. I'll pick it up here. I'll add something and I'll run it straight away. Okay, you can come down here. Azure. Take it up something plus. And install this blues on stuff. Okay, and come down here. Just create it. Create data search. For example, I'm just adding here content. So password is okay, and my secret password is also keep it same as it is. But what is your key vault name? You can come down. We have already created a key vault name. This is our key vault name. Am I right? If I just come down here, overview, go to the resource and get it here. The name. What is the key vault name? Subscription ID, vault URI, standard, and keep it this, guys. Straight away, you can use this name. Am I right? I can use this option name. Vault name, and automatically it can point. See that, guys. I'm just running this script here. Great. Now you can check it out here. It is created or not. You can just come down here. Home page. And you can see the keys, database password, secrets. I'll get it. See, password. You cannot able to see that here. The value. If you click on it, current version, you can get it and see. So enable the show secret value. You can do it here. Show secret value. You can do that. See that? My secret password. Hide secret value. You can. Is that clear? This is one step. We can able to use it. Right. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Is that clear, right? Jonas? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Is that clear, right? Now, the steps? Good. Now, this is one step. I'm just taking one example. Exactly. From home page. See that? Home page, key vaults, and see that this is your key vault name, and we have just declared this part. So just follow blindly this step. Nice. And if you want to fetch those values, you can have a look. These two stages, you can add it, you can get it automatically. Simply, you can get these two tasks. Come down into your part, pipelines. I'm sorry, repos. And you can pick it up this Azure DevOps pipelines. Can I add it timely? Here, edit option. And you can pick it up here. I'm just adding another task, nothing more. Cool. You can keep it properly formatted way. And your task is another one. What about this? Command line, only one task we received. What? 2 tasks, right? And 2 task steps. Get it here. Sorry. Can get it here. Okay, my mistake. It is already done. Okay, guys. Is that clear? 3 steps. 3 tasks we are performing. Good. Now let's save this and run it. But before that, hey, can you go into this portal homepage and your virtual machines and your virtual machine is not up and running. Can you pick it up this? Because your agent is required to start. It's not started. Just give me 1 minute. Right. Subscription, we are declaring that already. We are already using, I believe, right? You mean to say here? Ah, very good. Very good. I'm sorry, Harish. So your subscription. So what is your subscription here? Is nothing but key vault name also we have to give both. Both values we have to pass. Right. Now you can come down here. You can get it right here. See that. Take it up this name straight away. I think it will take or not. I'm not pretty sure. Let's see. Anyway, you can come down. I think here subscription name will come like I believe ID directly cannot find. I think that case we have to use Azure Resource Manager, I believe. Okay, let's try anyway. We'll keep it. This is Azure subscription, right? No, it works. I think so. It works, I believe this. Just copy it. Let's try one thing. Okay, if this failed, then we can use ARM template. I mean ARM service connection. Okay, keep it like this. And key vault name. Anyway, we have a key vault, right? Come down to the home page. Here it is there. This is our key vault. Okay, we'll try. No issue. And pick it up. Key vault name. You can give it here, guys. Okay, is that clear now? So your secret name. Your secret name is what here? Password, right? Capital password, capital P. Because if you observe here, this is the one password. I think, yeah, correct, Baldevan. All right, let's see. We'll explore one. We'll try one example. So if this failed, then we'll observe that what is the issue. Okay, now it is done. Automatically, secret.txt will get it. We'll copy over here. Now commit it. And just commit it. Before that, can you check it out? Is that okay? Just commit it anyway first. Right, it's done. But check it out in this section, project settings, agent pools, Terraform pool, agent. It's not up and running, guys. So what I have to do? Quickly connect SSH. We have to run that command because we are not using that, right? Managed host. I think it is. I didn't receive the mail yet. Maybe next week I can get it. Okay, let's see that, guys. I'm just connecting. Okay, we got it here. So I have to go what, guys? I should be able to run it this command, right? So dot run and sh ampersand. It will automatically connect. Right. Okay. In that case, we have to use this option. Settings, service connections, Azure portal. This name we have to use it. See, Azure Resource Manager. So we have to use this name. Subscription place. Okay, let's explore once. Okay, if it is failed, then we'll see. We can keep it straight away with this Azure portal. Okay, cool. Now come down into this section, pipelines. So anyway, we have to run now because it is failed just now. It's failed because no pipeline running. Now run it. Because it is not going to run straight away. See that here. What it is saying that? Yes, it is not taking, not be found. Yes or not? So now once again go into the repo and say files and Azure pipelines, right? And in place of here, change this as Azure portal. Yes or not? Azure portal, you can do that, commit, and you can perform this commit. Done. Now you can check out your pipelines is triggering or not. Hopefully this time will go. Now it's going on. Okay. Now Azure Key Vault. What it is saying that here? Key Vault name AIB Key Vault 123 subscription ID. Downloading the secrets. What it is saying that? The user group or application app ID does not have the secrets list permission on Key Vault. Is to use for help. This issue, please use here, and to specify the Azure Service Connection need to have get list secrets management permissions on the selected Key Vault. To set the permissions, download permissions PS1 blah 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 and all, you have to do this hacking. So service connection ARM name have okay, correct. I've given here. See that if you come down in this, what I have done, see that service connections, and I can quickly take it up this service part. Okay, I'm just deleting, for example. Now, what it does is Azure Resource Manager, it will connect to your Azure portal indirectly. See that here, new service connection, Azure Resource Manager. You can use it. So why? Because it is required here permissions. Your Azure subscription. Okay, now you can come down here. Okay, and simply say next. And the service principal automatic. Okay, and you can give your subscription. See that I'm giving you a subscription information and automatically pointed. See that here. Yes or not? So you can take it up. Okay, you can use this option. Okay. And say next, and I'm just going to log in. So nothing but what I'm giving a permissions to your Azure pipeline by enabling this service connection. See that, and automatically it will point it to your Docker and service connection name. I'm just given what Azure portal. You can give even this name also, not a problem. To understand straight away, you can also give that as well, no problem. Like this, Azure Pass Sponsorship. Okay, just any name you can give it, not an issue. That's your choice. And just say this. Okay, I think I have to give full permissions here. Just grant it once again. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. I can create one more time. Okay. New service connection. Azure Resource Manager. Next. And automatic. Next. And it will automatically point it. So it will automatically load. Let's pick it up. Sometimes it will be very quick. Sometimes it will be very slow. I think it's taking a little time. Or else we can delete it. Refresh it, leave this page. It is created, but this is not expecting, so delete. Okay, and I'm just saying new service connection and resource manager, Azure portal, for example. My mistake, sorry. New service command. Here you have to pick it up and go next. And say next, and subscription, it will be pointed, and it will be get it into my mail ID. Okay, guys, next, sign in, getting right. Now you can see automatically Docker, service connection name. I'm giving same name, portal. Okay, grant all permissions, save this. This is one thing. In the meantime, can you check here? Is there while creating this key vault, Is there any permissions giving guys here? Just check it out. Count set, config set, create resource group, key vault. It is created straight away, and the key vault secrets, right? Straight away, simple steps. So need not to worry about that part, I think. Okay, let's see here. Is this done? Okay, it's done. All right, let's see. And one more important. Can you check it out? Key vault option. Is there anything? Can you check, guys? Vault. It's not there, right? Key vault. No, it's in the ARM is sufficient, I think. So it is not there, that option. All right. Okay, cool. Now can take it up this pipeline and run it. This pipeline, run new, it will get it. Take it up this, build. Some permission problem is there. It is. So this is the error we are getting, guys. If you get a chance, can you check it out? What is the error? If you want, see that, guys. So what are you saying that issues for help resolving the issue? Please use this. The specified Azure service connection need to have get list secrets management permissions. See that here. The specified Azure service connection needs to have get list secret management permissions to the selected key vault. So to set these permissions, download the revision key vault permission.ps script for build release logs and execute it, or set them in the Azure portal. So if you get these permissions, so only permissions issue, I think you can able to get it. Access policy need to be set up in key vault. I think so. Yeah, that's what it is getting. Template deployment. Satya, I think you need to check the box in the key vault under access configuration Azure resource manager for template deployment. Where is this in? Is this in Azure portal or? Yeah, I can do that. I can take it at this. So okay, in Azure portal, right? Okay, if I come down, go to the home page, key vaults, pick it up, this, and here we should go here in this case, access control am, right? And access policy, grant access to this resource. Grant access to the resource by assigning a role. Assign to role assignment. To whom we can do that here? I don't think so. Resource manager will an ARM will be there here. I don't think so. Here you can get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. Okay, if I come down here, and it get you. Key vault is using access policy or RBAC. Access policy. Check access. Grant access to this resource. View access to this resource. View deny assignments. Not using access policy, I think while creating the given RBAC. Left blade, right? Access configuration. Is there anything? Vault access policy, Azure role-based access policy. It is here. Grant data plane access by using the. But if I want to enable all, for example, what I have to do? Choose among the following options to grant access to specific resource types. Okay, this is the option, right? Very good. Nice point, Satyam. Okay, Azure Resource Manager for template deployment. Okay, it's done, right? Let me pick it up. Very good. And let's see, run pipeline, run it. Now I'll get it here and see. Let's see, hopefully this time we'll get it.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of Azure artifacts in Azure DevOps? And your options are tracking project work items and backlogs, storing and managing project artifacts such as binaries and packages, or orchestrating containerized applications, or monitoring and analyzing applications' performance. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
But still not able to, right? AB keyword 1, 2, 3. We've done, right? This is failed, so we need IAM group. Okay, come down here. Access configuration, choose among these, fine. Go to access policies in this case, right? Choosing among the following options. You have to give it all actually. That's the what we have to do. Access policies. The left side is the one we were talking about, access control. Okay, here. Role assignments, roles, deny assignments, access policies. Where it is there, left side. This okay here. And here, yeah, this is the user. And if you pick it up, this is the user get list updated. Now it is the user. Create, right? Okay. For example, permissions, for example, select all. Secret permissions. For example, I'm giving everything, time being. Right? Next. We have to pick it up here. Is there anything? Part? Say what we have given, Azure AD application proxy, Azure identity governance, portal, you can type it, not there. I think not username, this is service, select this. A principal can be assigned for access policy. Use a new embedded experience to select the principal. The pop-up experience can be accessed. Select the principal. Okay. Yeah, we can come down here, guys. It is going to be create one principal, right? We have created Azure portal. Am I right? It will create one Azure portal part. Connectors. Say portal. I mean, sorry, here I need to type it. Portal. Is there anything? Should get actually. So for BI policy, is there anything? Because we are creating, just if you come down home page here, we have to go. Yeah, service connection, it is not coming, right? We have given portal. No, it is going to be here. I'll come down. Just give me 1 minute. We'll come down here. We'll search it out. Okay. And AAD, Active Directory. Okay, this one. Open to this. AAD, Azure Active Directory. And go into here and app registrations and all owned parts or all applications. All these are there, right? Out of this, we have to pick it up our one. How can we get it? Is there any option? All applications or owned applications are not showing. Or else enterprise applications, is there anything? It will check it out. It's not there. Only here it's app registration only going to be there. Go back. Roles and administrator, external users, groups and users. Not in the user section, I believe. This user we cannot use. Only service principal we are using, am I right? In that case, click on link secrets from Azure keywords as a variable, select the subscription, select the keyword, click authorize, will be done by MS, we will be able to use the keyword task. Use it to be authorized button when selecting the keyword in the task, but I may be misremembering. Okay, just a moment. What you are saying that this point, right? Click on the link secrets from the Azure keyword as a variable. I didn't get you, Baldeva. Right? The role of principal is, the service principal is what? It is just like a dummy user directly. Okay. Instead of creating explicitly user and the password and all, it is automatically going to service principal. That service principal we have to use. Here you will see the options to manage service principal. Go to service connection. There you will see options to manage service principal. Okay. I don't think so. Here, service connections and Azure portal. So what is the name will be there? Creator, manage service connection rules. Here, manage connection service principal roles. Just pick it up this. Oh, it's pointed now. See that, right? And here we have to assign, right? View my access, grant access to this resource. View access to this resource. You can say add role for this, for example. Time being, I can give, for example, contributor role. Okay, let's see that next. User group and all service principal. All right, okay. Let's see. It's waiting, right? Review and assign. Previous members, right here. Yeah. Here, okay. Select members, right? Once again, it is coming this part only, right? Okay. And select. Right. SP name, it is not finding, right? This is only it's picking, right? For example, this, we can select a members. Only this is the name it is coming, right? Portal. Hopefully it is not coming. Anyway, we'll see that. Is it going to work or not? And say review and assign. Review and assign. Add it, for example. Yeah. Okay, we'll see that. If it is works fine, let's say okay, if not, we can leave it, no issue. Then you can come down and just see that pipelines. Hopefully it will come. Yes. Is it done? Yeah, it's done. Can you run a pipeline? Last choice. Get it. Sure, we'll get it. If not, we can ignore it. We'll see later. We don't want to waste our time. Cloning the repository, keyword. No. This is one step. See, nothing but just authentication is missing here. We should be able to enable it that part. Fine. Now, if I take it up in this pipelines, right? Here, just ignore time being. Now, can you pick it up? How can you use it even? That as well. What we call this library part. So we'll take it up that part. Can you think quickly? For example, I need dev different parameters and the production different values, and all I want to do that, but in the template style. So can quickly search it out. Instead of writing straight away the pipelines, we are going to use templates, guys. Here, I want to take it up this part quickly. So templates. Have a look here. This simple example. I'm just stating straight away. Have a look, guys. How we are going to use it. This is a simple example. Just observe this. Dynamically I picked up. Okay. Just see that here. What is happening here? Simple. This is your main pipeline. Agree? It's a main.YAML file, parameters, steps, template. Okay, and this one, what is happening here? Get config.YAML file, going to take it up here. So it's nothing but the best way we're going to use it is here. If you pick it up, what I'll do that, I'll create first dev.YAML file and stage.YAML file and the production.YAML file. And these YAML files going to call your main core.YAML file. And this core.YAML file can perform actual task. Is that okay, guys? Now what will happen is, if I take it up to dev.YAML file, I mean, whenever you run a dev.YAML file pipeline, automatically it will be pointed core.YAML file. If I run a pipeline called stage, then stage YAML file can point you to the core. And if I take a production, same thing, it will pick it up. But what is the difference, guys, here? All are same, right? Then why it is pick it up like this? Can you guess it? Right. Simply dev group I can pass it here. My stage group I can pass it here. Production group it is here, I can pass it. And even if even common variables are there, I can keep it here, my variables. That's what it is here about. These parameters. Okay, can we call option while deploying? So that's your choice. Instead of writing everything in a single file, maybe sometimes it is messed up, right? You may get some errors and unnecessarily production going to be a problem. Right? You can, that option also can do that. In a single pipeline, you can do that by setting up the different conditions, but it will be messed up, right? I want a simple architecture. I don't want a complex architecture. Yeah, that I can do that. That approvals you can do that straight away. Approvals in which location? I mean, if you take a production, I can give you complete approvals. I can enable approvals. Only your managers and your team leads only can able to provide an approvals. Then only it can able to run. Fine, right? Okay, so let's take it up quickly. I want to take a Maven application, guys. A simple Maven application. I want to build it, for example. So what steps if I take it up, I can able to run it. This is one step. We'll follow the same pattern. Now our deployments, but build part, if you take it up, build stage. I want to take a Java based application now. Okay, Java based application. I can pick it up quickly. One simple sample I have. Say this GitHub. Okay, and repositories. You can pick it up Maven. Okay, Maven multiboard, Maven Spring, it is there. For example, you can pick it up. Okay, guys. Even you can pick it up. Other one is also there, right? Just now I saw that. Maven Springboard Docker Maven build is also there, but this we can pick it up. Maven Spring. See that, guys? What is the style it is going to be? Take it up. See, pom.xml. And your source structure going to be followed. So what is a Maven, guys? What is it? Maven in Java project, if you take it up. So Maven is build configuration tool. Maven is a build configuration tool. What it does is build configuration tool. It can package your application source code. And it will create, for example, based on this XML file, it will generate one artifact with packaging type is jar, with version, with a name. Is that clear? So if I use this option, what it does, it will compile the code and it will generate this jar file. But how can I do that? You should be able to run a command extensively. MVN clean deploy command, MVN clean build command. But that I don't want. I want to run it through pipeline, for example. Even in another option, can you pick it up this code as well? So what it is there? I think I don't have a code. It's a straight away, you can generate it. Your Spring Boot application by using these options. Cool. Now I want to use this code. How can I do that, guys? So can I take it up this code straight away into my local first quickly? Okay, I'm just taking into the new tab. Okay, and here pwd and say cd Spring Boot. Is there anything? No, it's not there. You can clone this, no problem. What I'm doing, guys, I'm taking this clone, git clone. I'm sorry, control space. String already exists. Okay, Maven Spring. It's already there in my project. Local. I'm sorry. We can have a look, guys. Same code. You can see git remote -v. Got it right? Right. Now, once it is getting this right, now what I need to do, guys, simply can I create a simple repository here? Am I right? Instead of using AIB, I can create a new repository. See that, guys? New repository. I can create it quickly. Maven, Maven Spring. Just straight away I'm using create. Okay, guys, we can use this clone options. Okay, and SSH, copy this URL. Simply, I'm just adding git remote add. In place of origin, I'm just giving CC, for example, simply some different name. All right. Now see that, guys, git remote. Right, you got it right. Now what I have done, right? That also can do that. Import option also can do that. Mukesh. That option already we have, right? Can you see somewhere? Where I can get it? Can you think of it here? Fork, new, upload, download as zip and all. Somewhere it is going to be there. I forgot. It is going to be there, definitely. Yeah, we can do that. Leave it. All the stuff we don't want to waste our time. We can do that. Not an issue. Now, what I can do that git push cc master. Am I right? It's going to be a main branch. So right now, what branch it is there? Can you check it out? Master will be there. You can check it out. Git branch main. Now git push main branch. Rejected. Okay, got it. Git pull command. Now you can do this. It works. What happened to git pull command? It is still asking. Huh? I'll do one thing. Plus. Done. Forcefully, I have pushed it into there straight away. Okay, all done. Just it's fine. Okay, your point is saying that here you can say, oh, okay, import repository, right? Okay, that's also a good idea. Now it's anyway, I can done. I just did that part. Now you can refresh it here. Got it, guys. Okay, now what I need to do, guys, here? Simple, I'll create a pipeline. First step, new pipeline, Azure repository, pick it up, Maven Spring. See, Maven, build your Java project and run test with the Apache Maven. Maven package just Java project web app to Linux and Azure. Build your Java project and deploy it into Azure as a Linux web app. Build your Java project and run test with Apache Maven. Start a pipeline, existing pipeline. Anyway, first I'll pick it up. First one. See that, guys. Straight away providing this facility. Agree? It is picking up straight away. Now, can I straight away use it, this option? Save this. I think you can use the Java version option 1.11 also, you can use it, not a problem, but keep it as it is, default only, and save and run, guys, quickly. Now you can check it out, option, job. What it is saying that? Hosted parallelism has been purchased or granted. So we have to change it accordingly. Okay, so I think we have to change the name. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to come down into the pipelines here. Can I change it here itself? Anyway, I can pick it up. This anyway, you can do it here itself. Pipelines, repos, and say here pipelines. Edit. Here we have to give it, I think, name and Terraform Full. Right? Is that correct? Can you check it out once? It is correct, right? Terraform Full is correct. Commit. Now it can take it up straight up. Able to hear me, right, everyone? Yeah. Let's see that here. Take it up another tab better. You can see, guys. Second job is failed. Can you check what could be the problem? Or I think my mistake, I think so. We'll go here, pipelines, pick it up, maybe Terraform. Full. Correct only, right? Is this anything wrong? It's correct only. Then why it is not picked up? Check this error. Maven agent version greater than 2.1.63. Okay. On input Terraform, but first of all, it should not throw this error, right? It is specified demands Maven agent version greater than 2.163.1. Okay, Maven, if it is not installed, we can install it, right? This is straightforward. You can just come down, say MVN will get it. Say it is not installed. We can do that. But before that, Java C you have to install. Let's see. Java 8 you can install it. Okay, take it up first, Java JDK. Then install it. First step. Then we can perform this. Yes or not? Okay, just give me 1 minute. We do it actually, these all steps can be installed through steps itself. Okay, for that case, what we can do, just a moment, guys. What steps we have taken here? Same command. Yeah, we can do that. Same thing. Can I add it here, guys? As a step. Here, I can add one step. Task. Shell. We can do that. So can you, anyone give me what step if I do that I can able to run this command? Some task. I need to install this command. I need to run this command. Plus, also I need to run, for example, apt install maven. So what name I should pick it up here to install these commands? Can anyone quickly search and tell me how to install a package through pipelines? Can you give me? I think script option will be there, I believe. Right, script option going to be there. Yeah, correct. Your point is correct, Harish. Sorry, you can take it up. See this? Install package. Okay, install apt package using pipelines. DevOps pipelines. Azure ADO. You can simply say ADO. Azure DevOps Pipeline. Deploy application packages to compute nodes. Okay. You can see, guys. what options I can use it. Can you see that option? Okay, no. It is not mentioned somewhere. Pipelines. Can you have a look? Pipeline option? Pipeline I need. ADO pipeline. Not ADF. It is ADO. Azure DevOps. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, we'll take it up last minute. Okay, we'll do this here. See guys here, simple scripts. We can add a script options. Same thing. I can copy it here. Last minute. Okay, we can come down here. In this section, I think a separate task is not required. I think you can straight away copy this option. Scripts. In that, you can add these all steps. Okay, guys, done. You can remove this. And you can use -y. I think here also not required, but let's keep it. Is that clear, guys, now? Then just commit it. Commit. Done. Now you can check your pipelines. Where here? It's correct, right? See? It's correct. No problem. So same step. If it is indentation error, it is here. It will tell you here itself the problem. Isn't it? Yeah, I think it is correct. This is not a problem. It is saying that Maven agent version, it is not sufficient. Here, it is saying Maven 3 goals package and all, it's clear. And Maven options, MB, why this option? This is not required. This is not required. Edit option. Because see, 3072 MB, we have used only one part, right? Correct. Architecture option and will we do that? I thought everything is correct. That is not a problem at all. Maven side, it is 100% correct. Only this Maven command should run it here. Okay, and let's see. If even if you don't want this option, right? You can go for another script. You can run same MB clean install. It works. Automatically, it works, that part. Okay, let's see now the pipeline is triggered or not. Just now we triggered. It is getting some error, I think. Same error. I think something is not our code point of view. If something in agent is not sufficient. See, agent version, greater version 2.163. It is not meeting the part. Okay, cool. Anyway, we'll quickly search or else we'll take a break and we'll try out of that. No agent found in full which has with the specified information. Can you check it out, guys? What is this error? What they're suggesting, knowing that the agent version is 2.173, but it is expecting 1.113, 2.3. What they're suggesting, how to do that? Understand that you may be very busy these days. No, it's not expecting. Can you check it, guys? I'll do one thing. Just comment this. We'll get to know, is this a problem or something else? Am I right? Let's comment it and run a job. Okay, take it up. See, it's going on. See, the command line picked up. Yeah, it's going on. Only the task, Maven task is not taking that. So if it is not working, for example, with existing one, so you can check it out here. The option, different option, you can pick it up. I mean, our version is not sufficient with the Maven 3. Then you can change it accordingly. Okay, now it's picking up, right? So, for example, I need to run in my Maven command. So what I'll do, I'll just do this way. Copy this command as it is, the script. Can I use this option straight away? MVN clean, for example, say package. Okay, guys, it's automatically pick it up. See this here, clean package, and do this. Let's say that here, commit it. Now you can have a look. Now it's going on, right? If it is, take a Maven as an example. If you have a source code straight away, Nothing but this part, whatever we have seen here, the code. Okay, these are source code, all. So source contains your application. See, main.java, your applications contains all the information. See this, am.java. And this is your source code. And this is your test code. Then to run this form.xml, we are going to. If you have these 2+1 files, okay, see, it's straightforward. All the information will be there in the form. Automatically, it's going to generate. Simply, what you have to do, mvn clean, mvn package, mvn deploy, like that you can do that. Right? So what I have done for that case, I just used this option. See, another task I added, manual task, that is. If I do manually, if I go into the console, terminal, and if I want to run a maven command, I can use this command by cloning the repository, and then I can run this. So that it will run it. But instead of running manually, you can also use this option. But what is happening is this maven version is not matching our agent. Agent is less version. It is expecting a higher version of agent. Only that's the problem. Sometimes this is maven 2, but maven 3 means what? It's a 3.x version going to be referred. It is something like this. See, navigate to the Azure keyword, check the access policies, role-based access. In Azure DevOps project settings, service connection, select a service principal, manage service principal, take note of the service principal name and the keyword access policy, add role assignments, select keyword secret user. Okay, so keyword here, nothing but if I have to go to the pipelines, project settings, say service connections. This is our part. Manage service principal. So it is pointed. See, in this is the display name, certificate credentials, derived URL, object ID, application ID. So this is the one we have to copy. Display name. Okay, and then come down here. Keyword section. Okay, and here access control IAM and view my access, check access, add role assignments, grant access to this resource, grant access to resource by assigning a role. Okay, pick it up this. Timing, I'm just giving complete role. Okay, keyword contributor, certificate administrator. Let's pick it up this anyway. Perform all data plane operations, keyword and including certificates and crease. Cannot manage keyword resource manager, role assignment and all things, right? Okay, which one is the best one? Anyway, full permissions I can give. Let's see. And say next. In the member section, service principal, select. Here we have to search our name. See that it's automatically. What is this about? Both are there. Pick it up, this one also both. Okay, see. Select. Is that okay, guys? Right now, say next. Review and assign. App type. Okay. Review and assign. I'm going to take it up. Yeah. Now, once it is done, now we can go into the pipelines. We'll take it up AIB pipeline, right? And is that everything is correct, right? The B portal and all, everything is correct. Okay, let's pick it up and run this. Hopefully this will be resolved. If not, we'll see. Still, if it is something is wrong, right? What do you mean? This one you're talking about? Yeah. Okay, okay. I can keep it here. Okay, I'm just posting. You can have a look. Even you can, it is there in here, right? Here it is there. Stack Overflow, GitHub, pipeline issues. You can also check this option, and you can check it out this also. Secrets pipeline. This is the perfect actually. Whatever we have used, this is correct. In that we missed out something, creating a pipeline, blah blah blah, and show assistant, vault. Add all these coming options and Azure keyword access policies, select portal, search keyword and all here. See, it's provided this option here itself. You missed out this. Select setting access policies. Add access policy to a new policy. Secret permissions. Get list. Select that option, and we can do this activity simply with. Where are you storing the artifact? Okay. So if you want to use it, your jar files and var files extensively, okay, somewhere, for example, then go for your repository. You have to create one artifactory. Okay, you have to create one artifactory. In Azure, it is there one option. Am I right? If you come down, we can use this option. You can create your feed and you can connect it. Am I right? So you can connect it, create a feed, and you can choose these options. Better you can, yeah. You can also use Nexus repository or JFrog artifactory and all. But if it is a Dockerized applications, right? So not required even to store into the Nexus and all. Am I right? But if it is dependencies and jar files and all this required, then you have to go for Nexus or JFrog, guys. Because we should be able to download it. Right. You can use for JFrog, the best options are Nexus repositories. You can try it out if you want to upload an artifact extensively, or else you can straight away use the jar file and you can write down a Docker file like this. You can see, guys, one example. I can get it straight away, one Docker file for Spring Boot applications, for example. You can come down something like this. All right, you can see a Spring Boot, nothing but Java based application, Docker file example. Can you see that, guys? Straight away I can get it. You can see official document. All right, have a look, guys. Getting or not? You're copying whatever jar file is generated in our pipeline. I'm just copying that file into this through Docker file, and I'm copying there. I'm using this entry point. Straightforward. And you have to run this command as part of that activity. That's done. And see, Docker file in a different options. So after that, if you run a Docker run command, see, automatically your application can run. Like we are going to say some init scripts, right? Whenever you start your server, automatically some services going to be up and running. How? You're going to add your services as part of your init.d, right? The same way, if you keep it here, automatically, nothing but you can take it up this simple one and you can add it. But if you want to change a different version, you can also use that. No issue. That's your choice. Okay. Now, for example, if I take it up, same thing, you can add it here in your pipeline, come down into this, say, repositories, and take it up into Maven Spring and create one simple file, a Docker file. Okay, guys, just create it. You can keep it here and then commit it. Okay, how you are going to integrate? So if it is, once you build this Docker image, what you have to do, guys? Like yesterday, what we have done in our take it up in AAB pipelines, add this task. Agree? So you can add this task as part of a Maven Spring. After the build is done, and you can add this task. So this is going to be run automatically. It's going to create and it will upload into the registry. So once it is registered into, once you are uploaded, if you are able to build an image, and once you uploaded an image to your registry, can I use that as part of my deployment scripts? Either I can go for Docker run command in the agent, or I can go for container service, or I can go for AKS clusters. This is the flow it's going to take it up, and just commit it. And you can check it out your pipelines. Is this going to happen or not? Maven Spring, it is failing. I don't know what is this. The recent issue detected related to the pipeline triggers. Okay, what is the error? Just check it out. Mapping values are not allowed in this context. Maybe some errors. Maybe we missed out some what do you call as here? Take it up. Maven string. Can you check if something is missing here? Exactly. Inputs. I have to go into AIB pipelines, these variables, I believe. So where I have to give resources, stages on top, we have to give it here. So come down, say Maven string, Azure pipelines. Can I add it here, guys? Okay, edit option, pick it up here, and this. Cool. Line number 23. No. Here. So variables, right? You have to keep it here. That's done. Then commit it. And commit it. Automatically, it will refer. Is that useful now? Right. Now you can check it out. This pipelines triggered option. Is that done? Still giving a problem. Some recent issues, view details. Line number 27, mapping values are not allowed in the context. Line number 27. Hey, I think, is that correct, right? Indentation? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Indentation is correct, I think so. Just a moment. Sorry. Take it up, AB, another tab. Can you check what is there in this? Okay, Docker to display inputs and all. Display and inputs, correct, right? This is concentration thing. So let me copy. These things should go right side, left side, am I right? But not like this. It's going right. Let's check what is there in this. Task, Docker to display inputs and all these lines should come. Nothing but it should come like this. Two step. Am I right? Same thing, right? Inputs, task, display name, inputs, and all should go 2 steps. What is this? Okay. Why it is not taking 1 step. All right, and this is not required. Okay, well, like this, commit it. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully this time will pipelines. Yeah, it's going on. It will pick it up. So this task should get it success. I think it is failed. I think I got it because this permissions problem it is there. So we should copy this one. And if you do this activity here in our server, chmod 777, give this. Okay, it works now. Good, fair enough. Okay, so once it is done, if it is success, that pipeline, you can, what you have to do, you have to connect to your different services here. So for that case, you have to take it up on the AKS cluster, you have to create it here, AKS cluster, Kubernetes cluster, or you can take it container services, container instances, you can take it up and you can connect it. We'll take it up that aspect about one demo, I can pick it up. So this is done. Am I right? Is going on right still? Is that going to success or not? Yeah, it's taking full in the image. All the stuff, it's done. Yeah, it's successful. And pulling this. Push refers to the AB code. Pushed. Now I got it. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the way we can able to do that. Okay. And even if you take a Docker application, .NET application also same thing, right? Am I right, guys? Same thing, we can pick it up. Any other .NET applications if you have and commands, I'm very happy to take it up quickly. Hey, Bubble, here, this is going to be upload your jar file. You got my point? Okay, this is for jar file, what I'm trying now. We have done already that artifact. If you, what do you call this? The Docker image. Docker image we are keeping where? In this location. Am I right? Docker registries. Okay, that's a different case. Both are different. Okay, that's the reason it's not required. Why should I keep it in? Why should I pull it from artifact? Am I right? Yeah. The jar file point of view, see that here as part of your pom.xml only can do that activity. In your pom.xml, if it is there jar file as a dependency, you should declare it in this section. You have to declare your URL. Right now, whatever I'm using URL for your feed. So from that, it will download as part of Maven project, Maven build. Okay. And Docker image point of view not required. Why? Because Docker image, I'm referring what? From existing. Once getting the output from this Maven build, that jar file I'm referring as part of the Docker file. Okay. So that is a different case. Agree? So image I'm keeping in the Docker registry. And this is if you want to use Maven type of artifacts, nothing but jar file, war file and all, then you have to use this. Exactly, target full. Automatically it will refer. It will automatically, Maven take care about that. You don't worry. Only you are giving what? Authentication here. This authentication. How can I get that authentication? If I come down here, go into this user section, see personal access token. I can use it here. So simply I can generate a new token and simply test or something, blah, blah, blah. I can give it. Okay. And all the permissions you can give it, whatever permissions you want. Okay, see, full access and simply create it. I'll get this, copy it and close it. Then I can able to add this information. Not secure if you give it here, but anyway, I'm just giving for just trial purpose. I'm just taking this. Commit it. Later you can delete it or change it in the project side. Then once it is done, what you have to do, guys? So after setting up this, see, mvn install, mvn deploy. So you have to come down your pipelines. Here, I'm just given simple task mvn clean package. I'm just going to say here, deploy. And with what? -s settings.xml file, because authentication is also important. Automatically it will upload. Just commit it. Done. The task. Is that clear, guys? Everyone? Super. Jagati, how the package built by Maven will be picked up from the Docker to build an image in the question, I think. All right? That is we have done. We have done right here. If I take it up your Docker file, see this here. So we are in current repository, Maven Spring. There you will find the target automatically. It will automatically, whenever you run a mvn clean, if you come down here somewhere, you'll get it. Maybe project, if it is going to be run here, right? So if you check it out in this target directory, by default in your repository only target going to be generated. And that's what we are doing here, the copy part. App.jar file and running this. Is that clear, everyone? Okay. But for example, you're not building an application, but all that is separate job is doing, but you want to download it, automatically you have to download it. That case, you have to go into your artifacts. You can pick it up your artifact and get the URL and download it like a endpoint URL. A production side, see, we are going to use a Docker file only. I'm going to use a Docker file and then I can push the image into this container registry here. Here I can get it. Don't worry about it. What we are doing simple, we are building an image. Okay, don't think too much. We are creating an image. We are keeping into this registry. Don't think about the artifactory. Am I right? Simply, we are creating an image. We are uploading in a registry. Then later, as part of the deployment activity, you have to refer this registry and you have to download automatically. It downloads under your EKS cluster and it will be deployed over there. Even if you want to use Nexus in place of registry, container registry, you can also go with that.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak. a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Take it this example. Right now, I have a code, guys, here. Just come down into this repository, okay? And we can able to, what we can do that, just come down into the repository section. Okay, you can see that, is there any repository right now? No repository is there. Switch to default repository. This is a default repository, for example. So I want to clone it one repository, or I want to import it one. First, I'll take a Java code, then I'll take a .NET, and then Node.js. We'll try these three. Fine. Okay, let's see how we can do this activity. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, you can just you can come down here. I just kept one example. You can see, I'll share this link as well so that you can able to get it. Can you use this? Nice. Can you take it up this? It's a simple code. A Java code base this is. I'll explain what is this about, what is the content is there, I'll explain. Okay, so now if I want to take it this URL, okay, I'll pick it up this URL. Now what I'll do that, can I import it, guys, here? Is that possible? Yes, right? You can see here, import a repository. You can use same, even GitHub repository also I can use it, but I want to import it here itself. Fine. Okay, let's see. I'm just copying that content, guys. Good. Now we got it. Now just import it. Cool. Now we just imported a repository. So what I'm trying now, guys, here, I want to build first a Java code. I'll take it up. See, like this, I'll give you a little diagrammatical way what we are going to that. For example, you have a Java code here. So once I get the Java code in Azure repository, it is there in your Azure Repo. Azure Repo, it contains Java code, for example. Okay, now, once I get in this, what I need to do, guys, I should able to build my application. Right? I should able to build my application, build. Hey, first of all, what is a build step? Okay, so build, if I take it up, for example, what will happen, guys? What is a build? I want to build it, plus I want to deploy it. These activities I need to perform. So build means what? Yeah. Very good. So build is nothing but a packaging. You are packaging an application. Agree, guys? I'm going to use a Maven tool. If I want to take a .NET application, for example, I may use .NET or MS build. I may use. Agree, guys? Right? I'm using some tool. If I say Docker, for example, I want to create a Docker image from my jar file, my var file, my NuGet file. Then, okay, I can use a Docker build commands. Good. So this is nothing but what? According to what you want to create, accordingly, you have to use that particular tool. Agree, guys? So we should be able to use that particular tool. For example, if I take a Maven, hey, you may get one question like, if I say Maven, if I say .NET, how it is going to work? It is nothing but what? It follows a set of rules, set of steps to package your application. If I take a Maven as an example, what will happen is, if it is Maven or you take it up Java, .NET, anything, it's going to be follow set of commands, set of rules, it's going to be follow. Cool. For example, if I take a Maven as an example, guys, so what it does, automatically, the developers, the Java developers, going to maintain one repo, nothing but it contains directory structure, proper directory structure they're going to follow. or I can say call it as directory layout. Even .NET people as well, same. So don't worry about that front. So because developers can get it, even you generate a project with Maven with a .NET, you can able to get a proper directory structure. Agree, guys? Yes. So once it is getting the directory layout, if you observe here, this is the standard going to be takes place. You can see here. It's a simple. These all things are extra files actually. Only source and pom.xml, guys. Only two directories going to be there in a standard template point of view. One is source. Another one is pom.xml. If you take a simple Java-based, Maven-based application. So this is the one, it's going to be there, these two. So here, source means what? Proper code. I mean, the developers going to keep it, the test code as well as development, business code in the source directory. They'll follow set of rules. In the business code should be keep it in the main directory only. The test code should be keep it in the test directory. Like that, they'll keep it here. Say that. If you come down into the source section, see main and test code, main code, actual code. In this, all the packages and all the information going to be there. We don't bother about all those stuff. Agree? Right. Now what we have to do, once you're getting that, right? Now what I need to do, guys, ultimately what I need to package. I need to package my application. If I want to package an application, what I need to do, guys? First of all, we should be able to compile the code. Because my code cannot directly run. You have to compile it. You have to convert into a machine understandable format. That is what called as a compilation. So you have to compile. But to compile that resource, okay, some dependency is going to be there. We call it as resources. We should be able to automatically, resources need to download, libraries and compile. We should be able to compile the code. Then once it is compiling the code, we should be able to run the test cases as well. My code is 100% working or not. We have to cross check that as part of the build process itself. So test also need to perform, then package it. So these activities I need to perform, guys. Okay, and while packaging time, whatever resource, what zip file, what file I need to, what package name I have to give, what version I have to give, what name I have to give, version and the type I want to give, all that information, I'm going to keep it in the pom.xml, guys. Okay, all the information, just Maven is a tool, it's a command. You have to give an inputs to the Maven command. Accordingly, it can package, it can compile, it can run the test cases and all. All right, for that case, you have to give all the details in the pom.xml. If you observe here, simple one, you can see pom.xml. Same, even .NET also going to be SLN and all files. You can say properties and dependencies. Nothing but dependency libraries can download all these dependencies and build, which can build an application. Right? Super. So that relevant information we are going to keep it is, if it is there, this one, we can simply run it, Maven command. So ultimately what I need to that, so I should get this part, Maven command, same like a git command, git push, git pull, we are going to use it. Same way, mvn, if I say mvn, I'm just going to say clean and install command. Okay, guys, if I say clean and install, what will happen? Automatically, it will clean up the old target directory, nothing but a build directory. Then it will compile, it will test, it will package, it will keep it in the local repository. So ultimately what we are doing that, this is the command we need to perform. Once it is packaged your application, what we have to do, we should be able to set it up one platform. We need to set up one platform. That may be a virtual machine, that may be a web app, or it may be a AKS clusters, or it may be a container. Whatever you want, you can use it here. Perfect, right? We can able to use these all options to where you want to keep it. You can use it, that particular one. For example, I want to use an app service. Then we'll talk about AKS as well. Both examples will see that. Okay, so if I want to do that, what I have to do, first of all, you should be able to create this platform. Agree? If I want to take a platform, what I can do that simple. you can see one simple link. I can get it, I think here. Somewhere I just keep this example. I'm just taking. You can come down, guys, here. Just Microsoft document itself. You can see, guys, here how we are doing that. Same, everything is here. We have to we are not doing anything great. We are just following these steps here. .NET Core, JavaScript, Python, everything is here. Now, can you observe this? What we are doing that? You have to clone this repository. We have to take it up this repository. Plus, now what is happening, guys? Can you guess it? What we are doing here? This is also I'm going to automate it, but first initial step, I can take it up. This is we have to execute it. Am I right? So what it does is nothing but we are creating one app service. Hey, you may ask one question like, what is an app service? Can anyone define what is an app service? What is the purpose of using the app service? It's a platform as a service. It's a web app, platform as a service. Very good, Sunil. Not SaaS. Okay, server going to be there in the backend. Verbally, it is going to be there. Okay, yeah. So what you have to do, we should able to create this. Agree? So what I have to do, so for example, this is my app RG. Or else, if you have any other stuff, can come down home page, resource groups, take it up all subscriptions. What is there? All this stuff will be there. So I can have this also there. So I can use this option. My demo RG also can use it. No problem. We can pick it up this. Or else we can pick it up this straight away. Okay. Now I'm copying this part. So existing one, I'm just going to delete. Delete a resource group. Can keep it here. Delete. It's automatically take it up. No problem. Now what I want is, guys, I want to run these commands, CLI commands. Can I use it here? All right. I'm using Cloud Shell straight away instead of local. Now here, just see that here, guys. I'm creating what? A resource group. First step is, you can come down. You can keep it here. So what I'm doing now, I'm just creating one platform to deploy. To deploy this one, I need one web app. That is nothing but a app service. So this one also we are going to, we'll try with even Terraform or one thing so that we can get it automatically. We can include as part of the pipeline itself. We'll see how it's going to be take it up. First, we'll try this. Okay, what I'm doing now right now, app service I'm creating in a portal. This is, you can treat like a Azure portal. Okay, guys, this is Azure portal. We're just using. Cool. So that I can use this deployment option. This deploy can able to keep it our artifact in this location by using this deploy option. Is that clear, guys? Right. That is in that web app. Only web app we are going to use it here. Cool. Now let's see that here, guys. You can see here. Is this created or not? Let me check it out. Okay, good. It is created. My app -RG. You can check it out. You can open another tab. You can come down and see this, guys here, resource groups, and just refresh it. And it's using all. You can have a look. Right? My app RG, it is created. Okay, now next step is what we have to do. See that here, what is saying that create an app service plan of type Linux. Okay, so I'm just taking this same. You can use Windows, you can use Linux platform, anything is fine. So you can pick it up straight away. You can run this command, guys. It's going to create a plan. Nice. Let's see. Now, what it is saying that? Okay, it is trying to asking to use a different. The region has quota of 0 instances for your subscription. You can use different one. Okay. So what I can do? I can use this straight away, and I can create once again my app region West US2. West US2 I can use. Let me do that, or else it will be, I should able to delete it, I think, right? So you can take it up this resource groups, this part, delete resource group. You can copy it, do this activity. Is this going, or is this failed? Definitely it's going to fail, of course. Quickly take it up here and come down, delete it. Let's see. Better to keep it in a single region, right, Yunus? That's a better. So that's the reason I'm just quickly deleting that part. Okay, cool. Now refresh and resource groups. Still going on, right? Yeah, just wait for 1 minute. Okay, deleted. Very good. Now it's done. Now you can say one more time. Okay, good. It's very quick. Now you can, same thing, you can copy it and paste it here. So create. We used correct only, right? What's the problem? The region has quota of 0 instances for your subscription. Try selecting different region or SKU. But you used same thing, right? Okay, just create a plan straight away from here. Home page, app service plan. Create a service plan. Okay, I can choose this part. You can choose this part, right? Linux name, I can give what we are using here. Name my service plan, for example. We can give it here, or I can say my demo app service plan, Linux, ES to US. We can use different also, I think, right? So not a problem. So we can use one thing. We can use this option, store, not a problem. And 198 8GB 2 CPU premium, okay, plan. And your redundancy and all, you can say review and create it. Yeah, I just changed group. Okay, let's see. It's going to validate. Is not validated into the validation procedure. It is not going up. Same problem, right? Okay, I can use previous step. Right, previous step. You can use your different region, central. Can I use this? It's fine, right? I think premium, that's okay. And review and create. Okay, now it's done, right? Create. Very good. Now we got it. Cool. Now you can take it up home page and service plan. And you can say all, apply. Still going on, right? Okay. So once it is done that, so straight away we can use this option. Okay, let's take it up this. Change it accordingly. My demo app given. Right. Let's see. Yes, got it. Right, now we got it. Premium, Azure sponsorship, refresh. Still taking a little time. I don't know. It will be very quick normally. Let's try this as well now. Unable to retrieve the details of the existing. My name already exists, huh? Okay, I have to give a different name. And it's now it's trying to creating this, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's done. Super. Now we got this. If you come down here, and say homepage and resource groups, you can see as part of this, we have both, I think. So let me see here. Refresh. Got it, right? My app service. You can click on it in app service. You can see here. Okay, your default domain, your app service plan and all. If you pick it up this, what is there? Can you quickly by default? See guys here? A simple one. I mean, just by default, it is hi, hey, Java developer, your app is up and running. Time to take a next step to deploy your code. Is that clear, guys, now? So any questions on this? So it's just we created a platform. Nothing but our server is ready now. I should be able to deploy our code over there on top of it. To do this, what we can do, we can come down here. This is our code. What we have discussed here, you should be able to build your application as well as you have to deploy an application. So to do that, it's straightforward. If you just come down here in the pipeline section, okay, you can remove all this stuff, not required. Right, same thing, you can delete. Just simply say this. Now you can see that we have new pipeline. Okay, Venkatesh, can we use a Terraform to deploy the app service? Yes, can be possible. It can be. We'll try one example there as well. Okay, quickly. Once it is this done. Okay, what we have done, guys, here, simple. These steps we have followed. If you pick it up here, we have just used these steps. I'll give you a copy and I'll just keep it here. These three steps we've just used to create your workspace. Okay, guys, these three steps. We have created a resource group and we have created a plan and we have created a app service. Okay, I'll keep it. Nice. Now you can get it. Now, once it is getting this, right? Now what we have to do, I'm not doing anything great, guys. Here you can see that I'm following blindly this to create, to understand easily, right? So you can just come down here. See what we do normally whenever you create a pipeline. See, I'm going to use it. Azure DevOps we have used. If whatever repository, if you go back here, whatever repository you have, you can also use GitHub, not a problem, right? So we can use repository. We have already uploaded and imported. You can pick it up, this guys. You can use a starter pipeline, so existing Azure pipeline.yaml file, Maven. Only if you want to build Maven. You can see Maven project, Java project, web app. Next time onwards, you need not to do that. Just straight away, you can modify here. See this, guys. Okay, what I'm doing now, I'm creating a pipeline. See that I'm using my subscription, and you can simply say continue. And it will authenticate. Okay, cool. I'll give my details about, and just simply say next. It's my bad. Right, 19. Cool. Sign in. Good. Now see that, guys, here. Maven package Java project web app. Even .NET also same thing going to be there. Build your Java project and deploy, and you can use this option. See that, guys. It's coming or not? What is this about? Your platform. It is choosing straight away your platform and simple validate and configure. Okay. So what is saying that here? Service principal ID field is not expected in service connection when creation mode is set to automatic. Okay, service principal ID field is not expected in service connection when creation mode is set to automatic. Okay, next what we have to do, but if not, then select, go back here. Once again, pipelines, create a pipeline. What it is saying that? Azure repository, pick it up this. All right, is this asking anything? Sponsorship, continue. Okay. And validate and configure. If not, we should be able to create it. Am I right? Yeah. Yeah, we can use it. Both are same, right? You can get it here itself. you'll get it repository here itself. And here it is there. You can get it in Venkatesh. Okay, you can try. You can use this option, same thing, and you can get it automatically. Okay, cool. Now let's see. We're using blank only, right? Yeah. Service result field is not expected to in service connection when connection mode is set to automatic. You'll get it standard. Even either you do automatically or blank, right? But even if, for example, if you want to get it a web app, what you are going to get it? You can see this here. Web app, deployment, Azure DevOps. You will get that straight away, right? You can see. You just observe this. So once it is getting, I'm just following right here. Can we use this straight away? If it is, it is .NET. See that here. .NET build, .NET publish, and then using Azure Web App. It is automatically going to create the same thing. Service connection also maybe it is required. Let me try. I think that is not required. I think. Let's see. Because if not, it cannot show it up, right, Nagendra. Okay, anyway, we'll take it up that point as well. Service connection. Right, we have this already. Right, it is already created. For example, new service connection, if I click it up. What should I use it here? Can you check it out? Is there anything app service? It's not there. Right, web app. It won't use straight away. It can use this option, not a problem. Just a moment. Jenkins, you will get all are here. It's not a problem. It's not a part of this stuff. Or else you can indirectly. This subscription is nothing but see Azure Resource Manager is already by default it's created. And my managed service principal, it is there already. It is there already. Managed service principal. We can use that actually. It is there already. That is fair enough to get into that. Okay, and view permissions. What is this about? View permissions. View, go to enterprise applications and all. This is not required, I believe. So, okay, just a moment. We'll go back here. Okay, same thing. We'll pick it up once again. See, we'll see what is the error it is coming. All right, repos, pipelines, create a pipeline. Should get it automatically. This is if you pick it up. We'll see what is an error, what we have to do. Quickly that part. Okay, just a moment. Just hold on. What is that error? We'll quickly take it up because small change. We want to see that. Manager. Okay, we'll do one thing. What is this? This manager connections. To resource manager connection using the resource authentication and parameters name and defined. Is the same error we are getting, right? This connection creation mode. Automatic. Okay, what they're saying that now the same error in those particular connection to it. Application one field using application with okay, got it. Just a moment. Come down, guys. Project settings, go into the service connections, pick it up this, you can delete because by default automatically it's going to create. That's the reason. Okay, no, nothing will be there. Now go back here, see that here, pipelines, create a pipeline. Good. Now we got this information. Now you can see guys here. Hey, see that the blank you created or your selected option, if you have to add all these things, definitely, right? Now you can come down here. Only the step extra part is, see, you're taking the stage.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which authentication mechanism is commonly used in Azure DevOps? And your options are OAuth, JWT, basic authentication, or token-based authentication. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
And deploy. Now stage, if you pick it up, what we are doing guys here, we are choosing the VM image, a variable. This variable we are referring as part of the jobs. In the job section, like same thing, this one. And see, jobs, in the job one, if you pick it up here, and job, this is the one job. Okay, one job it is defined in particular stage, build stage. You can pick it up. Now what we are doing this, guys? Can you have a look here? What we are doing here, display name. We are just packaging MVN package. Indirectly, we are running a command called MVN package. Even you can use a script option. You can say MVN package, so that it will run this part. It is referring the pom.xml and it can build that. Cool. And then next step is, once it is build this package, what we are doing guys here? Copy files to artifact staging directory. So here, content target folder, artifact staging directory straight away. That is nothing but this location. Upload, drop. Artifact is nothing but. Okay, so what did we do? Change from automatic to manual. What did we do to change from automatic to manual? You can just modify it. You can just add it parameters straight away here. See that Azure subscription we are using, right? See this Azure Resource Manager connection created during the pipeline creation. That is, previously it is there. That's the reason we are not able to do that. Is that clear? If not, you have to give that information. That's what I'm saying, Murugesh. Okay, so it is trying to creating the Azure Resource Manager connection. The service connection side. It's already their same name. It is, while creating the option, it is automatically creates a new one. But it is already there. It is not referred that particular one. Okay, cool. Then once it is done, right? So we have copied this part. Up to this is clear, guys. We are just indirectly running what? MVN clean package, or I can say install command. We are doing that. Okay, then that is one thing. Now let's see our pipeline. It's clear. Okay, and second step. This is one step. This is a build step. Okay, so the build step. See the deployment steps. Standard. Only our task going to be changed. These tasks only going to be changed going forward. Any task. Tomorrow you're doing a .NET. Tomorrow using Node.js or any other Terraform commands or any other. You can just change it here. These tasks, multiple tasks. Okay. Now just observe this. In the second one, stage deploy. In this, what we are doing, that's here, guys. What is this meaning? Depends on build. Nothing but build stage. It is depending on build stage. If it is build stage success, then only it will take the deployment stage. That's the purpose. Condition succeeded. It's a YAML style. Okay. Now, as part of these jobs, deployment, display name, environment name. This environment name, what is we having here by default? My demo app name it is referring. Environment name. Okay. Now, let's take it up. If you see here, same thing, right, guys? Strategy, run once, deploy, steps. Same thing what we have taken it up here. See, Azure Web App at 1. Even you search it out, you'll get it straight away. Or else you can use options to generate also. Both options you can use it. Okay. Now, once it is done, see that Azure subscription, app type, app name, package. Can you see that, guys? What is there in this? Azure subscription. This Azure subscription, already this is nothing but a ARM manager. Sorry, Azure Resource Manager. It is created straight away. This is one step. Then once it is getting this one, right? Azure Resource Manager, see app type, web app Linux, because we have used Linux type as part of the Azure service plan, right? As part of the Azure service plan, if you come down here, we have used Linux. If it is a Windows, it will show as Windows here. Then app name, web app name. So this, what is the web app name we have used here? If you come down here in the portal, come down to the resource groups. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can say resource groups. You can see guys here, my demo app name is your app service. Okay, it is referring same thing. Web app name, you can keep it from here. My demo app name, my demo app name. This by because we have chosen straight away. That's the reason it is created. If not, you have to add it manually. This parameter either here, either directly you can add it here or else same. Now what is happening here? Can you see this here? What is this? Package. See that here, pipeline workspace, drop and jar, .var or .jar file. Nothing but if you come down in the build section, hey, see this here, drop section. So what we are content we are copied, see the source folder, content, target folder. Same thing we are just keeping here, pipeline workspace. In the drop section, drop directory. Cool. Now, once it is done, you can just simply save this. Save. And this commit message, save it. Okay, now you can just come down into the pipeline section. See what is the name will be there, Spring Framework Picnic.git something by default it is generated. You can come down, edit option. I think go back to the home page. Sorry, here, edit, go back here. You can choose this rename option, rename. Okay, I'm just saying that. Okay, I can say pet clinic. For example, Maven deploy. Just save this. Now run a pipeline. But if I run it, definitely it's going to fail. Agree my point? Why? Because if you come down into the once again into this edit option, guys, it is using pool name is equal to VM image. But we don't have a default subscriptions. Am I right? So for that case, what you have to do, you have to use a pool name. Okay, environment variables are nothing but, see, these all environment variables are nothing but just you can also directly declare here by values. See, in this VM name, I can say Ubuntu latest. I can give you directly the app name. I can give you directly the value. But going forward, I want to support for different subscriptions, different web apps, for example. Then I'm going to use simple these variables. I can extract it from here. I can pass the values from external source to here. So that is the purpose of variables. Am I right, Nagendra? For example, I'm not using deployment here. I'm using in a different pipeline. I'm cutting this one and I can keep it in somewhere. So that time I cannot get this build file, right? This whatever jar file it is generating, I'm not going to get it in a different pipeline. So that time you have to keep it in one central location. That is, you can use Nexus repository, you can use artifacts, or if it is a Docker images, we have used Docker image, Docker registry. That's the another way. Where I do artifact, right? Artifacts. Azure pipeline, Azure DevOps, for example. You can see publish Maven artifacts, Azure pipeline. You can see only that time what we are doing is just observe this. You have to add in your pom.xml this repository section. You have to add this information. So packages, dev, Azure, your organization name, project name, packaging, feed name, Maven, V1. So you have to add this URL, and you have to give in the settings.xml, you can add this server information, nothing but your username, password of your project. Then you can see here what I'm doing now here, goals package. This is for build. Another stage will come, copy files. This is we are done already, right? You can see that here. If you come down here, copy files, am I right? And we are just uploading, we are doing that. But observe this here. Publish, build artifacts. Where? Name, publish location, path to publish. It is doing right already. Is the same? Can you check? But it is just uploading directly this one, but you have to add extra stuff, this part. This part you have to add it. Okay. Publish, build artifacts at one, and path to location, artifact name, container. You have to create one artifact feed also. That's the reason. It just, if you add this one, automatically it will upload there. See this summary manually run by. Then once it is done, one published. See, automatically come here, one published. Or else publish package to your feed, for example. Feed in the sense here, if you come down here, go back and pipelines and artifacts. Here, you should create one artifact, nothing but one storage location we are creating here. Six connected to feed. Set Upstream storage connected to feed. You can create one feed. What is its type about? Maven, right? Our type is Maven. Very good advice. Straight away, you should be able to add this information as part of your repository in your pom.xml. See here, add this report to both your pom.xml and the server details. You have to add it in the settings.xml. Then mvn install and mvn deploy command. If you do that, automatically takes care. If you do it manually. For example, if I say .NET, it is also same. See .NET. In this .NET, in your NuGet config location, you have to add this information. You should run this command, publish it. But observe this here. I'm using VM image is okay, but we don't have. We have to use a self-hosted agent because it is not enabled yet. Now I'm just doing that in the pool section. Name, you have to use like this, name and the test pool. Good. And just save this. And even copy this as it is in the deployment section also. In the test pool, you can see here also I should add it. Test pool. And save this straight away. Now run it. Let's try branch. So what is the branch right now we are using? 5.3 X. Okay, keep it default. Okay, run it. Good. Now see that, guys, both two stages are showing right now. One stage, two stage. Even this stage, you can also get an approval as well. You can enable approval options as well. Can you check it, guys? What if we have to do that to approval? What content, if I add it, it will automatically hold until you approve it. Can you search in meantime? So nothing but what? In our pipeline. So if I take it up this pipeline straight away, repository. Normally what we'll do that, we'll clone this, clone into your local. What happened to this? HTTPS, SSH, manage SSH keys, new SSH key, public key. You can keep it from here. What I'm doing now, I'm just copying the public key to get into local. The code, I want to keep it into local. So I'm just adding this. Okay, guys, now add it. Done. Now go back to home page, repository, take it up this clone option, SSH, copy, can come down, git clone, use this file, automatically get it. And you can come down here. Now you got it, right? Just open here, open a folder. And what is this? Let's Spring Boot Pet Clinic. You can get it straight away. What I have done, I just cloned the local, your repository. Is that clear? Yes. Sure, Sweta. Okay. What I have done, I just cloned the repository into local. But if I want to clone a repository, what is required? Because we need an SSH key. If I use it here, if you come down here, if I want to use SSH, manage SSH keys option I have used. For that case, we have done already, I think, last time. We have generated SSH key, public key. I just copied here in the location in this section. See, it is created. Okay, cool. And then cloned. We just used clone option. Git clone. And we got it in a local. You can able to see everything. You can see this your pipeline is there. So that if I modify something here itself, then it will automatically, there's a best practice. That's the reason I have cloned into local. Okay. This is pretty clear. Now, guys, you can just come down. Now, can you check it out? What is the pipeline status? What is an error? Can you check the first step itself is failed, it seems. Okay, can you go here? Build a stage. And a Maven package. Can you read this, guys? What is an error? Unable to locate executable file, MVN. Please verify either, okay, please verify either the file path exists or the file can be found with artifacts directory. Exactly, Maven required to install. But I don't want to go into the host and I don't want to run it. Agree? So what I want is if I go into the host like this, I can install it here, but I don't want that. See, for example, Java, I need, for example. So I need to install this package. Agree? We should be able to install this package. I'm just keeping here. Okay, in this, can I add it one step here? In the build section, we are directly running the task here. Can I add some task here? This task plus Maven task also. For example, if I say MVN, it is asking to install sudo apt maven install command. These two tasks I need to perform, guys. Exactly. But which task I have to add it here? I need some task. Agree? I need one task. What task I should use it? Shell script. Can I use it? Can I use shell script, or else you can come down here, Repos and Azure pipelines. I think just a minute, pipelines, we can come down and take this pipeline, edit option. Hey, see this, guys. You can able to get it some task here, options. For example, I want to add some task, something like shell. Okay, shell. Okay, PowerShell, target machines. So that here you can use this option. Okay, so what task you want to do that? What task you want to take it? Command script file, inline scripts. You can say inline scripts. You can add your script here. Automatically, it's going to show it up. It's going to add it here automatically. All right. Or else, can you come down here in a different way? You can simply say run shell commands in ADO. I'm sorry, ADO. Nothing but Azure DevOps pipeline. See that, guys? Shell script. Getting on that straight away. We can get it. See here. Shell script, inputs, script path. They'll get it. This is a way we can able to use it. Examples also can find it. See, echo hello world. And you can able to perform script path. Or else you can say in another way, instead of shell commands, I said, right? Okay, enable to shell script from the command also you can use it. See, another option. Command line script. See, run a command line script using bash Linux or Mac or CMD execute command line to inputs script. You can come down here. You can see the example. Steps. We can take it up straight away. So or else you can see script directory, working directory, and all you can use it options. Okay, but anyway, this is quite interesting. I can pick it up straight away. This script path, it is asking, I think. Commands we have to use, I believe. The best option is You can come down here. So whatever prepared these commands, let's try. So Control C. So you can get it exactly. Okay, guys. I need these two commands. Bin bash. Add it. See that, guys? It's getting or not? You can use these commands SSH. Or else you can Control X. Okay, don't save it here. You can keep it straight away here itself. This is the way also you can prepare your task and ensure. Okay, guys. Now see that steps, task, inline, name also you can give it. For example, if you want to give a display name, you can also give this display name here. Install Maven packages. Done. Then save this. As usual, you can push it. Plus updated Maven installation. Something, just save this, push it, guys. What I'm doing now, we are just pushing. What about goal in task? Nothing but whatever task you want to take it up, you can perform here. Task is nothing but it's your task. What you want, you can take it up that. Now it's done. Can you see that here? So what is the by default 5.3? Is this triggered or not? Let me check it out in your pipelines. Leave this and see automatically picked up. Now it's progressing. Agree, guys? Shweta and everyone, right? You can see that what is happening right now. And see, initialize the job, checkout is done, and installing the Maven package. I think it will fail. Yes, I know. Because see that input required. Can you guess it, guys? What is the problem here? Just a line X. See, you're done this part, but you have to give a silent mode, am I right? You have to say -y, right? Now, save this once again. Then updated something. Okay, you can push it. I'm just directly pushing from Visual Studio Code. Now you can see automatically it's going to be triggered your pipeline. -y. Whenever you say here, for example, if I do manually, if I run this command, it will ask yes or no. Do you want to proceed or not? Correct, Sweta? Whenever you ask some installation, any package, even to Windows packages or even Linux packages, it will ask prompt yes or no. So that's the reason it is. Now you can see now this time it's getting success or not. 34 seconds ago it's failed. Why? Can you check? Can you check what could be the reason? Okay, is this triggered or not? Run pipeline. Run pipeline. One more time, what could be the reason? One more step we need to do that. By default, it cannot get it. Yeah, I understand. Just observe this. If I come down, guys, take it up this one. I'm running manually, for example, say here. If I say this, so it will ask yes or no option. See, it is asking yes. Can you see that? By default, it is taking, right? Okay, it is installing. Normally, you should say apt update command. You should say apt update command, it will take it up. But why it is giving error? Can you check it out? Input required. Is this got it or not? Repositories. Repositories. Yeah. Sudo apt install. I think sudo is not required, I think, in this scenario. Just a moment. Edit option straight away. Remove this option. Sudo. It is prompting something. That's the reason it is getting this error. Maven -y, Maven -y. It's okay. And commit it. Commit it. Okay, let me see that. What is going to be happening? The pipelines. Cool. It's going to take it up. Build stage. Only first time you will get it. Yeah, silent installation, correct, finish. Input required. It is asking input required, SSH endpoint. Task itself is giving some problem, I think, right? Okay, or else I think we are giving wrong one, or script string required script advanced and all. Maybe this is also going to work, I think so. Let me do one thing. Let me do something here. Pull it. I think the task is giving, I think, problem. It seems. Okay, here this task is a problem. Script. And I think this is bash. We have to use this here, inline, file path and all. I think this is straightforward, it works. Script. So take it up here. Okay, script in place of here. I'm just going to say here. And you can use this pipe. You can give multiple values, not a problem. It works. Because I have used multiple times. Okay, pt and pt install maven I convert. Fair enough. This is not required. Display name, do this. Okay, cool. Plus symbol updated. Push it. Okay, can you check once? If not, I'll do manually, not an issue. Maybe something else. It is being an error. Sudo is also not a matter. I think if it is sudo is not, it is if the sudo is an issue, it will tell straight away permission issues. Now see this time, warning APT does not have a stable CLI interface used with the caution in scripts. Could not. Okay, now see that this time sudo is expecting. Now it's going on smoother. Now you can come down here, say it's getting this. Sudo. It works this time. Save this. Okay, push is done. Now you can check it out. Okay, good. It's done. This time it is success. See, installed Maven packages. Now Maven packages doing now. But it is mvn clean something command. You can see here. So what is the command it is trying to running? Mvn command it is taking place. See, Apache Maven and see here, package. Mvn package command is running. Okay, even this one you can use script also, not an issue. But we are using default DSL itself. Okay, now it's doing all these activity. That's what required dependencies are downloading by Maven. Okay, in service connection, last class we explained the manage service principle. That's what this one. Service principle is nothing but this one. While creating the service connections here, service connection, you have to create options straight away. See, new service connection. Nothing but what this service connection is nothing but what? It's going to give you a connection to your Azure portal, whichever service you're looking for. See, by default, it is see ARM Azure Resource Manager. What is this Azure Resource Manager? It's going to connect, it's going to provide an authentication to your Azure portal. ARM. That is nothing but a Azure Resource Manager. For example, some other, you have third party, for example, like see this here, Docker host, Docker registry, incoming webhooks, Jenkins, for example, Jenkins. You can able to Jira, Kubernetes, Maven. All these are all, for example, third party one. So you're going to enable the connection. For example, simply I can say Docker registry. Okay, I'm just choosing Docker registry. You can see next. So that automatically Azure container is authentication type. So it's pointing service principle. It is creating nothing but one dummy user indirectly. Service principle is nothing but one user. In AD side going to be in Azure portal side, it's going to create a one service principle. It's nothing but one user indirectly. Okay, authentication purpose. Now you're going to give like this, DevOps, my authentication. I'll give you here and say gmail.com, something like that. And next, and see, sign it. Automatically, see that it is pointing authentication type, detail, service connection name. You can give some connection name. For example, this is for Docker registry connection. You can just give like this, right? So once it is done, then simply grant permissions to all the pipelines. Try to, it's nothing but what? Here, grant access permission to all pipelines. Pipelines can able to access, to push or to pull to Azure Container Registry, so that it will automatically creates. You can give something details and then save this. So what is saying that it is, what is missing here? So it is options. Okay, service principal, Azure Container Registry, authentication type, okay, and the service connection name. Invalid input, we can give some test connection, something. Okay, why it is not allowing? I think something is missing here. I think service, see, no registry is found. But it is, see, it is not there. Okay, I did same, but not able to connect to AZ registry, right? For that case, what you have to do, you have to create one registry. It is not there in our case. If you come down to the resource groups, pick it up this resource group. I'm sorry, home page, Docker registries, container instance, sorry, home page, container registries. You can create a one container registry. Yeah. Hey, you have to log in that option, right? As well. So you can choose this. Okay, and give some name, Devo registry, for example. Whichever is the best one, you can use this option. Okay, fine. And review and create it straight up. Just create it. So once it is created, and you can just point it. Okay, cool. Now you can come down into your registry part. If you once again select it, it will come. This time it will come, see that. Not yet refreshed. Not yet refreshed. I think it is not yet created. Now it's created. Am I right? Now it's created. You can come down. Just select it once again, or else you can go back. Say Docker registry. Even Docker host also there. See this. Docker host also you can select it and you can run over there. Now this time it will get it. Super, right? Now you can get it. And see, save option. Then you can try your way. Yeah, we'll take it out just a moment. Okay, it will create your service connection. Done. Now, as part of your Docker push time, you can use this connection option. Okay, cool. Now, can you see what is our pipeline? What is the status? Still going on? Okay, still going on. I don't know what's the reason. This much time it should not be taken. My God, is that much big? I think so many packages are there, it seems, right? Yeah, that's the reason it's getting an issue. So once it is done, automatically it will take it at this. I think little slow. Host is itself is slow. That's the reason it's taking time. Right, guys? See, the problem is host. I just changed it to high capacity. Now it's going on. Now see that one of our friend is asked about dependency. Sorry, artifact. It is generated. Var file. Is that clear? See the target and it's used. Then you're publishing. So where you're publishing, just observe this. Processed one file, uploaded into this location. So current upload, content upload statistics, it's done. Okay, now it is uploaded that associated artifact one with the build 12. Now it's going to start. Once it is completed, it will automatically start this. So job is pending. And you can see the status if you observe here. See, build stage is completed. 100% test passed. One artifact it is generated. Is that clear, guys? Now, one artifact. Now it is going on. Now you can come down here, deployment stage. What it is saying that the pipeline needs permission to access a resource before this run can continue to deploy stage. Okay, it is asking the permissions. How? You can just observe this in the deployment stage. What is there? The deployment stage display depends on condition succeeded. And it is asking permissions. I think we are doing first time. You can see, give a permissions. I'm just giving permission. Yes, permit. Now it will start this task. Now it started, guys. Great. So it is download an artifact, and Azure Web App also is taking. Now see that here, packaging deployment using where deploy is initiated. Okay, Raj, you're saying. So basically we need a VM to build and create artifacts and upload to your location. And in deployment stage, pick artifact from that location and deploy to absolutely. Yes, absolutely, you're perfect. We have done same thing. In the first stage, see, Maven package and publish an artifact. We have published an artifact. That artifact here downloaded. But we have done same location. We have done in the same location. But if it is have a multiple environments, that time what we'll do that? We are going to get it from your remote location. Just like Docker registry, how it is using. There, once it is downloaded, see, it's done success, guys. See, deploy logs can be viewed here. Your logs also, you can see that here. And successfully deployed. And successfully updated deployment history. And app service URL. See this, guys, here it is there. You can copy this URL. Now you can go into the browser. You can get it. Can you see this change? What happened, guys? Is this HTTPS or HTTP? Pipelines, HTTP. I think it is used HTTPS. That's the reason it's getting the issue. You can say HTTP : hit it. Or else do one thing. You can come down into this location. We have this, right? Come down to the home page. Go into that app services. Click on it, app service. We'll get a URL here itself. All right. So this is the URL we are trying now. You can come down. Hit it. What it is saying that the origin server did not find the current representation of the target resource or are not willing to discuss the exist. Normally it will automatically take it up, or else do one thing. You can private window pick it up. In other words, secure window, just hit it. I think it is taking HTTPS, I believe. So now it will come up application here. Fresh. Is this taking little time? Normally application will come here and automatically it will going to be showed up, but it is build success, right? On build top. Yeah, it is published. To see that here. The var file deploy logs. You can also check it out, logs as well. You can pick it up, this logs is properly copied or not. Also, you can find it here. You can see the logs. Okay, see, these are all logs are there. Triggering recycles, deployment successful, triggering recycle. Okay, this is all deployment logs, right? Okay, can you refresh? Is this working still? No, not secure. It's fine. Should come automatically. If it is something is not properly built, it also get problem. So you can do one thing. Once again, run the build. You can pick it up and run it. So it's going to be take it up same way. So for that case, everything is, you can use an options. For example, the way you're going to pipeline, right? First, you have to get a basic pipeline, you can get it. For example, in between, I want to add another task, for example. Okay, what I'll do that, I'll just come down into this steps in this section. I can able to take it up here itself. Right. For example, I'll do one thing, another stage I'll pick it up. Okay, just hold on. In this pipeline itself, if I want another stage, simply up to this, we can pick it up. You can add it here, another stage. For example, in the same pull, I want to run some task, for example, script to task only I want to perform. Pick it up like this. Okay, just I'm adding another task. Pull, then you can just come down here. Just add your steps. Where you doing that? Pull section should be the pull section. Script. For example, here I want to perform echo install your infrastructure. For example, this is example Terraform's part. For example, Terraform utility. Something I'm just giving. Okay, simply I'm just save this. Okay, you can add any kind of task, whatever task you want. You can search it out in Azure part. I mean Microsoft documentation. You can able to get it ready-made. If it is not getting, for example, now what you have to do, whatever steps you do it to on your virtual machine, same thing you can add it through script. Is that fine? Right? Suppose if it is available, this kind of task, like this kind of task, or if you take it up here in the build section, if it is this kind of task, if you take it up, those are all ready-made stuff. Those are all DSLs, we call it as. If it is not available for your task, you can use script. Fine. This is the way you can able to perform. Now here, there are two deployment steps, right? So you can say this is infra. For example, I'm just saying that infra part. Just say this. Update it. Updated. Now it can push it. It works, same as this. Cool. Now you can see the pipeline is running or not. It will get it. So it is success. It will keep on running. So it is failed. Why? Some recent issues detected related to the pipeline. Can you refresh it? Okay, what could be the reason? Can you check? Unexpected value. Line number 64, it is a unexpected value. Can you pick it up here? 64. Oh, steps should come like this, I think. Just a moment. Infra, we have added steps here. Okay, and the script should come like this. Yeah. Okay, display name is also properly there, right? There is no problem actually. Script and all, deploy, stage. So this is one step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Cool, no problem, right? So stage, display name, you can give it as infra stage. And depends on build. Okay, succeeded. And the jobs, you can give it different display name, Linux web and all. Okay, cool. Infra setup. Job name going to be infra resources. I'm just giving something name. Cool. Okay, you can just update it. It will take it up. Okay, now this time it will get it. Exactly. Bubble. Now you can just come down in the pipelines. Still getting the problems? Recent pipelines. Click on it here. Still 2 times failed. Now run a pipeline one more time. Let's see what could be the error it is coming. Azure pipeline 64 line. Straight away it is giving the error. It's not progressing even though. We have pushed, right? We're not pushed yet. 64 line steps, I think, right? Yeah. Stage is okay. Display name depends also not required. You can remove this. Condition also you can remove. Jobs. Deployment or display name, pool and all it's same. Steps. Pool name, VM image. Okay. Can you see here in the build section? I'll do one thing. I'll copy as it is this. Stage section. I can remove this. Maybe environment kind of stuff is a problem. Now this is clear now. And here you can say infra stage. Okay, guys, infra stage. And job name is going to be infra setup. And display name should be, keep it the same thing. Test pool, VM image, this task, install Terraform, for example. Okay, guys, now save this. It's time. No case sensitive. Date it, push it. Okay. Okay, it's done. Let's see what is happening. Just now it's triggered, now it's going on. I think that is something is messed up. Now it's going on. See that now if it is no dependency, infra stage, deployment stage, it is taking build. Got it? Okay, cool. Now this is one thing, and this next example, what we'll do, we'll take another example, same like Java only, but what we'll do, .NET application will pick it up like this. Simple one. We can do it even if you search it out, you'll get this one. Simple, this part. Okay, .NET demo. So if you generate it, even if you come down here, build and deployment, so .NET Core, if you pick it up, see guys here, you can straight away just run this command in your terminal. Okay, it will automatically generate. If I say .NET run, it will automatically run your application straight away. But if you want to use the same code, I want to deploy it, what I'll do that, and you can create a pipeline. Okay, and we can see that here straight away, pipeline, new pipeline. You can use it options. When configure, you can use these options, Azure pipelines. See, pool, Ubuntu, steps, use .NET at 2. In our case, it is used Maven, if you observe this here. Right, Maven at 3. But what about here? It is going to use it, simple this stuff. And your task. Use .NET at 2. So that it will use this and it will get it the task. And you can even all this stuff, see, .NET restore, and you are building the .NET application straight away. .NET build command indirectly. So once it is getting that, see that here, .NET is internally uses a version of NuGet.exe that is packaged with the .NET Core SDK, and .NET restores can only restore package specified by the .NET Core project. So in this scenario, .cs project file is going to be used. Their pom.xml. So .NET build is going to help you to package your application. Okay, and then see all this stuff. Once it is done, build your project, run your test also, same thing. Then you can deploy it straight away. Okay. Which URL you want to take it up? Yeah, it's Java application is already deployed, right? You've done successfully. See this here. Yeah, done. Java part is done. And if this, once it is done, you will get it, this URL. I think this Java code is not working. It's not problem with the URL. It's with the code. In the initial stage, it is working, right? Yeah. Even you pick it up here. If you have a different code base, that is fine. It works. Normally, this is the URL. We can get it from here. It will automatically take it up. Okay, that is nothing but this one. So package your file uploads time as an artifact of the build. So you're publishing the pipeline artifact into artifact name. So same like what you're suggesting, this is the one packaging, and we are publishing into this. But after packaging this part, we should see this published to the Azure website, Azure SPN name and all we have to get. But here, what I want is straight away steps are in place. But before building, before deploying here, I need in between to create my infrastructure. So that if you have that stuff, then automatically we can get it the value from here and we can able to add it here itself straight away. Cool. Now let's see how we can take it up that part as well. What we are doing, guys, here, we are just running the pipeline. Okay, don't think too much anything else. We are just running the pipelines to build and deploy applications. So till now, what we have done, we've just taken the build as well as deploy directly into the web app. Now, what I want to try is, I don't want to create manually what steps we have followed here. Agree? So what I want is automatically wanted to create a resources in Azure. So if I want to create a Azure resources, how can you do that? Can you guess it? Through pipeline, I want to create my Azure web app or my AKS clusters or anything, for example. So how can you do that? So we are going to use a Terraform. Is that clear now, guys, everyone? Now, how can you do the Terraform? What is a Terraform, first of all? We are using word Terraform widely. So what steps, if I take it up, I can able to create a resource. So nothing but if I want to create a Terraform, for example, if I want to create a resource in Azure, what we are using, different options we are using. One is through portal, that is nothing but a UI. Am I right? Another one is we are using CLI, just like what I have taken here, the steps. If you go back here, right? What is this about? CLI commands. We just went here and we are able to execute this command, AZ command. These AZ commands are nothing but, we call it as what, guys? CLI commands. So once it is created your resources, on top of it, we have deployed through pipeline. Here, we have just packaged your application and we are uploaded over here. No, nothing is there here. Simple things. We're just packaging and we are uploading over here. Perfect. Next step is what? But I don't here. We have given all the details to deploy to upload your application into this platform. But what I need is we should be able to take it up as part of the pipeline itself. I want to run it, but Terraform pipeline cannot create a resource. Pipeline can use the resource to deploy, to perform something. Okay, so for that case, UI and CLI is not perfect. So I can use it infrastructure as a code concept. Okay, guys, infrastructure as a code. So if I want to take an infrastructure as a code, what steps if I take it? What tools I can use it, guys? Can you guess it? One is Terraform. This is open source and it can support for multiple clouds. It can support multi-cloud. Another one is ARM templates. This is for Azure DevOps part. Sorry, Azure native tool. It is ARM templates. Now, if you have these two, either of the one you have to use it. But widely used one, definitely, it's going to be a Terraform. And if you work on Terraform only, you can able to support even multiple clouds as well. Okay, but how Terraform can work, guys? So what steps if I take it up, I can able to, how it can, I mean, we can able to create a resource. Okay, so Terraform is kind of a utility. And Terraform is developed set of APIs, nothing but. Nothing but think of it like this. For example, Azure is providing some set of SDKs. Nothing but they're providing set of APIs to create resources in Azure portal. Okay, now, but I want to run it through programmatically, right? If I'm doing that infrastructure as a code in the sense what, I need to run it through programmatical way. So Azure is providing those SDKs. We have to use this standard development kits as part of our code. So for that case, HashiCorp is one of the organization. They use those SDKs with the help of Go language. With the help of Go language, they developed Terraform. So Terraform is nothing but what? HashiCorp is already developed set of methods by using Go language, just like a Java, Python, Ruby, .NET, how it is there. Go language is one language. It is used to call Azure resources, to create, to update, to delete something. Okay, but we are not going to touch Go language. They're already developed. Just we are calling those methods with help of what? With templates, main.tf file kind of files, .tf files. We are going to declare a simple in the main.tf file, like how YAML file we are defining the pipelines. The same way in the main.tf file, nothing but .tf file, we are just going to call the resources. For example, if you want to create a virtual machine, you want to create a web app, if you want to create a EKS cluster, anything, we can able to create it with help of the TF files. Okay, if you take an architecture a little bit on this front, you can just come down, guys. Here you can see, guys, Terraform architecture. If you see this architecture, you can get to know how it is working. You can have a look. This is the way it's going to work in the back end. This is architecture. Okay, guys. So what are you doing that? See, Azure is providing this upstream APIs. And Terraform, nothing but HashiCorp is developing this library. Library contains your methods. And those methods we are declaring here in the Terraform. Whenever you declare, whenever you run it, okay, it will pull it that particular library from here to with the help of provider, because my provider is Azure, my provider is AWS, my provider is Kubernetes. Based on your provider information, that relevant library can pull it into your local. I mean, where you are running your Terraform commands. So that it will automatically creates and get the authentication. I mean, it's going to create a resources. So for that case, see, once it is developed your source code, okay, this is the way it's going to take it up. See that, yeah, lifecycle phases. You can see, guys, this is the way it's going to take it up. Simple one. These are standard flow. It's going to be followed by Terraform. Good. Raj, Go language is nothing but it's a language, just programming language. Just like Python, Ruby, .NET. What is there, right? Go language is one. So you can also work on it if you know one language. If, for example, you know basics about the Python or Java or anything, Go language is also same. Loops, while loops, conditions, functions, exception handling, everything is going to be there. So what they have done, they used that language, they developed client programs. So what it does, this client program, this client will reach to ARM manager, nothing but Azure Resource Manager, to create a resource. Nothing but we are giving instructions to ARM manager, I mean Azure Resource Manager. With help of what? This Terraform. Nothing but Terraform using Go language. So whenever you run program, you are going to connect it. For example, you have written a .NET program. I want to connect a database. What you'll do that, guys? You're going to use database library in your .NET program. And you are going to give all the details about your database host name, port number, IP address, and the username, password, database name, and all. If you give all these details, you are able to connect it. Same thing we are doing here. We are passing about our account details, nothing but Azure account details we are giving. Azure account details. And you are giving the code. Nothing but you are declaring your infrastructure code. Nothing but just declaring. Hey, I need a virtual machine type, operating system, security group, all that information we're just giving. So that will take it up. Then code. And then you're getting the authentication details, code, and you are using Terraform utility command. Something like this. Terraform init, Terraform plan, and Terraform apply. Then what is an advantage of using this? I can able to go into Azure portal, I can create it, right? I can go into the portal and I can create it. I can go into the CLI, I can run a CLI commands, I can create a resources, right? Then why we have to use this option? Infrastructure as a code and a lot of code and writing and all. Unnecessary headache, right? What is an advantage? Can you think of it? Raj, Ganesh, Murugesh, everyone. What is an advantage? Agility, very good. One thing is agility. Any other benefits? Yeah, state files, time consumption. It is going to be in your control. Agree? So there is no, especially time consuming is the main factor, and state files is another important. Okay, very good. You can create entire infrastructure without touching manual effort. You can. Right. Right. So we can able to go for what? The advantage is it will maintain the desired state. One of the important point. It's going to maintain a desired state. Can you think of it? What is a desired state? Nothing but n number of times you run it, your Terraform scripts. It won't create an extra resources. Unless you delete, unless you modify the code. If you're not modify the code, it cannot change. N number of times you can create it. For example, if you want to delete it without changing the code, we can delete it. Without changing any code, you can able to create it. Right, very good. You can back up the state files and restore if something goes wrong on infra end as well. Yes, Terraform destroy command, I can use it. Is that clear, guys, everyone? Terraform, plan, apply, and destroy commands, I can able to use it. So with this help, we can able to perform. Good. But how it's going to be performed? How we can take it up? It's very simple, guys. Same like Azure DevOps pipelines. For example, if you want to create a resources and all, simply you can do it from your local machine. You can create it from anywhere. You can do that. Terraform commands. Only Terraform utility is required. Just like this. For example, I'm in the local. Take it up here. Okay, here. See that here, which Terraform? If you have, fair enough. If you have this, fair enough. Terraform. You can set it up. It's not a big deal. Just, you can simply say here, install Terraform. For example, whichever machine you can take it up, it will get it. For example, Ubuntu. See that, guys? You can get it in sessions. How to install and all, you can get it straight away. You can take always latest versions straight up. Always recommended latest version. Okay, that's really good. Now, once it is done, right? See that once it is, if you install the Terraform, something like this, say install Homebrew, Chocolate, Linux and all. If you see that Linux, see that, guys? It's very simple steps. If you follow these steps, it will automatically install. And you can have a look. apt update, apt install Terraform. Now, once it is getting the Terraform, so what you will do that next step is we can just come down here. For example, I'm just taking one code base. Take it up this example. Same thing, Spring pattern, right? I can pick it up. Yeah, you can take it up here. You can simply create one directory called Terraform, for example. I'll go into this Terraform directory. Okay, I'm just going to create a Terraform directory. Simply, I'll touch one file, for example, main.tf file. Okay, main.tf file, something like this. Nothing will be there. You can just come down here. See, main.tf file I have written. Just created. What content I should keep it here? So don't worry about the content. If you just come down here, simply say create resource group, for example, using Terraform. Or else you can simply say, right now we are already reached here, right? See this, build infrastructure. Guys, you can switch to different, for example, if you want to use, see here, AWS, Azure, Terraform, Google Cloud, Docker, Oracle, all different availables are there. For example, Azure. I want to use Azure, for example, start it. And then here, build infrastructure, Azure example. You can see that, guys, here. You have to log in and then just come down. You have to set it up your subscription, create your part, all this stuff, and then see that here. You can see Terraform provider and do this. I'll give you. Okay, yeah, you can pick it up this. Now, once it is, if you have this code, simply just copy this. What is doing, guys? Can you observe this here? Simple resource it is creating. I can come down here. You can add this content. Can you observe this? What is the code about this? This is about a standard snippet. It is going to tell about, okay, you are using Azure RM provider. Nothing but Azure Resource Manager is a provider. Nothing but I want to create a Azure resources. That's the purpose. And required version, this is nothing but a Terraform version. Up to which version it is going to support, it's going to tell. Because always keep it latest. And then this is your provider information. Is it a provider information, Azure RM features, something. Nothing but it's going to refer your authentication. By default, it will look up from your local. Same like AZ command. AZ command, how it is working? Whenever you do AZ login command, automatically it will refer your authentication part. The same way. If you want to give it your own service principles and all, you can also give it here in the provider section. You can pass all your service principle and all. If you want, I can give you an example. Few examples. Okay, you can get it. Then see what is happening, guys, here. Simply, we are using this resource creation. Just use to whichever region you want to pick it up, you can. For example, in our case, what we are using right now, if you pick it up, take it up which region it is using here. Central India. Can I keep it the same thing here as well? Okay. So what is the short name? If you use this, go to the home page, resource groups, overview. Yeah, it is taking like this, Central India. Keep it like this only. Is there any short name? Can you check it out? Or else you can give it like this, not an issue. Simple, this much it is. If you use it, just save this. Now what I can do that, have a look, guys. Terraform init command, first step. As per this diagram, we are just doing that init first step. It is going to initialize, then plan and apply. Plan and apply, you can just do that. Fair enough. Now see, it is initialized. And you can simply say plan. You can get it. The same command, we can able to do these Terraform commands through Azure DevOps pipelines. Can you quickly search it out, guys? run Terraform plan command through Azure DevOps pipeline. Can anyone give that link, please? Now see that here. What it is saying that 1 to add, 0 to change, 0 to destroy. And you can simply say apply. Terraform apply. Now we have a look here. It's going to create your resource. Say yes. Is that clear, guys? 1 to add it. You can just observe this. Is that created or not? Home page. Just refresh it in the resource groups. Just refresh it. Okay. Now, can you quickly search it out? Same code, I want to use it in my pipeline. Same command, whatever I have commands used here. Take it up history. Last 3 commands. These 3 commands I want to use it, guys. As part of this pipeline, for example. Okay. As part of this pipeline. So, for example, time being, just comment it all this. Right. It's a build step only. So you can take it a build step and just comment it. So that it can, we can type time being, we can ignore. And this also I can take it up. We can enable later. First for testing purpose. Okay, let's take it up this way. Okay, guys, cool. But here I need to install Terraform. And in the same time, I want to run a Terraform scripts. Can you see that here, guys? You can just come down, Terraform init, for example. Okay, ADO. Nothing but Azure DevOps pipeline. You can see, guys, here, automating infrastructure deployments in the cloud with Terraform. So deploying Terraform also using Azure DevOps. You can have a look. You can just come down somewhere. How they're doing that? AZ login, blah, blah. Just now we have discussed about all this stuff. Okay. And what is doing that? See that AZ, AD, SP, create for airbag, role, contributor, scope, subscription ID, name, Azure DevOps. These values will be mapped to these Terraform variables, app ID, password, tenant. Okay. Then after creating this all stuff, configure remote backend to Azure storage with this Azure CLI and all. Backend is leave it. Okay. Right now it's not required. You can just come down, guys. Variables, resource random, resource group, resource storage account. Okay. And just run it. See this, guys. I need a snippet. Okay. I'm looking for snippet. It is not provided. It seems. Yes. Just come down, pipelines. This guy is not provided, I believe. Let's see. Is there anywhere provided? Oh, yeah. So that, guys, here, agent job, run agent, Terraform. Terraform plan, Terraform apply, Terraform valid, and all, it will be available. So you can choose it as per the pipeline. See, add attack and all, and enabled. It's not. I'm looking for YAML. Okay. I think this guy is not providing. I don't think so. This is not official one. Can you take it up this? Somewhere it is going to be there. Can you quickly search here, guys? Yeah. People for build and the deployment purpose is one, and under the infrastructure purpose, we're going to use it, keep it in different one. That is a standard way you can do that. Or else you can keep it all in a single pipeline. We are going to use a templates concept. Okay. We are using different templates, but we are going to call with a single pipeline. Okay. One different templates, but we are going to call with one single pipeline. Okay. Now let's see. Implementing integration testing on the with the Terraform on Azure. Is there an option, guys? Can you check it out, anyone? I think I can get it. I think it is not saying this. Somewhere you can get it, guys. DevOps. All right. Pipelines. I'm looking for YAML. This guy is providing or not? I don't think so. We'll get it anyway, no problem. Example. Azure DevOps YAML. So even need not require authentication point of view also. See, just you have to detail, you have to give your subscription details, guys. Fair enough. See, backend Azure, backend container name, backend Azure storage group name, service name, working directory, and all. Automatically, it's going to take it up. Terraform task v2. Just you have to give the details. And you can see in that I need YAML. Copying is option there. So that guys here, same thing, right? You can see Terraform, Azure, Resource Manager, Container Registry, Kubernetes cluster, automatically going to create and role I'm going to be assigned. For that case, how you're doing that? See that pipelines, new pipeline, selecting the repository and selecting the pipeline straight away. Pre-configured pipeline, you can see guys. And then once it is saved, you can just come down, just choose this option. You can use any of the one, it's fine, but you can keep it in a different. Okay, cool. Now this init, you can use plan and apply. So that it will automatically take it up. Cool, save this and run it. Okay, and just pass the required details. Here, working directory. You can say Terraform. For example, in this directory, I'm just going to use a Terraform directory. You can keep it as a Terraform. Okay, and backend service ARM. This is private subscription. Backend Azure resource group name. Backend. These things are not required. You can remove this backend parts. And you have to give this your subscription name. What is the subscription name we have used here? You can just come down, keep this subscription name straight away. Azure subscription name, you can give it here. So that it will automatically get authentication. And even same thing, apply. Init is not required, apply purpose is required. And even we have used here init apply. But you can also use plan as well. Separate task plan also going to be there. See, validate and apply. So once it is done, you can just say this like this, for example. Terraform version, it is taking up. But here, Terraform, if it is not available, it cannot run. But anyway, let's see that what kind of error we are going to experience so that we can able to get it. Cool. Now run it. So what is saying that Terraform task v2, the pipeline references task called Terraform task v2. Okay. This usually indicates that is not installed and you may be able to install from the marketplace. visualstudio.com task version 2 job step. That's what it is saying. That is the plugin is not available. You cannot able to do this activity. So that here, the marketplace.visualstudio.com, we have to go there and you have to install this plugin. Okay, you can come down. We can check it out, Terraform plugin. Cool, you got it right? Terraform. So Azure pipelines Terraform. You can pick it up this, I think. Cool, free. You can pick it up. Okay, this is my organization. Install. Good, guys. So this is the error. Based on this error, I just proceed to organization. Okay, it will automatically take it up. So what I have done, see that, guys. I'm taking this error. You can refer this. I'm just keeping. You can also do it in your mission, in your account, so that it will automatically take it up. Now, once it is done, for example, if you create a fresh one right now, for example, here, automatically it will get it. See the Terraform task, for example. If it is installed that plugin, if you observe this, right, we have installed. You can just come down, just simply say Terraform task. It will automatically search. Refresh. Have a look here somewhere. Terraform. Automatically, that is nothing but indirectly what we are doing, the Terraform utility we are just installing. See, guys. Getting right? Terraform, a specific version of Terraform, execute Terraform CLI commands. You get it straight away. If you want what? See, for example, plan, configuration directory, straight away use this. System configuration / Terraform, for example. Configuration directory, or keep it the same thing, or else you can come down the files. Can I create it here straight away? Okay, you can just come down, create one directory, Terraform, file name main.tf, create it. And you can come down here, whatever content we have created in the Terraform section, main.tf, I'll keep it there. That's all. Done. So once it is done, you can just come down into the pipeline section here and say command options, Terraform, automatically take. If you want to do that, run Azure CLI login command, that also you can use it option. If not required. Command options, plan, publish results name and all is not required. Provider is this Azure provider service connection. You can use this. See, provider connection. Nothing but I'm just trying to giving my authentication details. See, Azure RM provider details I'm given. Subscription ID, if you want to give it, you can give it from portal. All right, you can come down into the portal and go to the home page, take it up your groups, for example. Take it up this. See a subscription, you can able to get it, am I right? For example, app service. See a subscription ID. Pick it up, you can give it, guys. Just I'm filling this form indirectly. Now, AWS service provider connection. This is not AWS, not required. Or Google, whatever. For example, you can give it. Just add it. That's all. That's it. It is picked up. Provider Azure RSN subscription details. Same thing we have given here. Same thing we have given, or else you can use this option straight away. You can pick it up this, Control X, and you can say here after Terraform part, you can declare it here, guys. Even use this option for this as well. Even, for example, tasks, for example, if you say, Terraform, all tasks you can able to get it here itself. You can pick it up, see validate init command, for example, command options, backend, local, allow temporary collections and all, just add it. Automatically it's going to add this task, see, Terraform CLI. You can Control X, you can just give it here. Just give it here. This is the init command and remove this part and pick it up. This init. So you want to add here command options and all local, add it. I'm just done. Same once again, second command, if I want to do that, validate, not validate, actually plan, options, command options, plan only. You can keep it in Terraform directory, configuration directory, allow entry, and all this you can add it here. You can add it here, guys. Fair enough. You can remove this. You can try later. Plan command. And if you want to say apply command, you can also try CLI apply system directory called Terraform. Automatically provider information. If you want to give it, you can give it as usual. Sponsorship, subscription ID, provider service and all, you can get it. Copy, you can give guys. And then add it. Done. So these steps are done, save it and run it, guys. If I just run it, fair enough. What it is saying that task V2, we have done anything anywhere? I think planned and init 2 times we got it. I think, sorry, you have to remove this. Fair enough. Save this. Run it. It will take it properly now. Run it. Good. Now it's going now. If everything is correct, it will take it up straight away.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, how can you trigger a build pipeline in Azure DevOps? And your options are by manually executing the file, by scheduling a specific time for build, by committing changes to the source and code repository, or all of these. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So let's start with our first question. And the question is, what is Azure Cloud Service? It is a very simple question, and the answer to the same question is, Azure Cloud Services is a platform as a service, for example, and it is a technology like Azure App Service which is intended to provide scalable, dependable, and cost-effective apps. If I talk about the cloud service, it conveys multiple web applications in Azure, characterizing a number of parts to disseminate, such as handling and permit adaptable scaling of your applications. A cloud service comprises a minimum of one web part as well as a specialist part, each with its own particular application documents and design. The fundamental favorable position of the cloud service is the capacity to help more complex multi-level structures. So this all encompasses what is Azure Cloud Service. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure Active Directory? The answer to the same question is, Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based IAM solution and directory by Microsoft. It brings together application access management, core directory service, and identity protection and turns them into a single solution. It helps employees of an organization sign in and access resources such as the external resources including Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and big number of SaaS applications. And there are also some internal resources such as apps on a corporate network or intranet, as well as any cloud-based apps built by that organization. So basically, Azure Active Directory is intended for use by IT admins, app developers, Azure Office 365, Microsoft 365, or Dynamics CRM online subscribers. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure Data Factory? This is very important question, and generally it's a beginner level question which an interviewer can ask in the initial phase. So the answer to the same question is, Azure Data Factory is a serverless and cloud-based data integration service and platform used for creation of ETL and ELT pipelines. It helps in creation of data-driven workflows for planning and execution of data movements and data transformation at scale. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Databricks? It is a very important question. An interviewer can ask this. So be prepared with this. The answer to the same question is, Azure Databricks is a data analytics platform that offers two environments for the development of data-intensive applications. First is Azure Databricks SQL Analytics and Azure Databricks Workspace. Azure Databricks integration with the security, compute, analytics, storage, and AI services that are natively provided by the cloud providers facilitate the unification of data and AI workloads. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Data Lake? Azure Data Lake is a cloud platform that supports big data analytics through its unlimited storage for structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data of all types and sizes. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are Azure resources? This question also comes in the beginner level, and the answer to the same question is, any entity managed by Azure can be referred to an Azure resource. The following are some of the examples of Azure resources, such as storage accounts, virtual networks, virtual machines, etc. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the roles implemented in Windows Azure? And the answer is, the roles implemented in Windows Azure are as follows. The first one is the web role. Next is the worker role. And third is the virtual machine role. If I talk about the web role, it gives a web solution that is front end.
This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating Azure gives an IIS and required services. If I talk about the worker role, it gives solution for background service. It can run long activities. The next is virtual machine role. This role of both web and workers are executed on machines. The virtual machine roles gives the client the capacity to modify Azure virtual machine on the web, and worker roles are running. I hope so you got the answer to this question. This is very important question, so please make a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the three principal segments of Windows Azure platform? And the answer is, Windows Azure has three principal segments. And the first one is Windows Azure Compute. Windows Azure gives a code that can be managed by hosting environment. It gives the calculation benefit through parts. Windows Azure backs three types of roles. The first one is web roles utilized for web application programming and upheld by IIS 7. The next is worker roles utilized for foundation handling of web roles. The third is virtual machine roles utilized for moving Windows Server applications to Windows Azure in simple way. Next is Windows Azure Storage. It gives four types of storage services. The first one is queues for informing between web parts and worker roles. Next we get its tables for storing the structural data. Third is the binary large objects to store content, records or vast information. And fourth one is Windows Azure Drives to mount a page blob. These can be transferred and downloaded by the means of binary large objects. Finally, we have the third one, which is the Windows Azure App Fabric. This fabric provides 5 services. The first one is Service Bus, Access, Caching, Integration and Composite. This forms the perfect answer to this question, and this is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now, let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, define Windows Azure App Fabric. Basically, Windows Azure Diagnostics empowers you to gather diagnostic data from an application running in Windows Azure. Diagnostic data is used for capacity planning and evaluation. I hope so. It's clear to you, and this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is the difference between Windows Azure Queues and Windows Azure Bus Service? Azure Queues gives a solid, intelligent messaging within the services. They also highlight a very straightforward, REST-based get, put, peek interface, whereas bus queues are a part of more extensive Windows Azure messaging framework that supports the queuing. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the deployment options provided by the Azure? This is a kind of an intermediate level question, and the answer to the same question is, the deployment options provided by Azure are as follows. The first one is the staging environment. It is used to validate the changes of an application before making it live. The next is production environment. This is where the applications go live and can be accessed by target users with DNS-friendly URL. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Blob Storage? Blob stands for Binary Large Objects. The answer to the same question is, Azure Blob Storage is an object storage solution for the cloud. It is capable of storing large unstructured data in text or binary format, and it is suitable for serving documents, media, or text to the browser directly. The data is accessible from anywhere. The blobs are grouped into containers and tied to user accounts. This service actually has 3 components. The first one is a storage account, which can be general storage account for the blob storage account registered in Microsoft Azure. Next we get containers. Containers are used for grouping blobs, whereas each container can store an unlimited number of blobs. The container name should be in lowercase. And next comes the blob. A blob is a file or document of any type and size. 3 kinds of blobs are supported by Azure. The first one is block blobs, which supports the text and binary files up to 195 GB. Then we have append blobs, appends operation such as logging data in log files. And finally, we have the page blobs for frequent read or write operations. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the role instance in Azure? The answer to the same question is, role instance is a virtual machine where application code is run using running role configurations. Multiple instances of a role are also possible according to a definition of cloud service configuration files. I hope so you got what is exactly role instance in Azure. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Windows Azure Portal? And the answer to the same question is, to run application, a designer gets to the Windows Azure portal through his or her web program by logging in a Windows Live ID. The user at a point chooses whether to create a host account for running application, a storage account for storing data, or both. Once the designer has host account, he or she can utilize Windows Azure portal to submit the applications to Windows Azure. I hope so you got the idea what is exactly Windows Azure portal. It is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, explain about the hybrid cloud. And the answer to the same question is, a hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. A mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information in your vicinity, which is a private cloud, and consume alternative services from the public cloud. I hope so you got an idea what exactly is hybrid cloud. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a storage key? And the answer is, storage keys or access keys are utilized as a validation mode for accessing the storage services account to control data based on our prerequisites. In Windows Azure, we have an alternative to give a primary access key and a secondary access key, despite the fact that we will utilize a solitary access to confirm our application to the storage. The primary reason to give the secondary access key to avoid downtime to the application. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Windows Azure Traffic Manager? And the answer to the same question is, Windows Azure Traffic Manager enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are three distinctive load balancing strategies provided by the Azure. The manager who works on the traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name service and the questions on your domain names and maps the DNS courses to apt instances of your application. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is SQL Azure Database? And the answer is, SQL Azure Database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services, where you can store your database into the cloud. Microsoft Azure is the most ideal approach to utilize PaaS, where you can have different databases on similar account. I hope so you got an idea of this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is the concept of the table in Windows Azure? And the answer is, a table is a kind of Azure storage where you can store your information. Binary large objects are put in a compartment and entity on a table. Following are the key concepts in table. Table allows structured data storage. There can be 0 to n number of tables in a storage account. Tables store information as accumulation of elements. Then we have an element has an essential key and properties as a key value pair. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is conditional access in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, conditional access is used by Azure Active Directory as a tool to make decisions, bring signals together, and impose organizational policies. Through conditional access policies, one can implement the right access controls whenever required to keep the organization secure and stay out of the user's way when it is not needed. I hope so. You got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the advanced level questions. And the question is, when should you use a static IP address in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, in Azure, static IP addresses is used when the address connected to the device is not to be changed. I hope so. You got the answer to this question. It's very important question and I hope so you would take a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how does Azure Site Recovery work? And the answer to the same question is, Site Recovery orchestrates and automates the replication of Azure virtual machines in different locations, on-premises machines to a secondary data center, and on-premises virtual machines and physical servers to Azure. It contributes to business continuity and disaster recovery by enabling access to apps from secondary location in case of an outage at a primary site. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, why should you use Azure CDN? And the answer to the same question is, Azure CDN reduces the bandwidth and load time. It also helps speed up the responsiveness. That's why we should use the Azure CDN. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, explain the benefits of Traffic Manager. This is also one of the most important questions, so please take your mark on this one. The answer to the same question is, Azure Traffic Manager has the following benefits. The first one is, it has optimized performance. Then, there is no downtime during the update or maintenance process. And finally, we have easy configurable on Windows Azure portal. I hope so you got your answer of this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure App Service? And the answer to the same question is, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration scenarios. Mobile apps in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to the mobile engineers. I hope so you got the answer to this question. This is also one of the most important questions, so please take your mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is profiling in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, profiling is only a procedure for measuring the performance analysis of the application. It is normally done to guarantee that the application is sufficiently steady and can maintain the overwhelming traffic. Visual Studio gives us different tools to do it by gathering the performance information for application that likewise helps in troubleshooting issues. Once the profiling wizard is run, it sets up the execution sessions and collects the data of the sample. The profiling reports help in deciding the longest running strategies inside the application, measuring the execution time of every strategy in the call stack, and finally assessing the memory allocation. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CMD-led in Azure? This is also one of the most important questions. So guys, please make a mark on this one. The answer to the same question is, a CMD-led is a lightweight command that is utilized as a part of Microsoft PowerShell environment. The CMD-leds are summoned by Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in command line. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. I hope so you got your answer for this one. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is Windows Azure Scheduler? The answer to the same question is, Windows Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Windows Azure and execute those jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date? I hope so you got your answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Machine? And the answer to the same question is, Content Analytics API is a part of Content Examination Web Administration, which worked with the Azure Machine Learning. The API can be utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction. The API restores a numeric score between 0 and 1. Scores near 1 show positive sentiment, while scores near 0 demonstrate the negative sentiment. I hope so you got your answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss our final question. And our final question is, what is the Migration Assistant tool in Azure websites? This is one of the most important questions, guys, so please have your mark on this one. Migration Assistant tool will examine our IIS installation and recognize the sites that can be migrated to the cloud, featuring any components which can't be migrated or unsupported on the platform. Once broken down, this tool will likewise create sites and database provided under the given Azure membership. I hope so. This forms the perfect answer to this question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So let's start with, what is DevOps? DevOps is a set of cultural concepts, practices, and tools that improves an organization's capacity to provide applications and services at high speed. If I talk about what exactly is DevOps, it is actually collaboration of development and operations team. It is more of a cultural shift, which is kind of related to the agile methodology. And its priorities are resource management, communication, and teamwork. And an organization get benefited by the speed, functionality, stability, and innovation by following this methodology. I hope so it's clear to you what exactly is DevOps. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how does HTTP works? And the answer to the same question is, HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which works in a client-server model like most other protocols. HTTP provides a way to interact with the web resources by transmitting hypertext messages between clients and servers. So there is an HTTP request by the client, and in response there is an HTTP response given by the server. This is how the HTTP works. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CI and what is its purpose? Actually, CI stands for Continuous Integration, which is the process of compiling the entire code base every time a member of a software development team checks the code into the shared code repository. Suppose if a team member checks into the code file with a bug, the build gets broken. In this sort of scenario, the other developers can synchronize the shared source code repository without introducing the compilation errors into their own local workspaces. Thus, collaborative and shared software development cannot go forward. When a CI build breaks, it is crucial that a problem is corrected immediately. A CI process often includes a suite of unit and integration and regression tests that run every time the compilation succeeds. If any of these tests fail, the build will be considered unstable, not broken. I hope so it's clear to you what is CI and what is its purpose. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, name 3 important DevOps KPI. And the answer are, the 3 most common DevOps KPIs are, first, mean time to the failure recovery. Then there is a deployment frequency. And finally, we have percentage of failed deployments. I hope so it's clear to you what are the 3 important DevOps KPI. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, what is the difference between continuous deployment and continuous delivery? Continuous deployment is fully automated, and the deployment to production needs no manual intervention in continuous deployment. Whereas in continuous delivery, the deployment to production requires some manual intervention for change management in the organization, and it needs to be approved by the manager or higher authorities to be deployed in the production. According to your organization's application risk factor, continuous deployment or delivery approach will be chosen. I hope so it's clear to you what is exactly the difference between continuous deployment and continuous delivery. So basically, if I talk about the continuous delivery, your code is done first, then you go for unit test, then you integrate, then there is an acceptance test, and finally you deploy it to the production. And in the continuous deployment, we have first the code is done, then there is unit test, then there is integration, then there is acceptance, and from acceptance test to deployment production, the test is done automatically, where in the continuous delivery, it is done manually. I hope so it's clear to you what is the major difference. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, what are the core operations of DevOps in terms of development and infrastructure? The core operations of DevOps are application development, version control, unit testing, deployment with infrastructure, monitoring, configuration, and orchestration. I hope so it's clear to you what are the core operations of DevOps. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, can one consider DevOps as an agile methodology? And the answer is, DevOps can be considered as an complementary to the agile methodology, but not completely similar. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Can you tell me what are the advantages of using Git? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer the major advantages of using Git are data redundancy and replication. Then we have high availability. Then we can discuss of only one Git directory per repository. Moving ahead, you can say something like this. There is a superior disk utilization and network performance. It is collaboration friendly, and finally, it can be used for any sorts of projects. I hope so it's clear to you what are the advantages of using Git. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, are Git fetch and Git pull the same? This is one of the most important questions which is asked in DevOps. So you can answer something like this. The command git pull pulls any new commits from a branch from the central repository and then updates the target branch in the local repository. But git fetch is slightly different from git pull. Unlike git pull, it pulls all new commits from the desired branch and then stores them in a new branch in the local repository. In order to reflect these changes in your target branch, git fetch must be followed with git merge. The target branch will only be updated after merging with the fetch branch, where we perform the git fetch. We can also interpret the whole thing with an equation something like this, where git pull equals to git fetch plus git merge. I hope so it is clear to you what is the major difference between git pull and git merge. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the benefits of using version control? And you can answer something like this. The major benefits of using version control are that it helps to improve the collaborative work culture, which means that the team members are allowed to work freely on any file at any time. The version control system allows us to merge all changes into common version. The next advantage is that it keeps different versions of code files securely, where all the previous versions and variants of code files are neatly packed up inside the version control system. Then it understands what happened. Every time we save a new version of our project, the version control system asks us to provide a short description of what was changed. More than it allows us to see what changes were made in the file content, as well as who has made those changes. The next advantage is it keeps the backup. It is a distributed version control system like Git, which allows all team members to have complete history of the project file, so that in case there is a breakdown in the central server, they can use of their any teammates' local Git repository. The next question is, how do you handle the merge conflicts in Git? The answer to the same question is, in order to resolve the merge conflicts in Git, we need to follow these three fundamental steps, and these are: understand first what has happened. It could be because of the same line edit on the same file, or also it could be because of deleting some files, or it could be because of files with the same file names. You can check everything by using the Git status. Then mark and clean up the conflict. When we open the files using the merge tool, Git marks conflicts the area like this. Then it performs the commit again and then merge the current branch with the master branch. I hope so it's clear to you how you can handle merge conflicts in Git. The next question is, can you tell me some advantages of forking workflow over the other Git flows? And the answer to the same question is, forking workflow is fundamentally different from the other Git workflows. Instead of using a single server-side repository to act as a central code base, forking workflow gives every developer their own server-side repositories. This workflow is most often seen in the public open source projects. The main advantage is that contributions can be integrated without the need for everyone to push a single central repository to maintain a clean project history. Developers can push their own server-side repositories, and only the project maintainer will push to the official repository. As soon as developers are ready to publish their local commits, they will push their commits to their own public repositories. Then they will perform a pull request from the main repository, which notifies the project maintainer that an update is ready to be integrated.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, what is the purpose of release pipelines in Azure DevOps? And your options are managing project backlogs and sprints, or tracking and managing software defects, or automating the deployment of applications to various environments, or monitoring and alerting for your application health. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
I hope so it's clear to you what are the advantages of forking workflow with other Git workflows. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, when do you use Git rebase instead of Git merge? The answer to the same question is, both Git rebase and Git merge commands are designed to integrate changes from one branch to the another branch, just that they just do it in different ways. When we perform the rebase a feature of branch onto the master branch, we move the base branch of a feature branch to the master's branch endpoint. By performing a merge, we take the contents of the feature branch and integrate them with the master branch. As a result, only a master branch is changed, but the feature branch history remains the same. Merging adds new commit to your history. Rebasing will create inconsistent repositories. For individuals, rebasing makes a lot of sense. Now, in order to see the history completely, the same way as it happened, we should use merge. Merge preserves history, whereas rebase rewrites it. I hope so it's clear to you when do you use Git rebase instead of Git merge. The next question is kind of interesting, and interviewers can also give you scenario type questions. Suppose he says, if I want to move or copy Jenkins from one server to the another, is it possible or not? You can answer something like this. Firstly, I would suggest copying the Jenkins jobs directory from old server to the new one. Then we can move a job from one installation of Jenkins to the another just by copying the corresponding job directory. Or also we can make a copy of an existing Jenkins job by making a clone of that job directory in a different name. Another way is that we can rename an existing job by renaming the directory. But if you change the name of a job, you will need to change any other job that tries to call the renamed job. In this way, you can move or copy the Jenkins from one server to the another, and which forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss the next question. An interviewer can ask you something like this. Can you tell me what continuous testing and automation testing are? And you can answer something like this. Automation testing, as the name suggests, is a process of automating the manual process of testing. It involves the use of separate testing tools that lets developers to create test scripts that can be executed repeatedly without any manual intervention. Whereas the continuous testing is nothing but the process of executing the automated tests as a part of the software delivery pipeline in DevOps. In this process, each build is tested continuously, allowing the development team to get fast business feedback so that it can prevent the problems from progressing to the next stage of software delivery lifecycle. This will dramatically speed up a developer's workflow. He or she no longer needs to manually rebuild the project and rerun all the tests after making the changes. I hope so it's clear to you what is continuous testing and automation testing. You can answer something like this. An interviewer will definitely get impressed. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, are there any technical challenges with Selenium? So you can answer something like this, that there are certain challenges with the Selenium, such as it supports only web-based application, it does not support the bitmap comparison, no vendor support is available for Selenium as compared to the commercial tools like HPUFT, and finally, there is no object repository concept. Maintainability of objects becomes very complex. So these are kind of technical challenges with the Selenium. I hope so it's clear to you. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, when should you use Selenium Grid? And the answer to the same question is, it can be used to execute the same or different test scripts on multiple platforms and browsers concurrently in order to achieve distributed test execution. It allows testing under different environments, remarkably saving the execution time. I hope so it's clear to you. In this scenario, you can use the Selenium Grid. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how will you secure Jenkins? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. The way to secure Jenkins is as follows. First, ensure that the global security is on. Then, check whether Jenkins is integrated with the company's user directory with an appropriate plugin. Then, you can say something like this. It also makes sure that the project matrix is enabled to fine-tune the access. Then, you can automate the process of setting rights or privileges in Jenkins with custom version control script. Then, you can limit the physical access to the Jenkins data or folder. And finally, you can also periodically run the security audits. I hope so it's clear to you how you can secure the Jenkins. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how to create backup and copy in Jenkins. So, if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. To create a backup, all we need to do is periodically back up your Jenkins home directory. This contains all of the build configurations of our job, our slave node configuration, and our build history. To create backup of our Jenkins setup, just copy this directory. We can also copy a job directory to clone or replicate job or rename the directory. I hope so it's clear to you how you can create backup and copy in Jenkins. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Jenkins pipeline and CI/CD? The answer to the same question is, Jenkins pipeline can be defined as a suite of plugins supporting both implementation and integration of Jenkins continuous delivery pipeline, whereas CI/CD or continuous integration or continuous delivery pipeline consists of build, deploy, test and release. The pipeline feature is very time saving. In other words, pipeline is a group of build jobs that are chained and integrated in a sequence. I hope so it's clear to you what is Jenkins pipeline and CI/CD. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are Puppet manifests? So, this is one of the most important interview questions which can be asked by the interviewer, and you can answer something like this. Every Puppet node or Puppet agent has got its configuration details in Puppet Master, which is written in native Puppet language. These details are written in a language that Puppet can understand and termed as Puppet manifests. These manifests are composed of Puppet codes and their file name uses the .ppp extension. For instance, we can write a manifest file in Puppet Master that creates a file and installs Apache on the Puppet agents or slaves that are connected to the Puppet Master, which forms the Puppet manifest. I hope so it's clear to you what exactly is Puppet manifest. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how can I configure systems with Puppet? This is also one of the most important interview questions, and you can answer something like this. In order to configure systems with Puppet in a client or server architecture, we have to use the Puppet agent and the Puppet Master application. In a standalone architecture, we have to use Puppet Apply application. I hope so it's clear to you how you can configure systems with Puppet. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss the next question. It is also an interesting question, and the question is, what is Puppet code dir is? So, if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. It is a main directory for code and data in the Puppet. It consists of environments containing manifests and modules, a global modules directory for all environments and your hero data. The next question is, name some of the most important DevOps tools. So, the answer to the same question is, the list of important DevOps tools are Git, Maven, Selenium, Jenkins, Docker, and Puppet. This is one of the most important questions, and interviewer is definitely going to ask you this one. So be aware of it about some of the most important DevOps tools. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss the next question, and the question is, how does Ansible works? This is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer, and it can be on the any tool which you are comfortable with. So here I have chosen Ansible, and you can answer something like this. Ansible is an open source automation tool which is categorized basically into two types of servers. The first is controlling machines and second is nodes. Ansible will be installed on the controlling machine, and using that machine nodes are managed with the help of SSH nodes. Locations are specified by inventories in that controlling machine. Since Ansible is an agentless tool, it doesn't require any mandatory installations on the remote nodes. So, there is no need of background programs to be executed while it is managing any nodes. Ansible can also handle a lot of nodes from single system over an SSH connection with the help of Ansible playbooks. Playbooks are capable of performing multiple tasks, and they are in YML file format. So this forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, why should I use Ansible? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer that Ansible can help in configuration management, application deployment, and task automation. That's why I'll prefer to choose Ansible. This forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are handlers in Ansible? This is one of the most important questions, and you can answer something like this, that handlers in Ansible are just like regular tasks inside an Ansible playbook, but they are only run if the task contains a notify directive. Handlers are triggered when it is called by the another task. I hope so it's clear to you what is handlers in Ansible. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, can you tell me the purpose of SSH? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. SSH is nothing but a secure shell that allows users to log in with secure and encrypted mechanism into remote computers. It is used for encrypted communications between two hosts on unsafe network. It supports tunneling, forwarding TCP, and also transferring files. I hope so it's clear to you. It is one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is an RPE in Nagios? So, if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. An RPE stands for Nagios Remote Plugin Executor. As the name suggests, it allows you to execute Nagios plugins remotely on any other Linux or Unix machines. If I talk about Nagios, it can be helpful in monitoring remote machine performances metrics such as disk usage, CPU load, etc. It can communicate with some of the Windows agents add-ons. We can execute scripts and check metrics on remote Windows machines as well. I hope so it's clear to you what is an RPE in Nagios. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss our final question, and this is, what is Nagios log server? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. Nagios log server simplifies the process of searching the log data. Nagios log server is the best choice to perform tasks such as setting up alerts, notifying when potential threats arise, simply querying the log data, and quickly auditing any system. With Nagios log server, we can get all of our log data in one location with high availability. So this defines the Nagios log server. I hope so it's clear to you what's the answer of this question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.